Good morning and or afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ACT Prepathon. We are so excited to welcome you to this event today. It is going to be 6 hours of non-stop, I beg your pardon, did I say 6 hours? 7 hours of non-stop ACT action. We are very excited to have you here. Oh no, it is 6 hours. Okay, 6 hours of non-stop ACT action. So thank you so much for coming. We are very excited to have you. My name is Boris, and I'm the teacher that you'll see on camera for the first hour. But I want you to know that in this first hour, and in all the hours that we have, it's not just going to be one teacher on the computer. So I am joined behind the scenes by a squad of incredible ACT instructors. So Stephanie and Heather, Katie, Laura, and Crystal are all behind the scenes and accessible to you via the chat. So if you say hi, they'll see it. If you say, we're very excited to be here, we'll see all those chats that you make. So please feel free to be boisterous and active in the chat this afternoon. Now, I do want to mention about the chat, when you type in a chat, you're not necessarily going to see what you type right away. That is because the chat is moderated, since there's so many people here. So we will see everything that you type into the chat, we promise, and we read everything that you write, but you might not necessarily see all of your chats come through. So please don't let that discourage you from continuing to use the chat throughout today's session. We are really looking forward to seeing all the awesome things that you guys type into the chat for us today. Now, this first hour will be a nice introduction, so smoothing in for the festivities today. We're going to start with some math foundations. Basically, we're going to look at the most fundamental, most basic math rules that you'll be tested on the ACT. And in the last hour, the last of our 6 today, we'll have an advanced concepts and review session taught by Stephanie. So if you can stick around or take a break and come back at 5 p.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. Pacific, that's when we'll do some really difficult math. The math here you might find a little bit straightforward, but that's of course not all that we're going to have for you this afternoon. All right, I saw Laura writes in the chat, I procrastinated studying for the SAT, so I'm glad I'm here now for the ACT. Cyber high five, Laura, and everyone who's here who is taking a stand, making a move to ensure their own success on this very important exam, which I'm sure many of you are taking on April 8th in a couple of weeks. So here we go. I'm not going to read all these objectives, so you can take a look at those as I'm chatting. I'm sure you've read most of them already. Bottom line is we're going to review some basic math skills. Now we're assuming that you have seen these skills before. Obviously in 55 minutes, I cannot teach you all this stuff from the ground up. Nobody can, that's impossible. We assume you've seen this stuff before in your math classes. Now, if that's not the case, if you just didn't quite grasp it the first time you took it in high school or in middle school because you just had a bad semester or your teacher wasn't the greatest or for whatever reason, and you're like, shoot, this is supposed to be a review, but I legitimately don't really understand what's happening here. Don't worry. I mean, if you want to review this session later on, you can come back to this page and watch a recording of everything that's happened here. In addition, if you're enrolled in a Kaplan class, I know some of you are, I know some of you will be. In the Kaplan resources, one of the things that's included is a set of strategy videos that you can use to catch up on any math that you might not have had going into the class. So we're not going to leave anybody hanging without help as we go ahead with our math preparation. Let's go ahead and do it. We're going to start with a practice question. Let's just jump right into it because I'm figuring most of you are not going to have too much of a difficult time with a question of this caliber. So of course in the ACT you're going to have a calculator for the entirety of the 60-minute, 60-question math test. And if you wanted to, you could of course just plug this into your calculator, get the right answer, and move on with your life. You'll notice that there's no answer choices for this problem. That's just because this is a practice question and we're just working on some skills here before we see some in-format questions later on. So real quick, tell me in the chat strategically, what's the first thing you have to take care of if you are going to do a question like this by hand? Well, right, we're going to have to take care of these parentheses, right? The parentheses are the first things to go when you're doing arithmetic. So we would turn that 5 minus 1 into a 4. So that's all that would change in the first step. Now tell me please in the chat strategically, what is the next thing now that we would have to take care of if we were to solve this by hand? So if you're using in your head that acronym PEMDAS, right, parentheses P, and then the E is exponents. So the next thing we have to take care of is the exponent. So even though there's, subtraction and division and multiplication and addition all the way up here from the left to the right, the first thing that we have to take care of is this 4 squared. Exponents have to get taken care of right away when you're finished eliminating all the parentheses. So the 4 squared, of course, becomes a 16, and now things get a lot more straightforward. As you probably know, we have to put on hold the subtraction and the addition and first take care of the division and the multiplication going left to right. Now, just in case you don't remember, in PEMDAS, the M comes before the D, right? Multiplication comes before division in the acronym. But those are on the same level. We're not going to actually do the multiplication first. We would go from left to right and do all the multiplication and division that we see in whatever order. So we do the 8 divided by 2, that's 4. We would then do 4 times 3, and that's 12. And now it's easy peasy, pumpkin cheesy, right? 16 minus 12 is 4. Add on a 16 to that, and you get 20. So if this was most likely not a whole question, but part of a question, you'd calculate 20 either by using your calculator or by following the rules of arithmetic, and then you'd use 20 however you needed to continue solving the problem. Got to give a shout out here. So Kush and Serene, you guys know the steps. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for using that chat and for working through that first question with me. Let's trundle right along to some other rules here. We got to know how to add and subtract fractions. Now, with fraction arithmetic, you can't necessarily rely on your calculator all of the time because sometimes there will be variables as part of the fractions. And so you have to know the rules for adding and subtracting the fractions in order to keep the variables intact. You can't just plug the variable into your calculator and have the calculator handle those x's for you. So the main rule is that when you add and subtract fractions, of course, you have to have a common denominator. So if we do 3/5 plus 2/3 minus a half, all of our denominators are different, and we can't just, add straight across from left to right. We have to think of a common denominator first. Now tell me please in the chat, what do you think would qualify as a good common denominator for these 3 fractions? The fifths, the thirds, and the half. Well, one way to find a common denominator, always, is just to multiply all the denominators together. If you do 5 times 3, you get 15, and if you do 15 times 2, you get 30. So we can always be assured that we'll find a common denominator. It might not be the lowest common denominator, but it will be a common denominator. In this case, 30 is the lowest common denominator, so we're doing great here. We can rewrite all of these fractions as being out of 30 instead of being out of fifths, thirds, and halves. So when we write 3/5 out of 30, that's 18 thirtieths. 2/3 out of 30 is, of course, 20 thirtieths. And then a half is 15 thirtieths. Now you keep the denominator constant and you add or subtract across the top. The 18 plus the 20 is 38. You subtract 15 from 38, you get 23. And again, you keep it all out of 30. Nice. So Indranil and Gwendolyn found that 30. Excellent. And there's your final answer, 23 out of 30ths. Again, this would probably not be an entire ACT math question, but you might need to do something like this as part of solving an ACT math problem. So let's take a look at one together in which we need to be able to do this fraction arithmetic. This is number 2. If n minus 4/11 equals 9/22, then what is the value of n? Now here we're actually getting a sneak peek at our next topic, which is solving linear equations, but you probably know what to do to solve this equation for n strategically. Tell me please in the chat, what's your first step going to be on test day if your goal is to find n? And by the way, I should mention, you will see on your screen there is a poll, so feel free to vote in the poll if you get the answer early. That way we can keep the chat free of spoilers, and also our teaching team will know that, hey, 90% of people already know the correct answer. We can move through this question more quickly. All right, folks, nice. We're going to add 4/11 to both sides because we want to isolate the variable. So we add 4/11 to both sides, and we get n equals 9/22 plus 4/11. On the left side, of course, and again, this is a sneak peek to our next topic, the negative 4/11 and the positive 4/11 cancel right out. Now tell me please in the chat, in this situation on the right here, what is a good common denominator? You could do 22 times 11 and use that as a common denominator, but in this case there's one that might jump out at you as being a lot smaller, and that is 22, because 11 times 2 is 22, so the 22 does not need to change. Now that's nice because it means that we don't have to do anything with 9/22. I think that's the technical term for being out of 22. All we have to do is change the 4/11. We'll multiply the top and bottom by 2 there, and you can see that 4/11 written out of 22 is 8 out of 22. Now we're going to add these tops together. 9 plus 8 is 17, and we get 17/22. And this is the vast majority of you now are already voting for choice D for domination. Fantastic. Why don't we circle that choice on test day, bubble it in the grid, and confidently move on with the ACT. And I saw a few folks here, Alyssa, Stefano, Farley, all saying, let's add 4/11 to both sides. Excellent. So if you know the strategic step on test day, then the rest of it is going to be straightforward arithmetic or algebra most of the time. All right, now in that problem, we saw a little bit of linear equations. So let's go ahead and review those rules. Again, I know some of you are screaming at the computer screen like, Boris, this is so basic. Don't worry. We know there's harder questions on the ACT. We're not saying everything is going to be this straightforward. And we will have our final hour today dedicated entirely to advanced math. So again, if you want some tougher math, if you're a math wizard and you want to put your skills to the test, definitely make sure you're here at 5 p.m. Eastern or 2 p.m. Pacific when Stephanie teaches the Advanced Concepts for Math session. All right, now, going back to basics, all right? When you're solving a linear equation, you got to isolate that variable. You got to get that variable all by itself on one side of the equation. So when we have something like this, 4x plus 17 equals 53, the first thing we do is subtract 17 from both sides, because that way the 17 on the left cancels out, and we have just a 4x by itself. Now tell me please in the chat, what's the next thing you would do on test day in order to isolate the variable? Yes, we would divide both sides here by 4, because that would get x entirely by itself. And here we have a really nice situation. The 4's cancel on the left, and 36 over 4 is 9. So we get x equals 9, and that would be the final answer. Again, you probably wouldn't see a question this straightforward on the ACT, but you could very frequently see something like this as part of a larger problem. Let's take a look at a question here, and you can do this one of two ways. You can either tune me out, do this one on your own, and pop an answer into the poll, which is available now on the screen. Or if you want to, take it a little bit more slowly, if it's been a while since you've done stuff like this, then hop on in, let's do this one together. So for what value of x is this equation true? Now tell me please in the chat, strategically, what's the first thing that you want to do to get closer, to get one step closer to figuring out what x is? Well, here we have a bit of a more complicated situation than the last one. Last time we could start subtracting, dividing right off the bat, and the x is there and lickety split. But here we actually have two different x's. We have one inside of parentheses and we have one outside of the parentheses. Now that's a problem. We can't do anything yet until we resolve that tension. So the first step here, we got to distribute this too. We got to get rid of these parentheses, because if there's one thing we don't like when we're trying to isolate a variable, it's parentheses getting in the way. So we distribute that too, and we're going to get 2x minus 12 plus x equals 18. Now here we can combine like terms. Of course, 2x plus x is 3x. And now we're in familiar territory. Tell me please in the chat, what am I doing now to both sides of this equation to get one step closer to solving for x? This is very similar to the last question that we did. You're going to add 12 to both sides so that the negative 12 on the left goes away. 18 plus 12 is 30. And now divide both sides by 3. We're going to go ahead and do 30 divided by 3, which is 10. Grab choice G for gosh tootin' and move on with the ACT. Now let us know in the chat if you made this mistake, if you did 18 minus 12 right here. Anybody do that? 18 minus 12? Because then what would happen is you'd get 3x equals 6. You'd say x equals 2. And, Greg's your uncle. There's choice K for a 2. So keep this in mind. On the ACT, chances are some of the wrong answers won't just be random numbers, but they'll be likely mistakes that somebody would make while solving the problem. And it's very tempting, if you fall for one of these mistakes, that you get really frustrated. And let us know in the chat if you've ever had, those bouts of test prep rage where you're like, I should have known. How could I be so stupid? I can't believe I made that mistake. One thing I advise you for the next couple of weeks as you're prepping for the ACT, or longer if you're taking the ACT the second time this spring or summer, if you're not taking that April 8th date, or if you're testing in the fall, whenever you're prepping for a test, do not let yourself get angry at yourself for making mistakes. instead of beating yourself up over making a mistake, say, well, thank goodness I made that mistake now in practice, right? Better now than on the day of the test. And you've got to figure most people don't prepare very hard for this exam. Most people are sorely underprepared when they take the ACT. In fact, I'm sure you could name a friend or two or three whose strategy for the ACT is just take it and see how it goes, right? So most people are not going to be very well prepared, which means that most of your competition is going to make that mistake for the first time on test day. So you are getting a reward for your preparation by having an opportunity to make that mistake in practice where it doesn't hurt you. So you can learn from it and say, okay, well, I got to remember that when there's a minus on the left, that means to cancel it, I have to add to both sides instead of subtracting from both sides. And I see a lot of you have had some rage. So Kush has, and a lot of you as well. Marcus, Faith, Luke, Kasiara, and Mitra. So you're not alone. Don't feel guilty for getting angry at the test. You're in very good company. Lots of people do. But you can turn it around. Instead of getting angry at yourself or getting angry at the test, be glad that there are these traps on test day for your competition to fall into. And be glad that you're learning about them now in practice instead of falling for them for the first time on test day. All right, that's enough of that question. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few more challenging topics. I did say this was a fundamental session, but part of the fundamentals on the ACT does include some more challenging topics. And one of them is systems of equations. So systems of equations means that you have, instead of one variable and one equation, two variables and two equations. And, technically you can have three variables, three equations, four variables, four equations. But on the ACT, it's usually two variables and two equations. Now tell us please in the chat, if you remember from school, what is your favorite method? There's two. What's your favorite method for solving a system? Which one do you typically fall back on when push comes to shove? So there's two different methods. A popular one definitely is substitution. This was always my favorite back in school. Substitution is very straightforward because basically what you do is you solve one of the equations for one of the variables. Like this bottom equation, instead of saying a plus 3b equals -4, let's move the 3b over to the other side and say that a equals -3b minus 4. Now what you can do is you can take that and you can plug it in for the a in the other equation. So it's a very logical, very intuitive method. You solve for one of the variables in one equation, then you plug it in to the other equation. So here we'll have this red font to indicate what used to be an a is now a -3b minus 4. So at this point, it's all very easy. You just use your linear equation tricks. You say, okay, 3 times -3 is -9, 3 times -4 is -12. Combine like terms, add 12 to both sides, and we get -b equals 33, b equals -3. Now pause here. At this point, a lot of your competition is going to plug that -3 into one of the equations and solve for a. So then they're going to realize, wait, I didn't need to do that because the question's asking for the value of b. We actually already have that, as most of you are already voting in the poll. Very nice. It is indeed choice D for domination, -3. We don't need to do any more work. So this is a good tip for the ACT, not just for easy questions, but for all questions, easy, medium, hard. This applies to the whole test. Whenever you hit a milestone in an ACT math problem, stop and see if you might already be done, because sometimes you will be done and you can save yourself some time not doing unnecessary work. Also, when you think you're done with a problem, just check to make sure that you got the answer that was asked for. I mean, the test makers could have just as easily asked for A. If they asked for the value of A and you picked choice D, then you would end up picking the wrong answer. So always check to see if you finished the problem. That does two things. It helps you avoid careless mistakes, bubbling in the answer to the question the test makers didn't ask, and it can also help you avoid doing a bunch of unnecessary work on autopilot. So here we would be done. We'd circle choice D, we'd move on. Now I'm seeing in the chat that actually most of you are big fans of elimination. If you see the word combination on the screen, do not feel alarmed. Depending on where you grew up, you would have learned this either as elimination or combination. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio, and in Ohio, apparently that's combination land. It's combination land and pop territory. Anyway, combination, I'm really happy to see that most of you prefer this method because it is often the more efficient method. And sometimes it's staggeringly more efficient than substitution would be. So I'm glad you guys like this method a lot because it's a great one to have in your pocket on test day. The idea for this method is that we're going to multiply that second equation by something to prime it for an elimination of one of the variables. Now tell me in the chat, what did you multiply that second equation by? Since I know most of you already got the answer, what did you multiply that second equation by to make the a's ready to be canceled out? Yes, very nice. So Sophie was saying earlier, multiply the second equation by -3. So you can do -3 or +3. Here on the screen, you'll see +3, but -3 works just as well. The bottom line is that after you multiply through by 3, so the a plus 3b equals -4 becomes 3a plus 9b equals -12. Then you either subtract or add it to the other equation, whichever you need to do to get one of the variables to cancel out. So here we would subtract, because 3a minus 3a is 0. If we had done -3 initially, then we would add, because 3a plus -3a is 0. Just make sure that you do what is needed to get the a to go away. Now, 9b minus -2b is 11b, and that equals -33. We get the same answer for b, -3, so we can confirm that we're not crazy. The method actually works. And again, at this point on test day, just check to see if you're done, because maybe you are. Maybe you don't need to find what A is. And in this case, yeah, we're going to grab D for domination and skedoodle. I see we have some fellow Ohioans, Serene and Pokercraft. Excellent. I live in Wisconsin now, so if anybody's a cheesehead, let us know in the chat as well. I have, 2 places I consider home, but whichever one I'm in, I'm grabbing choice D on this one and moving on. Now, let's take a look at a fairly tough topic on the ACT, or a topic that can be a little bit tough, but still, it's fundamental because it's a very fundamental life skill, and that is reading a chart or a graph. This is not going to appear a whole lot on the ACT, but you will see at least some questions that involve data in the form of a chart or a graph, and some of these charts can get a little bit, involved. So this is an example of a chart that appeared on an exam, and you can see that it's got quite a lot to it. So on the ACT, a lot of your competition will see a chart like this and immediately start to panic and flip out. You're not going to be one of those people. You're going to take a deep breath and look at the important information, then look at the question. So you might be wondering, well, what is the important information? And that is looking at the axes and at the scales. So don't waste a bunch of time looking at all the numbers. Ironically, all of the numbers, all the data is like the least important thing here. What you want to take a look at to be time efficient is the axes and the scales. So what do we mean by this? Well, axes are things like the interest rate, the number of payments. These are basically the variables in the problem. So in this chart, one of the variables is the interest rate. It can be 4 different things. The other variable is the number of monthly payments, right? Because it can be either 36 monthly payments, 48 monthly payments, or 60. So anything that can change, anything that varies, would be a variable, and that would be shown as one of the axes in the chart. Now, the other thing to look at, and a lot of your competition is going to forget this, is scale. Scale is huge. A lot of the most common traps on the ACT chart-based or data-based questions involve scales. So let me walk you through what that means. Tell me please in the chat, how often is this interest rate measured? How often do we get this interest rate? Does it happen every month, every decade, every centennial? No, this is an annual interest rate. So when you're looking at the data, one thing you definitely want to keep in mind is that this is an annual interest rate, because that's a very different thing from, say, a monthly or a quarterly interest rate. And similarly, when you're looking at the number of monthly payments, it's worth noting that that is a monthly payment. So you're paying this money every month rather than every day or every year. Those would be extremely different situations. Now tell me please in the chat, what is another scale here? Or in other words, a measurement of how frequently or how much something happens. This last one's hidden a little bit. It's hidden a little bit. It's right here in the top row. Monthly payments per $1,000. So in other words, each item in this chart is the amount of money that you pay per $1,000 that you borrowed. So let's just take a look, for example, right here, where 5% annual interest rate intersects with 36 monthly payments. You'd pay about 30 bucks, $29.97, if you borrowed $1,000. But if you borrowed $2,000, you'd pay about 60 bucks. And if you borrowed $3,000, you'd pay 90 bucks. So basically, that value there, the $29.97, assumes that $1,000 was how much money you borrowed. And if the amount of money borrowed wasn't exactly $1,000, then that value is going to be different. So please, on the ACT, do yourself a favor. Don't panic on these questions. Just remember what you learned here today. The important thing to look at are the axes and the scales. And a lot of the traps on the problem will have to do with scales. So I saw Anaga and some other folks found that phrase per 1,000 right here today on the Prepathon. If you can find a phrase like that on your test, you can dodge a trap that almost all of your competition is going to fall face first into. Let's do a question together and you can see the payoff for noting these scales and these axes. All right, so I'm going to read this question to you. As I read, follow along with me and try to find what it is that you're going to have to do in this problem. Kaylee is planning to purchase a car. She'll need to borrow some money to approximate her monthly payment. And the chart gives the approximate monthly payment per $1,000. That's kind of nice, honestly, of the test makers. So they're putting into text right here something that would otherwise be a little bit tricky to find if you were just looking at the table. Okay, so we got a reminder that this is per $1,000. Now, the actual question. She found a used car she wants to buy. It is $8,795, and she'll need to borrow $6,500. So Kaylee doesn't have too much money saved up. She's going to have to borrow most of the money for the car. So what would her monthly payment be if she borrowed the money for 36 months at an annual interest rate of 10%? So the first thing you want to do here is not panic. All right, don't let that cold feeling in your stomach take over. Don't flip out. Just take a deep breath. Take it one step at a time and see, okay, where in this chart do I need to look? Tell me please in the chat, which column should I be looking at? Columns are vertical. Which columns do I need to look at for this problem? Well, it says that she's borrowing the money for 36 months. Kaylee is afraid of being in debt. She wants to have it paid off as soon as possible. So she's taking the shortest payment period. She's doing 36 months. So we really only care about that one column. We don't care about the 48 and the 60. Only the 36 matters. It's only those four numbers that matter to us. So right off the bat, this is a lot less stressful. Now, what's the only row that we need to care about on this problem? Rows are horizontal. Well, it says in the question she wants an annual interest rate of 10%. And by the way, if it had said something like a semi-annual interest rate of 10% or something, you'd have to navigate some trickery. But here, the scale annual in the question matches the scale annual in the data. So check for that to make sure that you're not falling for a trap. Here, they match, so it's fine, and it's just 10%. So very simple. We just look at the 10% row. We just look at the 10% row. And so the only thing that we care about is this one number that is where the 10% intersects with 36. All right, it's not too bad. It's 32.27. Wow! Kaylee's getting a great deal. She's going to borrow $6,500, but she only has to pay back $32 a month. Guys, what is wrong with this picture? If Kaylee walks away from this session with her financial advisor thinking that she's only going to pay 32 bucks a month for 36 months, what has Kaylee overlooked? Yeah, that'd be a little bit too good of a deal. I mean, maybe if you're like part of the Russian mafia, you can get away with this kind of savings. But no, 32.27, that is assuming that you borrow $1,000. But she's not borrowing $1,000. She's borrowing $6,500, which is 6.5 times as much. So you can confirm that, right? 6,500 is 6.5 times as much as 1,000. So the answer here is not going to be 32.27. It's going to be 6.5 times as much as $32.27. And on test day, please use your calculator. I say that because a lot of math teachers in school are very anti-calculator and always try to shame students for using calculator. I remember all my math teachers, they were great teachers, did a great job teaching math, but their attitude was always like, oh, well, if you use the calculator, then you're just letting your brain rot and stuff like that. Whatever, right? It's the test. We got to get an answer. So if you want to do this in your head, that's totally cool. But if you want to just punch it into your calculator, 3227 times 6.5. Yeah, we're just going to get our answer here, which is the one almost everybody found, voting for choice H for hopscotch. Excellent work here, folks. Let's grab that answer and skedoodle. And thank you guys so much for putting your answers in the chat here. So Anaga and Matthew and Pokecraft. Oh, you're not crafting poker. You're crafting Pokeballs or Pokemons. Excellent. All right, so she did not do $1,000. Very nice. You catch the trap, you can find the correct answer and pick choice H. Okay, so that was a quick look at charts and graphs. Let's do a quick review of percents. So this is question number 6, and I really like this question a lot. It's nice and short. It also gives me a chance to show you a trick that a lot of your competition isn't going to know on test day. So here is the question. The motel manager needs to raise the $40 room rate by 22%. Very simple. What's the new rate? Now tell me please in the chat. All right, here's the trick. What is the fastest way? What is the absolute fastest way that you can increase $40 by 22% in your calculator? We're looking for the shortest thing that we can type into the calculator to get the answer to this question. Now, what a lot of people would do on test day is they'd say, okay, well, I got $40 to start with, and I'm going to multiply by 0.22 because I need to find 22% of 40. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add that to 40 because 40 is what I start with. So you find 22% of 40, and then you add it to 40. And this is okay. This will get you the correct answer. But please observe that in this expression, we have common terms of 40, and we can actually factor these out, right? We can factor out that 40. So then it'll be like this. It'll be 40, and then parentheses 0.22 plus 1, because 40 divided by 40 is just 1. And that is the same as 40 times 1.22. And you can see the connection here, right? 22% is what we're raising it by, and 1.22 or 122% is what we're multiplying by to get the final answer. So on the ACT, you can save yourself a little bit of time on these questions. Instead of doing it the slow way and doing 40 times 0.22 and then remembering to add 40, just go ahead and say, bam, the answer is 40 times 1.22. Add the percents to 1, or subtract the percent from 1 if it's a decrease. So like if we were decreasing the rate by 22%, we would multiply by 0.78. So you'd multiply that directly, instantly get your answer in your calculator, and pick choice D for domination. So I saw David and Miller and several other folks had this in the chat. Excellent. You're going to multiply by 1.22 to get this answer the fastest way. And again, I'm giving you permission, guys. All right, your math teacher's not going to be there on test day, clucking disapprovingly over your shoulder. Use your calculator. Just punch this in. I know I would. Get the answer instantly and move on with your life. All right, folks. Nicely done on that one. That was a quick review of percents. Let's do a little bit of practice with matrices. Now, I know some of you are thinking, whoa. This is the math foundation session, Boris. How is matrices in here? I remember doing matrices in Algebra 2, and it was like the end of my life. I thought I wasn't going to make it. Folks, matrices are very difficult, but on the ACT, matrices are only tested in a very fundamental way. So that's why we have them here in our foundation session. For the most part, you can just solve these problems with common sense and logic. A lot of the really advanced matrix properties and multiplication and stuff like that is just not assessed on the ACT. So pretty much, as far as matrices are concerned, all you got to be able to do is look at a table, cross-reference it with another table, and do something logical to it. Take a look at this question, and as I read it, read along with me and think about what you're ultimately going to have to do to solve this problem. The number of students participating in a school spelling bee can be shown with the following table. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. This is like charts and graphs, right? Our axis here, there's just one. It's what grade are you in, and the data is how many people from that grade made it into this school spelling bee, or sorry, are participating in the school spelling bee. Then it says the principal estimates the ratio of the number of students who make it into the second round to the number of entrants at the following table. So again, here we have the grades, But this time our data is, instead of being an actual number, it is a ratio or a percent. This is what percent of people make it to the second round of the spelling bee in that category. Now let's just talk about third grade for a second, folks. All right, let's just look at third grade. So we know that we have 25 third graders participating in the spelling bee. And according to the second table, 0.4 or 40% of them make it to the second round. So tell me please in the chat, what would I put into my calculator if I wanted to know how many third graders, the raw number, that made it to the second round of the spelling bee? Well, all I would do is I would type in, 25 times 0.4, right? Because if there's 25 third graders and 40% of them made it, then I'm just going to do 25 times 40% and I'm going to get the number of third graders. So that's all I have to do to figure out how many third graders made it in. And you don't even necessarily need your calculator for this. You can do this in your head and say, well, 25 times 4 is 100. Move the decimal point 1 space to the left and you get 10. So 10 third graders made it. Nice job, third graders. Then for fourth grade, all right, what would I put into my calculator to calculate how many fourth graders made it into the second round of the spelling bee? Yeah, it's the same thing. I would just do 40 times 0.15, right? Just take the number of kids multiplied by the percent that made it through. And then your calculator would tell you that is 6 of them. And so this keeps right on going, folks. For fifth graders, we had 35. 20% of them made it. 35 times 20%, well, a fifth of 35 is 7. And finally, the sixth graders. Oh, sixth grade. Failing to represent here. Only 10% of you made it. Eesh. Well, that's 10% of 50 is 5. Okay, so you can see this is what the ACT considers a matrix problem. You're not doing, matrix multiplication or any matrix inversion or any of that crazy stuff you did back in algebra class. It's just common sense, figuring out how you're supposed to cross-reference the data from one chart to another. Now the test makers here want the total number of people who made it to the second round. Fine. By the way, third graders, cyber high five, the only group with any dignity, goodness, everyone else is just slacking off. We're going to go ahead and add up all these numbers. 10 plus 6 plus 7 plus 5. Well, we're looking at 16 plus 7 is 23. Add another 5, you get 28. So that's choice J for jumpin' jacks, which most of you have picked in the poll. Very nice job, everybody. Let's circle that choice and skedaddle. And I saw Josity have, the whole expression, and you can do this if you wanted. You can get the answer in one shot by plugging everything into your calculator just like that. 25 times 0.4 plus 40 times 0.15 plus 35 times 0.2 plus 50 times 0.1. And exactly, Ravi, we add up all the answers and we get the final one. All right, so that's matrices. If you can do that, congratulations. You can handle matrices as far as you need to for the purposes of the ACT. All right, here's our last topic. This one, again, when I say what it is, you might feel a bit alarmed, like what is this doing in Math Foundations? And that is imaginary numbers. But on the ACT, pretty much all you have to know about imaginary numbers is what the definition of an imaginary number is. All right, so you pretty much just have to know that I is the square root of -1. And if you know that fact, then you can figure out everything else that you need to on the fly for the purposes of solving an ACT math problem. So let me show you an example here. This is going to be the last question that we do together before I let you loose and you do some questions on your own. Here we go. All right, for I squared equals -1, what is 4 plus I parentheses squared? The ACT, by the way, will usually do this. They will usually tell you even what the imaginary number is in the actual question. So like even if you forget what an imaginary number is, you can still solve these questions if you know your math. Now, let's FOIL this thing out, shall we? So 4 plus I squared. If I'm using FOIL to solve this, tell me please in the chat, what is the first term that I'm going to have? So getting into a wee bit of algebra here. First, outer, inner, last is our FOIL acronym, and our first term here is going to be that 4 times 4, which is 16. Then our outer and inner terms are the same. It's 4i for the outer terms, and 4i again for the inner terms. Finally, our last term, of course, is going to be I squared. So for the most part, you can solve these problems just by treating I as a variable, as like an x, right? You just do your FOIL, and then you get 16 plus 4i plus 4i, which is plus 8i plus I squared. Now, if this were an x, we'd be done. But because it is an imaginary number I, we actually know what I squared is. I squared is -1. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, well, I don't want an I squared kicking around. Let me replace that with a -1. And so I would do that, and then here I'd have 16 minus 1, which is 15. So there would be the answer, 15 plus 8i. Grab choice D for domination, and confidently move on with the ACT. Nice job, folks, here working through that question with me and seeing how to navigate one of these imaginary number problems. I'm just going to throw one thing in here. It didn't happen on this question, but there could very easily have been an answer choice that said 17 plus 8i. That is if you did 16 plus 1 instead of 16 minus 1 in this step. Now, that is something I do a lot. So one thing I do, and I'm dead serious, like if I were taking the ACT, I would actually do this. One thing I do is whenever I have I squareds, I always rewrite the entire thing, and I just replace the I squared with a -1. That way I avoid making a mistake with the negative sign, because I know it's a mistake I make a lot, so I deal with it by taking more care when I write out my work. Do that on the ACT as you prep these next couple of weeks or these next few months. If you notice that there's a common mistake that you make, like a really careless thing that you just do over and over and over, think about some way that you can counteract it by writing a few extra lines of math. The extra, 4 seconds that it would take to write this line here, 16 plus 8i plus parentheses -1, is worth the reduction of risk of picking an incorrect answer to a problem that you basically knew how to solve. So let's go ahead and grab our correct answer here, and that is it for our topics. So for the remaining, 10 to 13 minutes of this session, we're just going to do some individual practice. All right, guys, let's take a look at this question here. I'm going to give you, let's say, 30 seconds to try to solve this question. So give this question a shot entirely on your own. I'll be here looking at the camera, and 30 seconds from now, we're going to review it like there ain't nothing to it. Of course, once you finish, you know what to do. You're going to vote in the poll, and then we're going to see how you did. Good luck and enjoy. This is a great example of an ACT problem because it looks really scary. It's like, oh no, what's going on here? There's an A and an X. Oh, time to panic and run out of the room screaming. One thing that you're seeing as a common theme here in this foundation session that Stephanie is going to reiterate in the advanced concept session that we have closing out the prepathon today is that for a lot of these, supposedly difficult questions, the only difficult thing about them is not freaking out when you see them. When you actually just like get to business and start doing the work, you realize it's really not that bad. So here, what did we have to do as our first step to solving the equation for A? Well, sure, there's two variables here, the A and the X. But the test makers tell us, just straight up, that X is 3. So all you have to do is replace the X's with 3's. All right, that's it. And now we have a very elementary equation that I'm 100% confident that you will be able to solve on test day and secure that point really quickly. So we replace the X's with 3's. Now on the left, we have 6. On the right, we have 3a plus 9. You guys know what to do. Subtract 9 from both sides, and then divide both sides by 3. You get a equals -1. And that is the choice that most of you picked. Choice H for hop along skip. Very nice, folks. Grab that choice and confidently move on with your exam. If you pick choice G, take a look at your scratch work. See if you missed a negative sign somewhere. And if you give up on this question, I want you to look at it and be like, hey, I know how to do this. I just need to not panic when looking at these questions for the first time. All right, let's take a look at our next question, which I'll let you try on your own. This is number 10. And this one's a bit long. I'm going to give you a minute and a half here. So on average, you have a minute per question. But of course, there's going to be some questions you can get done really quickly and some that you might need a little bit more time on, and that's okay. Take the time that you need. Do not panic. Just work at a comfortable pace always on testing. All right, guys, I'll see you in 90 seconds after you've had time to try this question on your own and vote in the poll. Good luck. While that question was going on, I saw a comment in the chat from Noah who said, I was frightened about math at first, but I feel safer knowing I knew how to do these. So thankful for the help offered here. Noah, first of all, thank you for your kind words. And most importantly, thank you for coming here today so that you can see that you know how to do these. What's one of the things I found the most striking as an ACT instructor, especially when teaching math, is realizing that like I don't actually have to teach my students that much math. They know how to do the math. The only thing I need to teach for the vast majority of situations is confidence, getting you to believe that you know how to do this, that just because a question looks scary doesn't mean it is scary, and it doesn't mean that you can't solve it. So give these questions a fair shake on test day. And sure, if you're stumped, fine. Skip it, move on, who cares? Not the end of the world. But a lot of them, if you just find a way to get started without panicking, you will be done before you even know it. So let's take a look at this question. First of all, we have this phrase in the question, 5-year loans. So this is a way for the ACT to try to be tricky because we don't have 5 years in the graph or in the chart. So tell me please in the chat, what were we supposed to look at here when it said 5-year loans? Which column? Remember, columns are vertical. So let's think for a second. In every year, there are 12 months. 5 times 12 gives us 60 months. So that is matching the scale. The question tells us the value in years, but the scale in the chart is in months. So do a quick conversion to make sure you're looking at the right column. And we're going to look at that 60-month column. So that's where we're going to look. Now, the test makers throw out another curveball here. They give us a 9% interest rate. A lot of your competition is going to panic thinking, oh no, 9%'s not in the data. What am I going to do? Well, tell me in the chat. Of course, what are you going to do on test day to find a 9% annual interest rate? Nice. Here I see some great comments in the chat from Gwendolyn, Paloma. Awesome. I mean, what we're going to do here, right? We got an 8%, we got a 10%. 9 is smack dab in the middle. So we're going to take the average of those two. So that's where we need to look, folks. We got to look at the 8% and the 10% annual interest rate, and we got to find the average. So we'll do our average formula, which we all know, right? We take those numbers, we add them up, and then we divide by 2 to find the average. So 20.28 plus 21.24, punch it into your calculator, and then divide that by 2 to get the answer, 20.76. Now let's pause here. Is that the final answer? Are we completely done with the question when we have this value, the 20.76? You should always ask yourself this in a very skeptical voice on test day because a lot of the traps on the ACT hinge on answer choices that answer a different question than what the test makers asked. You know, the test makers will ask you, what is x? Plus 2. And choice B will be just x, not plus 2. And choice C will be z instead of x, and so on. But here we actually are done, right? You always ask yourself suspiciously, but here, Kaylee is just borrowing per $1,000. And that is the scale in the data. It's all per $1,000. So yeah, let's just grab choice B here. And I'm really relieved because I was starting to get worried for a second there, guys. We were going to have a whole hour go by without a single choice B for Boris, which, I mean, personally and completely humbly, I think is the greatest ACT answer choice of all time. But there it is. Let's grab that answer choice and confidently move on with the exam. All right, let's take a look at number 11. This one is one I think you can do quickly. All right, so if I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and if you think, Boris, you're crazy giving this to me in 30 seconds, I can't do this in 30 seconds, well, give it your best shot. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Big deal. But if you can do it, what a confidence boost that'll be. All right, go for it. I'll see you in half a minute for the review. I saw a comment from Matthew in the chat. You got me all stressed there, Boris. Smiley face. I know. And ultimately, on the ACT, you got to get yourself a little bit stressed. Not a lot, just a little bit every time you're finishing a problem, because you got to remember to ask yourself, am I done? And it's such a great feeling when you're like, okay, all right, x equals 10. All right, oh, well, Boris said, I got to ask myself if I'm done. Oh! This question is not asking for x. It's asking for x divided by 5 for some silly reason. So, hey, I just avoided a trap. And that's a good thing, because the more traps there are in the ACT, the more that your competition is going to get answers wrong, and the further ahead your score will go. So let's take a look at this one. This one, we had our classic formula D equals RT. It's nice of the test makers to just flat out give it to us. And the test makers gave us a couple of parts of this formula. So it says that this automobile travels 60 miles. Now tell me please in the chat, 60 miles, which part of the equation would we substitute there? Well, 60 miles is a distance, so that's going to go in for D. And then similarly, when it says in 1.5 hours, I mean, clearly that is a time. So that's going to go in place of T, which is our time variable. So we're going to plug 60 miles in for D, 1.5 in for T. And then we're going to divide now both sides of the equation by 1.5 to get R all by itself. 60 divided by 1.5 is 40. Now, you got to stop on test day and ask yourself, am I done? Because maybe R isn't what the test makers want. Or maybe the test makers want the rate, but not in miles per hour, but in, centiliters per hexadecimal. I don't know. It can be anything. Here, though, take a deep breath, no problem. Right, we got 40 miles per hour. The test makers want an answer in miles per hour. So we can indeed grab choice G for great job here today, folks, and confidently move on with the ACT. All right, guys, nice work on all these questions. Thank you so much for coming to the ACT Prep-a-thon. Now, I hope you'll stick around for the whole 6 hours, of course. We all hope that you will. But if you are, picking and choosing some of the sessions, I do want to give you a bit of a heads up about what's coming up next. So I hope you'll stick around for this one. This is a session taught by Stephanie, whom you've seen in the chat. She's an incredible ACT instructor, and she's going to teach a session on reading for points on test day. So this is about the reading test on the ACT. Now, the reason that I love this session a lot is that a lot of people think that there's nothing they can do to improve their reading score. A lot of people think, oh, I'm a slow reader and the passages don't make sense, so nothing I can do. False. So please, if you are ever feel anxious about the reading test, stick around. Stephanie's going to do an awesome job here, showing you some hope for improving your score on that difficult ACT reading exam. And finally, I do want to mention, of course, that if you want to prep with us more after today, if you enjoyed the Prep-a-thon and you like what you see here and you want to have some more sessions with us, of course, check out captest.com for more preparation options from us for the ACT. All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me in the first hour. And again, great job. I hope you'll stick around. On the hour, we've got Reading with Stephanie coming up. Take care, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the Prep-a-thon.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to ACT Prepathon. So excited to have so many of you here today as we review some of the most frequently tested content that you're going to see on the ACT on test day. I'm Kaplan instructor Stephanie, joining me and of course joining all of you here as we delve into the reading test. We've got Heather and Zinga. You've already met Katie, Crystal, Laura, for those of you who were here with Boris in the last hour. So you have a wealth of support. Our bench runs deep in this section as we talk about how to read for points on test day. So we're really going to focus on that first component of the reading test, which is active reading. You can see that that's our subtopic for today. Just want to point out that as we resume the next 5 hours of ACT Prepathon, all of this material is coming from our ACT channel. So for a lot of the Kaplan students who are joining us today, you may be very familiar with that ACT channel. This is content that you can access kind of on demand whenever you like. For those of you who are perhaps new to Kaplan or new to our platform here, this is something that you can, like I say, access anytime you like. So this is just a sampling of some of that channel programming that we offer with our ACT products. You can, of course, ask about that to any of the fellow experts there in the chat. Speaking of the chat, go ahead, give a big shout out to everyone here. You can chat with your fellow students. I just want to point out we do have a lot of students, a lot of folks, a lot of you here with us today. So if you type a comment and you don't see it right away, don't despair. It is a moderated chat. We are seeing every single one of your comments, but just to make sure that that chat doesn't just like completely like go so fast we can't see it, it may take a little while for your comments to go through, but we are seeing every single one of your comments. I'm seeing some excitement already. I see Serene's like, yes, reading. I'm also seeing the opposite side of that. Matt's like, all right, who are those that are like, reading cup? Well, here's the thing about the reading test. You know, a lot of the students that I work with, and honestly, when I was a high school student, when I was taking the ACT, I thought the reading test was kind of a luck of the draw. Like I either liked the passages I saw or I didn't like the passages I saw, and oh, there's nothing I can do about it because it's just going to be, completely random. What we're going to focus on in this lesson is how to anticipate exactly what you need to focus on before you even see the questions, regardless of the passage that you encounter on test day. So I see Shay saying, I never have enough time. And honestly, time management, another one of those big obstacles that you face on the reading test. 35 minutes for passages, it's going to go by quickly. So you really have to have a plan of action to make sure you get in, get out, get exactly what you need. And that's what we're going to do as we read for points. So as I've been talking, you probably have looked over today's objectives, but I just want to highlight a couple of these. We're going to look at the elements of the passage that matter. These are the elements that are going to get you points on test day. The passages can be long, they might be uninteresting, you might find them boring, or you might find them very interesting, but full of details. And then you might get lost in the sauce trying to figure out like what matters, what doesn't. Ooh, I'm learning all these fun facts. But here's the thing. When you're reading on the ACT, you are reading to answer questions, not to learn something, not to understand, some new topic or like, get a piece of novel, oh, hey, what's this character doing? You're reading to answer the questions. And these are the elements that are going to help you do that. So we're first going to start the session off by talking about what these are, how you can identify them. Then we're going to apply that in a passage-like setting. That's where we're going to spend the most of our time today. Now, there is an advanced reading lesson this afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern. Heather is going to be leading that. So if you're looking to even dig further, you can, of course, join us then. We're going to be focusing on passage mapping. This is the part of our Kaplan method, which I'll explain to you in just a second, that incorporates these elements. That is going to allow you to quickly and efficiently answer the questions, because believe it or not, you will have been able to anticipate what many of the questions we're going to ask you about. I mean, what would you do? How would you respond if I said, you will be able to anticipate, you'll be able to know what the questions are going to ask you about without even seeing any of the questions. Really what we're going to be focusing on today. We're going to be doing some of that reading magic. So here's our Kaplan method for ACT reading. Now, confession time, no judgment here, but we can get it out there. How many of you have heard, or perhaps you do this, have been told you should read the questions first? Like skip over the passage, read the questions. And if this is you, if you have been told this, it's unlikely that whoever mentioned this to you was trying to do you a disservice. I mean, they very likely had your best interest at heart, but unfortunately it's somewhat misguided because, there's 10 questions. You can't read and memorize all 10 questions. And if it feels like by looking at the questions first and then going back to the passage every single time, it might feel like you're going faster, but you're in fact spending a lot more time going through that passage over and over and over and over again. The beautiful thing about active reading is that it allows you to know what to look for without having to look at the questions first, so that you can read the passage, get most of the content that you're going to need, move on to those questions, and then of course if you need a detail or something like that, you can go back to it. So that's our very first step of the Kaplan method for ACT reading. We're going to read actively, and as you may have suspected, this requires you to do something. This is an activity. And what that action is going to be, you're going to grab those pencils and you are on test day going to be circling, underlining, and annotating the main points, those key elements in the passage. We are going to spend most of our time focusing here on step 1 of the Kaplan method for ACT reading. When we get to a few questions, we will of course apply step 2 and 3. Step 2 is to look at the question stem. Tell Heather, tell Katie, Crystal, Laura, tell Nzinga, tell me, tell all of us here. Where is the answer for each reading comprehension question located? Every single one. Where can you find the answer? It's in the passage itself. You may think, well, it's up in my brain, but it's not. No outside knowledge required. So when we talk about reading the question stem, we're talking about the question-y part of the question, not the answer choices. You're going to read the question, go back, find proof, find support for your answer in the passage, and then you're going to make a prediction. And this prediction that you're making is based on the proof that you found in the passage. You're going to say, okay, this is my answer generally, or I see it right here in line 34. Then look at those answer choices, match it up. So I see Azaga saying, annotation's my greatest enemy. So here's the thing, for those of you who don't like annotating, maybe you've heard that you need to, but you don't like it because you're not quite sure what to do, or you think it takes an awful lot of time. Now, these are all very, fair criticisms if you're not annotating efficiently. So what we want to think about, we want to reorient our mindset here. Many of us may be thinking about annotations as something that is a summarization activity. Like you read the paragraph, you read the passage, and then you go, what did I just read about? What was this paragraph about? Oh, okay, this is how I'm going to summarize it, and then you write it down. Well, certainly if you're doing that, it's going to take a lot more time. I want you to think about this active reading as an anticipatory exercise. You're going to read, and then you're going to hit upon one of these keywords or one of these key elements and say, aha, I have a sense of where the author is going. I anticipate what's coming next because you're looking at the appropriate elements. So a lot of you already know that the answer is there in the passage. We are going to talk about how to find it quickly so that you can move on to that next passage and get through that reading section without so much time issue. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the central idea. Now, the beautiful thing about standardized reading is that it is, guys, brace yourself for this shocker, standardized. This is something many of us may forget when we emotionally respond to the ACT reading test, which is, oh, all of these passages are maybe different because the topic may be something that we like or the topic may be something that we don't like. But the fact that they're standardized means the same elements are going to be present, the same questions, the same topics are going to be asked about, the same elements are going to be the key. So the first thing you want to focus on is the central idea. Now, the central idea can be located in a couple different places. Go ahead and tell us in the chat, central idea. If this is a science passage, what might that central idea be called? If this is a prose fiction or a literary narrative passage, what might that central idea look like? But this is the main element. This is the one big thing that the author is talking about. When you're doing your own writing, you may think of the central idea as a thesis statement. It is something that all the details, all the other claims come back to. In a novel or in a prose fiction piece, the central idea may be kind of a moral lesson, or it could just be, a theme in terms of, oh, this is, the story of how I emoted this way, felt this way, had my feelings change from this to that. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. This is going to tie everything together. All of these keywords that we're going to talk about in the subsequent minutes here are going to connect these ideas to the author's main idea. And that's what you want your annotations to focus on. You want your annotations to focus on elements that are going to build up to this: claims, counterclaims, evidence, and opinion. So I love how I see Stephen was saying, yes, if this is a prose fiction, it could be a theme. Sarah, thesis or claim statement, absolutely. So the big overarching questions you're asking yourself for every passage: what is the author trying to do here? Why is the author writing this? And how do all of these other paragraphs, sentences, relate back to the central idea of the passage? This is what we call making a passage map. So the answers to these questions are going to be those key things that you annotate. Let's look at some of those other words that are going to help us identify how information relates. So claim statements. Now, a claim, let's look at this definition here. What is crucial for a statement to be a claim? It's not just enough that the author makes a point. Because if you don't support that point with evidence, what you've really given is your opinion. So when you see claims, these are going to be backed up by evidence, which means we actually have two types of keywords that are going to help you identify claims on test day. Many times authors make multiple claims, but all of them do ultimately support the main claim or the central claim or the central idea. So if you start to see the author making multiple points and they all seem to be supporting one of those points, then that is how you can identify that central idea. So here are some of our claim keywords. Now you may also know these as cause and effect keywords. We've got things like therefore, this means, thus, hence, so, or this suggests. So anytime you see these, you want to say, this is a claim. This is a point, a main point that the author is trying to make. Pause. Make sure you understand what specifically the author is saying. Now, these also appear with emphasis keywords, and take a look at some of these. Indeed. Well, if you say indeed, you tend to be restating or repeating something that you want your reader to know. Of course, obviously, clearly. So again, these are ways that the author introduces a main point or a point that to the reader should be clear, should be obvious. These all emphasize elements of the passage that the author wants the reader to understand. So by looking at emphasis keywords and by looking at claim keywords, we can quickly zero in on the point. What's the point that the author wants us to take away? Now, we talked about how claims have to have evidence. It's a little bit like that phrase. Have you ever heard the phrase, where there's smoke, there's fire? Well, where there's a claim, there must be evidence. And likewise, where there's evidence, there must be a claim. These things go together like peanut butter and jelly. Although I do kind of like peanut butter by itself. So evidence, this can be anything. A fact, a statistic, a result, any explanation, any reason that the author is giving for us to believe the claim that he or she is making. So tell us in the chat, what are some words that you would already include in your own writing that would introduce your reasoning or your rationale or your explanation for why you are doing or saying something? A lot of these words are words that we use in everyday conversation. One of my favorite words is because. The reason I love because as an evidence keyword is because it's such a ubiquitous word that we almost forget how powerful it can be. And if we say because, you need to review this study because your initial results weren't clear. You are studying here at ACT Prepathon because you know that you just can't cram for the ACT, and preparation is key. So words like because give you the explanation. We have words like since. Since it's the last day of the month, I have to make sure that I, pay my mortgage. Or since the ACT is a few weeks away, I have to make sure that I am registered. So these are all cause effect, or they're evidence for the claim that we're making. After all, or sometimes it's just the reason that. Now, so other types of evidence keywords here are going to be tied to our claim. I saw some other great ones come in the chat. They're like, for example. Well, for example is giving us a specific example. Quotes can definitely be pieces of evidence. Yes, facts, experimental results. I see that Shasta Thorne mentioned quote. And, as Eric pointed out, conclusion statement, something like in conclusion, that would definitely be something that would point back to a claim. Although typically we're not going to see phrases like that contained in the passages that you see on test day. If you do see something like and in conclusion, well then definitely take note. But it's often not going to be one of the main ones that the authors will use. So look at how these evidence and claim statements are linked. So here we have the claim statement, therefore. Evidence, therefore, claim. Or evidence shows that claim. So when you see one of these keywords, it in fact identifies what the evidence the author is using, as well as the main point that they want you to take away from that. Some of our evidence keywords can have the claim first. So claim because evidence, or sense because evidence, or claim after all evidence. So when you see these, make sure you mark them. Take note and ask yourself, what is the claim? What point is the author trying to make here? Now, we've seen some other good types of keywords I've seen come into the chat. So some of these are contrast keywords. Go ahead and tell me in the chat, what is your favorite contrast keyword? Maybe you have one that you prefer. Most authors do. Most authors have a stylistic preference for one keyword over another. But again, we have some really powerful, almost ubiquitous words that we may overlook as unimportant, but in fact, they tell us a lot about what we need to know in terms of the author's reasoning. Words like but, 3 little letters. We use it all the time. We see it all the time. These 3 little letters are worthy of your pencil because this tells us that a change is coming or that the author is contrasting 2 ideas. So some of these keywords are words that give us a definite change, although, despite, however. Other contrast keywords could just be making a comparison. So if you say something like better than, more than, these aren't necessarily contrast, but they're still comparing 2 different topics. Some of these contrast words aren't really keywords, but it really depends on how we use them. Have you ever told someone, like, gone up to them and been like, actually, you did a really great job. Actually, I really enjoyed your presentation. And has the person ever kind of been like, what? Wait, actually you enjoyed it? What do you mean? Were you expecting not to enjoy it? Were you expecting me to do a really bad job? So sometimes these keywords, we may not even use them colloquially as contrast words, but when we write with them, they definitely are. Actually would be another contrast keyword. And look at some of these others here. some will argue. Well, if I, the author, tell you that some people are going to argue this, as the author, what am I most likely going to follow this statement up with? Some will argue that you can just spend one day the night before studying for the ACT. Now, you may know that that is a factually incorrect statement, but some will argue it. So if I introduce some vague, ambiguous group of other people, here's another one. Others may suggest. If you're using these keywords to anticipate what's coming next, you say, the author is introducing what the counterclaim is. The author is introducing the opposite of what he or she ultimately wants me to take away. So if some argue this or others suggest this, I, as the author, am most likely going to come back and tell you why that's incorrect, or why that's wrong, or why it's, I love this word that Mithrin used, a refutation. I'm going to refute that. Now, another really powerful word here is seems. If something seems one way, well, it really seemed like she knew what she was doing. Then, contrary to how it looks, she probably didn't. It might seem like the ACT reading test is completely luck of the draw, and there's no way to know what to do with the passages that you're going to see until you see them. But, ooh, look at that other contrast word. But by knowing the key elements that matter, you'll be able to quickly decipher and pick those pieces apart. In fact, we're going to take a look at one of those passages chock full of keywords in just a bit. So I'm seeing some really fabulous contrast statements come in here. Contrary to popular belief, contrary to, another great one there, Jackie. And, however, but yes, we can use these. So to effectively answer contrast questions, make sure you have identified that contrast statement early on in the chat, or earlier on in the passage, and you will have already known what two ideas are being contrasted. You'll have anticipated this. And of course, if we see something like some, or it might ask, is the author introducing this because the author supports this? Is this author trying to provide additional context? Is the author introducing this contrast to weaken some other claim, or is the author introducing this to bolster his or her own claim? Why is that contrast being used? And our final element that we want to pay attention to here are opinion words. Now, opinions can be given to us in any part of speech, but they are ultimately always going to tell you the author's point of view. Or if we have a prose fiction piece, they're going to tell us the character's emotional state. So we're either getting point of view or we're getting emotional state. Let's look at some examples here. Tell us in the chat, what are some nouns that you could use that would indicate that you either think of something really positively or potentially something really negatively? And we're often used to thinking of, say, adjectives to describe something, but the nouns we use also matter. And so when you're focusing on word choice, if you ever see an extreme word, or if you ever see an author use a word that is highly positively charged or highly negatively charged, or in any way just judgmental, that is going to be a word that you want to key in on, because it's going to help elicit the author's point of view and overall the author's tone. So if I called something a masterpiece, well, then we know that I probably don't think poorly of this, right? I think it's pretty good. If I describe something as a fiasco or as a catastrophe, well, then I definitely don't think that this worked out. So nouns can be used to illustrate what we think of something. Well, let's come up with some adjectives. Now, of course, adjectives, there's a million of these out there. Almost every adjective is going to give us some sort of indication of how we feel about something, unless we're just physically describing it. So we could say that something was risky or monumental or worthwhile or beneficial, or any of those types of words would again give us either positive context or negative context. Verbs are another one. And again, we tend to be more accustomed to thinking about adverbs rather than the verbs themselves. But we've seen some of these verbs already, and of course you can share some that you come up with there in the chat. with Heather, Crystal, Laura, and Zinga and Katie. But something like, if you succeeded. Or even, here's our favorite one, seems. If it seems one way or another, that is a verb. That's pretty powerful. Of course, if you failed versus if you excelled. And then, of course, we have those adverbs, which are describing those verbs. So it could be unfortunately, or it could also be unfortunate, not as an adverb, but that would also be an opinion word. It could have been done beautifully or favorably. So when you see these types of words, think big picture, positive, negative. You don't really need to focus in on the nuance unless you have to. Just get the overall sense of the author's position. So when you encounter these, like I say, circle them or underline them. And these are the elements that are worthy of your pencil. The four that we've just talked about: claims, evidence, opinions, and contrast words. If it's not one of those four, it very, very likely is not worth your pencil. So think of your pencil lead as, be a little stingy with it, right? Don't underline everything, don't circle everything, only circle and underline what matters, so that when you have to go back to the passage, your eye can quickly zero in on exactly where everything is and the elements that are going to be useful. We're going to do that right now with a sample passage. So if you don't have a pencil, go ahead and get your fingers there on the chat. But what I want us to do, we're going to go through this one paragraph by paragraph. I'm going to give you some time to read. And as you do, I want you to be telling us in the chat the words that are worthy of your pencil. I'm going to give you a little guidance. So I'm going to give you some time just to read this paragraph. I want you to be focusing on an extreme opinion word that the author uses, and let that guide you to figure out what you should mark in the margin of this paragraph. Take a look. So in this paragraph, like in many paragraphs that you're going to see on test day, we have a lot of details, but not all of those details matter. Take a look at that very first sentence. We've got this really strong phrase, only one thing, only one thing offered any hope at all. And that one thing was books. Now, we do learn a lot of other things here in this paragraph. We learn a little bit about, the author's situation, what her mother does, but none of that is going to be the type of information that is necessarily going to get us a question on test day. We want to know what the author thinks and feels. And I see Gwendolyn, only one thing, and Music Magic gives us that other thing, the other half of this, which is only one thing gives hope, and that is books. So that's the takeaway here. We now anticipate what we are going to read in the rest of this passage. Go ahead and tell us in the chat, what do you anticipate this passage is going to be about? I mean, this is the most beautiful thing. You are one paragraph in, and if you're focusing on the right elements of the passage and elements of the paragraph, you have a sense of what you're going to read. The rest of the passage is no longer a mystery to you. Well, we've learned that only one thing in the author's life gives her any hope. That is books. We are very likely going to be reading about how these books gave her hope, or like, what's up with the books? We don't have to, give a whole long explanation, but we have a sense of where this passage is going to go. So we overlooked a lot of those details. We zeroed in right on the main idea, which is books equals hope. All right, let us take a look now at our next paragraph. Okay, a little bit of a longer paragraph here, so I'll give you a little bit more time to read it. But again, I want you to be focusing in on those elements that we looked at. Do we see any opinion words? Do you see any strong language or emotion words? If you do, make sure you tell us in the chat. Take a look at paragraph 2. All right, so in this paragraph, we're starting to get a little bit of the backstory behind this book hope situation. And I saw a lot of you say we're going to read about why books gave her hope or how books helped her. As Sasha says, Astrophys Aiden, her salvation is books. And guess what? You're right. This is exactly what we're getting here. We're kind of getting the start of this whole book situation. So we've got some fantastic emotion words here. So I'm seeing that she was left there alone. Stephanie Music Man gave us this one here. We've got some other emotions too. The author says she was too angry to read. Angry. And then we've also got some emotions from some of the other individuals here. No one seemed to care. That's right. I see Jackie's saying this, some of the others saying this. The librarians were indifferent to her presence. So we get this sense that the author is here at the library. And, right now, we don't need to think about the nuance. We can just say, clearly, the author didn't like this. Right? The first time she was there, none of these are good words. Alone, angry, indifferent, no one cares about me. These are not positive feelings, right? So the initial attitude towards books was bad, as David recaps for us there in the chat. Exactly. Now we don't want to read too much into it. We don't want to, assume why or how. What we do have definitive proof for, though, is that books initially not a fan. Not a fan of this whole library situation. Let us continue with the next paragraph here. Notice how, again, we're not reading into this. We're not trying to analyze or overinterpret. We're just basically focusing in on what is there in black and white on the page in front of us. Some of those emotion words. All right, now in paragraph 3, we're going to start to see some of these other types of transition words that we talked about. Let us know if you see one of those contrast words, but you're still focusing in on the character, or in this case, the author emotion. Take a look at paragraph 3. Well, I know we see this right off the bat, but transition. All right, so we have a contrast. So our author was angry, feeling like nobody cared, and now we've got to change from anger to boredom. All right, so I was angry, now I'm bored. Okay, still negative here. Notice how we have a little bit of a shift, but not much. The author is still very negative. The author is fuming, cultivating resentment. Again, none of this is very positive. And I love how a lot of you, I saw this in the chat, picked up on a change. Then one night. All right, so as soon as we read then one night, we don't yet know how the author feels, but we do know that there's a change that's about to happen. So because we've had a lot of negativity thus far, we might anticipate that there's something about this travel book that's going to change the author's mind. We don't know yet if we're right, but we are thinking, you know what? That could be plausible. I've got a lot of negativity. I see a then one night. I bet we're gonna see a change. Let's take a look. So in this paragraph, we could say, all right, we've got a shift. We might annotate this as like, well, she went from mad to bored to maybe intrigued, or to we're not quite there yet, maybe just mad to something else. What happened this one night? We're waiting. We want to find out. Let's do it in the second half of this paragraph. And you read this, I want you to focus on words that support the notion that the author has had a bit of a change of perspective. All right, so take a look at this change that you're anticipating. Were we right? I know Jackie and Nada were saying there's going to be a change in feelings. And again, we were right. You were right. We saw then one night and we got our change. Now, there's a lot of detail taking place here. And the point of this paragraph is not for you to know how the author has described Iceland. If you leave this passage getting a mental picture of what Iceland looks like, I guess good, but that's kind of missed the point, in fact. What we do want to focus on is the types of words the author used to describe it. Look at these descriptors. Lush, golden. All right, we went from like fuming resentment to describing something as lush and golden with turquoise waves lapping against a shore. Whoa, like this is all really positive language. So even though these words aren't describing the narrator's feelings or emotions per se, what we do want to pick up on is that there has been a change in tone. We have a shift or a tone change. We went from kind of negative language to some pretty positive language here on account of the book. All right, so all of these descriptions here, the descriptions themselves don't matter. But what does matter is that these descriptions illustrate a tonal shift. All right, so that's what we want to focus on, that they're just generally positive words rather than what specific positive words we're getting. We also have some others that may have indicated, we see like, rich, exotic. In this case, the author's thinking this is like a great thing. It's different than my own. So it's not the specific words, but just the overall accumulation of positive words. And when you get a ton of detail like we have here, read outside the details. Think about what all those details collectively give you rather than the individual details themselves. Because you're not going to see a question on test day that was like, okay, which of these is the color of the waves on the shoreline of Iceland? Like, you're not going to see that. But you may be asked why the author, writes lines 37 to 42, right? Which is to then indicate that this was something that changed her mood. So, in fact, yeah, this is looking awesome. I'm seeing some of you actually say tone shift. We're going to have to get a big star for identifying tone shifts. When you see these on test day in the passage, you almost know that there's going to be a question about them. So already you're just like, pat on the back self. Like, I already know I have identified a really crucial piece of this passage puzzle. Let's now continue on with our next paragraph. So now the author is telling us all about how awesome Iceland is. Let's go forward. All right, this time I want you to start telling me the types of words that matter. So we've seen some already. Read this next paragraph here and tell us in the chat, what would be worthy of your pencil here? What's the main point that we should take away from this next paragraph? So we have some time that's passed the next week, and notice here the author is saying, I have a kick in my step. Again, we have a lot of detail here. Entering the library, looking at the librarian, the library, none of that matters. What does matter is that whereas the first time the author came here to the library, it was this miserable experience. Now we've got this kick in the step. So we've got some positivity, and instead of smiling back, I want to go to another place. So this is the first time that the library is now a positive experience. That's the takeaway. There's lots of different ways that you could phrase that. You could say kick in the step, positive, finding a new travel book. You could say first time, good experience, looking at a new book. But notice how the new book in and of itself is not necessarily the point. The new book is just an illustration of this positive mindset. Now it's positive because of this new book. For the first time, I want to do this instead. Nice. Yes, the first time I'm seeing a lot of you put that instead. Nicely done. And again, we do have this contrast word here, but as well. Yeah, I should go ahead and point that out because, this is just emphasizing this. I'm excited to be here. Right? I don't have time to spend at the librarian. I've got to get to New Zealand. I want to go get lost in a book. I am now excited and feeling positively about this experience. Right. Continue on with this. Let's read the rest of the paragraph. I want you to read outside all of the details, and I want you to tell us just what is, in 2 or 3 words, what matters. What should you, as the reader, take away from the rest of this paragraph? I love that we're no longer like really trying to get in all the nitty gritty here. We're just saying, you know what? This is it's still positive. Author still likes this, thinks it's good, thinks it's fun. We do have some of these words here. You want to get in the habit of just identifying these. Not every contrast is a dramatic contrast. In this case, the author is contrasting sitting in the corner versus sitting in the center of the room because really excited to be here, right? Positive. I got to see it. I got to go there. I can't do it if I'm in the dark. So it's still just emphasizing that this is positive, 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 positive. All right. Is it better? Yes, it's still positive. Okay. Let us move forward. Notice how much we don't have to focus in on every single word. We're just thinking tone, opinion, point of view. That is what you want to take away from these detail-rich passages. All right, the summer's burning on. So we're no longer thinking about that first time. We're now continuing on. What are some of the positive words here that just tell us, yep, we're just going to keep on rocking and rolling right through this paragraph. We're not going to pause. We're not going to think. Everything is still what we've been expecting. A lot of this is, again, just extraneous detail. So we have the timeline, the summer's moving on. All right, now I'm looking at another place. Detail, 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 detail about the other place. Hey, guess what? It captivates me, so this other place is good too. Fantastic. That is all we take away from this paragraph. A new place, also good. Move on. We don't need to get caught up in all the detailed description. All right, longer paragraph here. So I'm going to go ahead and give you some more time to read it. And as you do so here, again, identify those phrases for us that are going to hit home the takeaway of this passage. sometimes that positively charged opinion phrase is just so hit you in the face obvious. You're like, this is what we've been saying all along. Now the author actually uses the phrase newfound love. Well, we could have known that this was true paragraphs ago because we've had multiple paragraphs just illustrating and emphasizing the same thing. After the author found this one book, like, she loves going to these places. Yeah, and now we just have a lot more just emphasis of this. You know, it did more than anything else. They didn't just take me to places, they did other good things. So we're still positive. We might say these are the benefits of the books. You know, that kind of just quickly summarizes all of these positive experiences that the author is receiving as a result of taking these books home. What do we notice in the next paragraph? It's nice, it's short, and it's also chock full of contrast words. You know, here the author is just stating the contrast we already knew. Didn't like it at first, like it now. Protested in the beginning, but like it now. So all of this is just summarizing the tonal shift and the shift in attitude that you've already been aware of because you've been thinking about those keywords all along. Okay. This passage doesn't quite end there yet. Let's look at 2 more paragraphs, and then we'll take a look at some of these questions associated with it. What are the resonant keywords that matter for these next couple of lines? Think about opinions, think about positively and negatively charged words, think about contrast statements, think about evidence and claim keywords. Now, we have a different emotion right up front, right? The author is no longer talking positively, but in fact feels sorry for her mom. And here's where we have that evidence keyword that helps us out and helps us understand why. I felt sorry because, you know, she doesn't get to go on these cool travels with our author through these books. And that is in essence the main point of this paragraph. It's the same thing with my dad too. So I feel sorry for my mom. She doesn't get to do this. I feel sorry for my dad. He also doesn't get to go on any of these cool adventures. That's the main takeaway. Let's wrap this passage up. And as we do, I want you to think about the central theme, that central idea that is woven throughout every single paragraph. And go tell us in the chat, why did the author write this? Wrap it up. We don't have a ton of keywords here in this last paragraph, but we do continually see that contrast. These books are a positive thing. So things aren't necessarily positive at home. Things aren't perfect at home, but the books give me something positive. They take me to places. Again, we have really positive language, belonged, you know, contrasting some of this negativity. So the main idea of this, we've known it really from the very first paragraph, and we've seen it throughout. These books were a positive influence on this author. These books gave the author hope, allowed her to, you know, have some positive experiences when things weren't so great. And we see that here in the end as well. So if you're saying the central theme here is that the author wanted to describe how influential these books were that one summer, or how the author's opinion of the library changed from negative to positive because of these experiences with the books, there you go. That is the essence here, that there was a change in tone and that the overall takeaway was that these books were positive. Let's grab some questions now that we have focused in on those keywords, and notice how we can anticipate the answers to these. So in fact, I'm going to cover up the answers. And I just want you to tell us, well, I guess I don't have to cover up number one because we've already done this. What is the main idea of the passage? Go ahead and vote in the poll. And Zinga's got that poll, or Heather's got that poll open for you there. Which of these matches up with our prediction of it's to show her appreciation of books, her love for books, so to show how it all started. Gwendolyn booked help the authors escape. Yeah, well, we know that books equal positive stuff. That matches up with answer choice B. None of these other answer choices come close to repeating the same notion that we've seen in every single paragraph. While D may be true, it is true that the narrator reads more travel books than her family members do. That is a true statement, but it's not the main idea, because notice how not every piece of this passage is trying to tell you just how much more the author reads, right? This was about the positive experience, how much the author liked books. I am loving it. We're going to have to get a nice big gold star for some super good work predicting the answer before you even knew it was a question. Let's take a look at two more. All right, so question number 2. We want to know which of the following explains how she felt in lines 1 through 23. Well, I've got lines 10 through 23 up here on the board. You know, lines 1 through 9 with that first paragraph. Think about those words that we had already noted. There in our passage map, we had words like alone, angry, people are indifferent to me, no one cares. This is the proof for our answer. In fact, our prediction is the author feels angry, indifferent, that people don't care she's there, and alone, and match it up with an answer in the poll. I mean, when you have these keywords circled, there's no other answer to pick but J. The narrator felt angry, totally, actually says that she's angry, feels unnoticed, no one cares that she's there, people are indifferent to her presence. Bada bing, bada boom, circle answer choice J and move on to the next question. Don't even double think it. No second guessing here. And finally, let's take a look at question 3. How does the narrator describe her mother? Well, we get mom up in this part, and particularly we get some keywords that she feels sorry because she doesn't get to do all these neat things. Right? Her mother's always working. I can hardly talk to her. Right here is our proof. We just need to match this up. This is, in fact, our prediction. Our prediction is mom is hardworking and doesn't speak to the narrator much. You know, look at that. We've got proof for both of this. Hardworking, yep, she's always working. That's hardworking. Emotionally distant, well, I can hardly talk to her. You know, we have proof for that as well. So when you focus in on these elements, you're able to quickly figure out what matters, what doesn't. And more importantly, you're not going to get lost in the sauce. You're not going to get bogged down in all of those extraneous details, trying to memorize a whole bunch of things that aren't going to get you any points on test day. Now, as a reminder, we've got more reading coming up at 4 o'clock with Heather. We'll be doing some advanced reading there. But up next, we have Nzinga, who's going to be talking about how to decipher data on the ACT. I've got to give a couple more stars here. Fantastic job here. Both in the chat and also really nicely done focusing on what matters and pulling yourself out of some of those detailed paragraphs. We've got a lot more ACT Prepathon on its way to you, 4 more hours, in fact. So stick around, and we hope to see you back real soon. Take care, everyone.
Well, hello. Welcome to your ACT Prepathon. My name is Nzinga, and we have many amazing ACT instructors in here with us. We have Greg, we have Stephanie, we have Heather, we have Katie, and they are going to be answering your questions. So we're definitely very excited to be here with you because we are going to be taking a look at deciphering the data when it comes to the science test. on the ACT. So we're going to be taking a look at various charts and graphs and what you want to make sure that you get out of those charts and out of those graphs. Now, while we're doing that, please make sure that you answer in the polls whenever we have polls, and please, please, please make sure that you participate in the chat, because the more that you participate, the more that you're going to get out of this session. Now, keep in mind, this is a moderated chat, so you may not see your particular response show up, but we are definitely working behind the scenes to answer all the questions and take a look at all the input that you do in fact have. So with that, let's go ahead and let's get started. Let's take a look at the main thing that we're going to be dealing with and what you should be able to do by the time that you finish this lesson. We're going to be taking a look at the charts, the tables, the graphs, making sure that you can get the relevant information out of it. And we're also going to be taking a look at making sure that you can answer the questions as quickly and as efficiently and as correctly as you possibly can. We're also going to be taking a look at some of the trends and making sure that we know how to extrapolate from the trends in the data. Now, let me ask you this. How do you feel in general about charts and graphs and tables on the science test? Are you okay with them? Do you not love them so much? Are you like, they're like so-so? So let me know in the chat. How do you feel about the charts, the graphs, and the tables whenever you have to figure out information from them? I'm curious to know. So while you're doing that, let's kind of take a look at some of the basic ideas that you want to understand whenever you're taking a look at those charts and graphs and tables. We're taking a look at the variables, things that are going to be changing. You want to make sure that you know the independent variable. The independent variable typically is what we're going to be studying. So one of the things that you may have done, I don't know if you did this experiment in elementary school, maybe you did, let me know if you did, where you have a plant and you expose the plant to full sun, and then you expose the plant to partial sun, and then you expose the plant to shade. You take 3 different plants, same plant, and then you see how well they grow. Okay, well, the independent variable was going to be the amount of sunlight that you exposed each one of these plants to. So that's typically the thing that you are going to be changing. Is going to be the independent variable. The dependent variable typically is the thing that you're measuring. Okay, so in this particular case, we're measuring how much the plant indeed was going to grow. Now, a lot of things need to be controlled so that we can make sure we're only measuring what we intend to measure. So if you think about what needs to be controlled, if you're thinking about our experiment, you can think about the type of plant, the type of soil, the type of pot, all of those things, the amount of water would need to be controlled. So you always want to make sure that you're paying attention to the units, because that's going to be super duper important. You want to make sure that you know what the units are on the x-axis. You want to know what the units are on the y-axis. You want to know what the units are in the columns, in the tables, in the rows. And you want to make sure that you can focus on exactly what you can identify. You always, always want to make sure that the units in the answer choices are going to be the same in the chart or the table or the graph. That's going to be important also. And you have to make sure that you understand the trends. You can see overall, is this going to be increasing? Overall, is Y going to be decreasing as X is increasing? What exactly is that trend is going to be? These are things that you want to make sure that you know so that you can identify them, so that you can know exactly what is going to happen and you can predict what's going to be able to happen in the future. Okay, so those are going to be the fundamentals that you want to make sure that you know. But let's take a look at how that's going to play out in a table itself. So if we're thinking about the table, a lot of times that first column, that's going to be the independent variable. And then the rest of the columns are going to be showing you how that independent variable is affecting the dependent variable. So we're going to see an example of that. And a lot of times you may see more than one variable, so definitely be prepared to see more than one variable. Always pay attention to the units. The units are going to be something that is very, 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 did I say very? Because the units are going to be very important. It would be an absolute horror and it would be absolute heartbreak if you got everything right on the question, but when it came to getting the units were the thing that made you get that question incorrect. So did we say pay attention to the units? Because we want you to pay attention to the units. And as always, pay attention to what those trends are going to be. Now, I know that you said that, not really sure, that you're scared, or that you kind of want to get into it into a little bit more detail, don't like them, overwhelming. let's kind of break it down a little bit so that you can see some of the things that you definitely do want to focus on whenever you're going to be taking a look at a question. So you know what? Let's take a look at examples so that you can see this question that we're going to be dealing with here. If you look at this, go ahead and take a moment and read the question stem. Okay, so let's take a look at the chart and let's do this question together. So one of the things that you want to note is that if you take a look at this first column is just telling you the tape brand, okay, different tapes, X's, Y, Z, and then this is telling you the tape width. So if you take a look at this, you can say, oh, you know what, this is going to be my independent variable. This is going to be the thing that I'm going to be changing as we're going to be going along. So once you see that this is going to be your independent variable, now you have a better idea of what's going on. Okay, so here we have our independent variable. Okay, so if we're thinking about our independent variable, we want to make sure that you note that the rest of the columns, these are going to be your dependent variables, the things that are going to be changing, the force that are going to be used, or the amount of force that is going to be used in order to remove that tape. Okay, so I'm going to put an IND right here for the independent variable, and then all of these are going to be, I'm going to put DEPEND for the dependent variables that we're looking at. Okay, so if we look at this, we wanted to know, as the width of the tape increases within each brand, okay, so we're going through the width of each tape from 1 to 2 to 3 centimeters, what's going to be happening to the force that's going to take to remove this tape? Well, you tell me, what overall trend with brand tape X do you see? As the width of the tape increases, what's happening to the force that is going to be needed in order to remove this tape? So if you look at this, you can see as the width of the tape is increasing from 1 to 2 to 3, that the amount of force is going to be increasing also. So we're going to be taking a look a little bit later at what specific type of relationship that's going to be. So if we look at this, and I like what you said in the poll, we know that our correct answer is indeed going to be A, that it's going to increase only. And you'll note, we'll also see this for the other types of tape, for tape Y, for tape Z also, that we also saw the increases, okay? So that was going to be something that you can look at and you can see what's going on. Okay, so you know what? Let's take a look at a different type of graph or chart. Let's take a look at your line graphs and what you need to know about them for testing. So once again, we're identifying the variables. So typically, your independent variable tends to be on the x-axis, while your dependent variable is going to tend to be on the y-axis. So make sure that you remember that. That's a nice, easy way to identify them. And you want to make sure that you know what the relationships are between these variables. So you want to know, as x is increasing, is y increasing also? As x is decreasing, is y decreasing? What's going on? And always pay attention to the units on the axis. You want to know what units are on the x-axis, and you want to know what the units are on the y-axis. And you want to know by what increment that the units are going to be increasing. Does one tick mark mean 1 unit increase? Does one tick mark mean 10 units increase? Does one tick mark means 20 units increase? What are we dealing with here? So that's going to be something that you want to make sure that you look at also. In addition to, once again, looking at the trends, knowing whether the trend is to increase overall, knowing whether the trend is to decrease overall, so that you can see exactly what's going on. So, you know what? Let's take a look at another example. And as always, you can make sure that you put your answer in the poll if you know the answer. So let's take a look at this first figure. So one of the things that you see here is that we have the years. Okay, so we can see that the time, this is going to be the independent variable that we have here. Okay, so then if you take a look at the y-axis, and you may have to kind of turn your head a little bit to the side to look at it, we know this is going to be the brightness. And the brightness is going to be the dependent variable in this particular case. Okay, so we got that. So then we want to take a look at what the particular legend of the graph is going to be saying, because that's always going to be super duper important too. So we can see that we have brightness is more of the straight line, and then we have the number of sunspots is the more of the dashed line. So what overall trend do you see? Does brightness and the number of sunspots, do they go together, or do they seem to be going in opposite directions? So what do you think? in terms of the way these two seem to correlate to one another. So one of the things that you notice is that, yeah, these tend to go together. So since you see that these tend to go together, we want an answer choice that indicates that they tend to go together. So we look at this and we say, okay, the number of sunspots is highest when the sun is near its maximum brightness. You know what? That goes exactly with our prediction. And remember, as part of the Kaplan method, you always want to make sure that you do, in fact, predict. So we know that our correct answer choice is going to be F, because they definitely follow each other very, very closely. Okay, good. So think about that as it relates to your line graphs. So now let's also take a look at scatter plots and what you need to know about the scatter plots as it relates to test day also. So as you're looking at your scatter plots, you'll see a whole bunch of dots that are going to be on a given graph. Now we always have to identify our key players because that's going to be key towards doing well. You have to identify your independent variable, tends to be on the x-axis. Identify your dependent variable, tends to be on the y-axis. And you want to make sure use that legend because it's really going to help you out. Now, something that's going to be different about your scatter plots is that one of the things that you want to do is try to identify a line of best fit, a straight line that goes through the vast majority of the points. That's going to give you an idea of what the overall trend is going to be. So, speaking of, let's take a look at an example of a scatter plot. So if you look at this one, as always, if you want to put in your answer in the poll, feel free to do so. Let's take a look at this one. So you want to note what's going on the x-axis. So you tell me, what's the independent variable in this case? Now that we kind of have a hang of what's going on. So we know that the independent variable is going to be our molar mass. Good. Okay, so that's going to be something that's key. And then let me know what's going to be the dependent variable. So the independent variable, the molar mass, is going to be what we're changing. And we want to know, well, what are we observing as we change the molar mass? What's that dependent variable? So one of the things that you'll note is that dependent variable is going to be the boiling point, okay? So one of the things that you want to do, you do want to make sure that you put a line of best fit in there so you can see what's going on. So if we put that line of best fit to kind of make sure that we note what the overall trend is, it kind of looks like the overall trend is as the molar mass is increasing. You tell me, what's happening to the boiling point overall as the molar mass is going to be increasing? You'll note that, like you're saying, the boiling point is going to be increasing also, okay? So now you do want to make sure that you take a look at the legend to make sure you understand what's going on. So you can see that the boxes are going to be your alkanes, and you can see that the alcohols are going to be the circles. Okay, so now we have an idea of what's going on in the graph. Let's take a look at the figure. Let's take a look at the question. So we're being asked, based on figure 1, we want a summary of the relationship between the molar mass and the boiling point of an alkane. Oh, okay. So if we're thinking about the alkanes, you tell me. Are we looking at the squares or are we taking a look at the circles when we are thinking about the alkanes according to our legend? So you look at this and you're like, okay, we must be taking a look at the squares. Okay, so we look at the squares and we say, well, we know they're following the same trend, that as molar mass increases, that the boiling point is going to increase also. So we want an answer choice that goes with that. So we have the molar mass of substance has little effect. We don't think so. That absolutely is not where we're going with this at all. So then we take a look at the answers that do make a little bit more sense. And you know what? I like what you're saying in the poll, that as the molar mass of the substance is increasing, the boiling point is going to tend to increase also. Good, okay? So these are the ways that you want to analyze and assess these types of your data as it's going to be presented to you. So now let's take a look at another way that data can be presented to you, and these are going to be your bar charts, okay? So let's kind of take a look at the variables. Once again, Typically on the x-axis, you are going to have the independent variable. And I'm sounding like a broken record now, but that's good because that means that there's less stuff that you have to memorize. And we know that typically the y-axis, say it with me, what typically tends to be on the y-axis when it comes to these tables and charts and diagrams and scatter plots and all of these things. So we know that typically you're going to tend to have the dependent variable on this y-axis. As always, pay attention to the units. You want to know what each one of those tick marks is indeed going to be. And you want to make sure that you know what everything in the legend is. And you want to make sure, once again, that you're taking a look at trends, because trends are going to be super duper important. You also want to make sure that you note which bar that you're supposed to look at. And there's something a little bit different about bar graphs. Sometimes they don't always start at 0 on the axes. So just be careful of that and just make sure that you are on the lookout to see where the axis is going to be starting. So as always, let's take a look at a question so that you can see how we can deal with this. So let's take a look at this figure. So if we identify the independent variable, we know it's going to be the time that we're going to be looking at. If we identify the dependent variable, we know that this is going to be the number of proton events. Now, a wonderful thing about the ACT test is that you don't have to have any idea about what the science is talking about. So don't get intimidated if you're like, what's a proton event? I don't know what a proton event is. Just automatically go to the data because that's what the ACT is primarily testing you on, your ability to understand and to decipher the data. Okay, so we can see that we have individual tick marks in between each year. Okay, you tell me, what do you think that these individual tick marks represent? If you look closely, how many tick marks are there in between each year? Between 92 and 93. So what do you think that each one of these tick marks represents? And you can kind of take a sneak peek at the answer choices in the question stem in order to help you figure it out. This is going to be the months that you had. So that's a good thing for you to know. So always take a look at the units to see what's going on. Okay, so we're being asked, according to figure 2, the highest number of proton events in 1990 was measured during the month of. Okay, so we're going to be honing in on 1990. So let's see, what exactly is going to be going on during this particular state in which we're going to be thinking about this. So we look at this and we're like, okay, well, if we're trying to figure out what's going on, we want to make sure that we're honing in on the right year. So in order to hone in on the right year, we have to make sure that we're, doing what we do in fact need to do. So as we look at this, we can say, okay, 1990 is what we're looking at. So we're kind of going from about here to about here. Okay, so you can sit there and count the tick marks. Okay, you can. But you can also kind of think critically. And that's one of the things that we at Kaplan kind of encourage you to do in order to make sure that you get the answer choices as quickly as you possibly can. If you take a look at the answer choices, you're like, January, no, because you can definitely see that the highest month is going to be in the middle here. So since you can see that this highest month is going to be in the middle here, you're like, that's probably not going to be January. What's another month that is probably not going to be out of these that you see in the answer choices? Other 2 months, actually, that is probably not going to be out of what you see in the answer choices. So as you look over here, it gets kind of low. It gets kind of scarce. So you're like, it's probably not November. It's probably not September. So you can confidently go with the idea that, you know what, this answer choice is indeed going to be March. Okay. So please, please, please make sure that you look for as many ways as you possibly can in order to get away from having to do a lot of work. That's going to be very time consuming. Okay, so now that we've taken a look at the bar charts, let's take a look at pie charts and what you need to know about the pie charts for test day. So as always, you want to make sure that you're identifying what are the variables, what things are in fact going to be changing. Now, when it comes to the pie charts, typically it's going to be showing you the portions or the parts of a whole. So you want to be able to see, okay, which part is going to make up the biggest portion, which part is going to make up the smallest portion, so that you can use that in order to answer questions. Sometimes you'll see the portions in terms of numbers, sometimes you'll see the portions in terms of percentages, but remember that that percentage must always add up to 100. So let's take a look at a question that is going to exemplify what you're going to see on test day when it comes to your pie charts. So if we look at this, let's kind of analyze the diagram. So we have a soil sample composition by percent volume. Okay, that's good for us to know that this is percent volume, because you always want to know by what particular manner are we going to be measuring this. Okay, and then we can see that the different shades of our colors are going to be sand, silt, clay, and other. So we look at this and we say, okay, well, we can see overall what particular particle type tends to be the most abundant particle type according to this particular diagram that we have here. Just so that we can kind of get our feet wet and kind of get an idea of what we're dealing with. You'll note that sand tends to be the most abundant one. Okay, so let's take a look at the question. So we have certain species of plant can only grow in soil that's composed of at least 50% sand and 10% clay. Will this plant grow in the soil sampled? Okay, so you know what? This is the sand. So, okay, we can kind of note that this is the sand. So that's definitely at least 50% sand. And by the way, if you know the answer, feel free to put it in the polls. And then it needs to be 10% clay. Okay, so we have to go back over here. And we're like, you know what? This over here is the clay. Ooh, that is not 10% clay. That is 7.5. Nope, nope, nope. So we want the answer choice that goes with that. So it should be a big fat no, that this plant will not grow in this particular soil. And it's because we do not have enough clay. Okay, so that's exactly what we see in our answer choice C that you see right there. Okay, so always identify what you see in the graph. See if you can figure out what the trends are going to be also. Now, we've been talking about trends this entire time, so let's delve a little bit more into these trends. Let's take a look at some of the basic trends that you'll tend to see. Here's going to be one of the relationships that you may see a lot, a direct relationship between what's on the x-axis, the independent variable, and what's on the y-axis, the dependent variable. So you can see as this x value is increasing, the y value is going to be increasing also. So you know that as soon as we talk about a direct relationship, what do you think is the next type of relationship that we're going to talk about? And in this relationship, as x increases, y is actually going to decrease. So we know that we're going to be thinking about an indirect relationship, and that's exactly what you see in this example here. Good. So be on the lookout for those two types of relationships, because sometimes you'll see that written in words, and you're going to have to pick that out as the correct answer choice. So also, let's take a look at some other trends that you won't see as much, but that you definitely want to be more familiar with on test day. So you have kind of like a U or a V-shaped trend, where you're going to have a decrease in the y value, then it kind of stagnates, and then you have an increase in the y value. Okay, so that's a U-shaped data that you may see. Now, you also have the idea of your exponential data, where you may have a steep, a sharp decrease, and then it kind of levels off. Okay, so that's an exponential decrease. Note, you can also have an exponential increase, where it increases sharply, and then it kind of levels off a little bit, okay? And every once in a while, you'll have no trend. So that's the pattern that you see here. No trend, that the data is just kind of all over the place. So just be aware of that so that you can be ready to deal with it any way that you see it. So let's do some practice with some of the trends that you want to make sure that you know. And I like the fact that Sasa and Shreya and Sarah and Ashley, that you are able to kind of know what some of these trends are. Okay, so let's take a look at this table that we see here. So here you can see cliff section height. Okay, so more than likely, this is going to be the independent variable. And then the percentage of a year the cliff section is exposed to wave erosion. So you take a look at this one, and this is going to be the dependent variable that you have. Okay, so let's take a look at how much the cliff section height is increasing. By what increment do you see the cliff section height increasing in the independent variable? It's increasing by 0.5. Okay, so let's take a look at what's happening with the dependent variable. So 52 to 37, wow, that's a big drop. To 21, that's a big drop. To 9, that's a huge drop. To 3, to 1.7, then to, so it kind of starts to level off. Out of the types of ways that the independent and dependent, the x and the y, can be related to one another that we just talked about, what do you think that this is an example of? Do you think this is a direct proportion? Do you think this is indirectly proportional? Do you think this is exponential? Do you think this is U-shaped? What do you think that this is, based upon the fact that we're having a very steady increase in cliff height, but a dramatic decrease in the percentage of the year the cliff is exposed to a wave and then it levels off? So that kind of already gets you an idea of where you want to go. As you're looking at this, you'll know, like Sasathon and Jante are saying, this is an exponential decrease that you see here. So when it goes to the question and they're asking us which figure best represents the relationship between the height of the cliff section and the percentage exposed to wave erosion, we want an exponential decrease. So let's see which answer choices we can eliminate. So we're like, J, that's showing an increase. As X is increasing, Y is increasing. No, we absolutely do not want it. We know that H is also showing an increase. So we do not want that at all. Okay, so these are going to be things that we have to pick from. So now we're down between F and G. So F represents an exponential decrease. So if you picked F, that is absolutely the correct answer. And G, what kind of decrease does that represent? It's going to be a direct decrease. Okay, so that is going to be something that you do want to think about. Okay, so these are going to be keys towards making sure that you can understand what you need to understand in order to decipher the data on the ACT. Okay, so this is going to be something that you want to make sure that you're going to be practicing. So always take a look at that data in the tables, in the charts, in the graphs. Identify independent variables, identify dependent variables, and practice getting the information off of the data tables, charts, graphs, etc. Okay? Please, please, please make sure that you stay tuned. What we're going to have coming up next, we're going to be taking a look at some trigonometry and what you need to know about trigonometry for test day with me. So please make sure that you practice, and please make sure that you take a look at more of our content on the ACT channel. See you. Hi, welcome to your ACT Prepathon, or welcome back. We have some amazing information about trigonometry here for you in today's triggered section. So in order to answer your questions, we have some amazing instructors. We have Heather, we have Rob, we have Stephanie, and Katie, and they are going to be making sure to answer your questions in addition to Greg. So one of the things that you're going to be seeing is the poll in the chat. So please, please, please make sure that you put your answers in the poll and make sure that you participate in the chat, because the more you participate, the more you're going to get out of this Prepathon session, which includes information from the ACT channel. So there's definitely a lot of good things on the ACT channel here for you. Just as a note, this is a moderated chat that you're going to be seeing. So when you type something, you may not see your particular comment. But don't worry, all of us are in fact seeing them. So keep on participating so that you can get the most out of this session. So let's take a look at some of the major topics that we're going to be dealing with today. We're going to be taking a look at some trigonometric ratios so that you can know what the understandable ratios that you need to know. We're also going to be taking a look at some trigonometric functions, and we're going to be taking a look at some trigonometric identities so that you can know what you need to know for test day. So as you know, trigonometry, it's all about the triangle. And especially, we are thinking about the right triangle and what you need to know about the right triangle for test day. So you may be familiar with the idea of SOHCAHTOA. So this is something that's fundamental. You want to make sure that you know what sine represents. So actually, you tell me, what does sine represent? So sine is what over what in relationship to the angle that we are looking at. Okay. So you'll note that sine is going to be your opposite over your hypotenuse. Good. If we think about our cosine, cosine represents what over what? So you'll note that the cosine is going to represent your adjacent over your hypotenuse. And then if you think about the tangent, you know the tangent is going to represent the what? So you know that the tangent is going to represent the opposite over the adjacent. So make sure that you have that cold, because you're going to have to use that idea a lot in today's questions that we're going to be looking at. Okay, let's kind of take a look at a triangle. And by the way, that's something you always want to have when it comes to trigonometry. If you don't see a triangle, draw one. That's going to be one of the fundamental ways to really help understand trigonometry. So here we have a triangle. We're thinking about it with respect to our angle A. So since we're going to be thinking about it with respect to our angle A, we're thinking about, okay, well, what's going to be opposite angle A? We can see the opposite angle A is going to be 3. Adjacent to angle A is going to be 4. And by the way, this is going to be one of the classic right triangles that you need to know about for test day, so that we can note what triangles that we can deal with and deal with easily. So if we're thinking about the cosine of A, we know that it's going to be adjacent over the hypotenuse, so it's going to be 4 over 5. So you know what? If we're going to be thinking about another idea, you want to be able to figure out the cosine of A, the sine of A, the tangent of A, anything of A that you do indeed want to figure out. Okay? So with that, one of the things that you can do in order to make sure that you get everything out of this session that you need to, I'm going to be putting a little arrow on the screen to indicate that if you want to take a screenshot, you definitely can take a screenshot, okay? So that's to let you know that we're done with a particular slide. So you know what? Let's do a question so that we can see how we can get to the correct answers. So let's take a look at this one. We're being told if tangent of x is equal to 7 over 24, then we want to know what's the value of sine x. Okay. It's a trigonometry question. What are we going to do? We are going to draw a triangle, okay? So we want to make sure that we draw it in the correct way. So we want to make sure that we're saying, okay, tangent of x is going to be equal to opposite over the adjacent. So since they gave us 7 over 24, we know that 7 must be the opposite, and we know that the adjacent must be equal to 24. So we can go ahead and we can draw that in. So here's our angle x. So this must be the opposite. This must be the adjacent. And we can, in fact, label it. Label it, label it. Labeling it is going to be really key for test day. So then after you look at that, we're being asked for the sine of x. Okay, so since we're being asked for the sine of x, one of the things that you want to note is that the sine is going to be your opposite over your hypotenuse. So since you know that you're being asked for the opposite over the hypotenuse, so you have opposite over the hypotenuse, we're like, oh, we know what the opposite is, but that means we need to figure out what the hypotenuse is. So you tell me, what theorem can we utilize in order to figure out what the hypotenuse is? It's probably a theorem you're familiar with. So if you said Pythagorean, you're absolutely correct. Okay, so you can do your a squared plus b squared is going to be equal to c squared. So you look at this, you're like, okay, just figure it out, plug and chug. You end up with your c squared or your 8 squared is going to be equal to 25. After you do 7 squared plus 24 squared, and you add it all up together, you get 625. And by the way, you need to memorize that 25 times 25 is 625. It's something you'll see a lot. So then you plug in your 25 and you're like, oh, I need opposite over the hypotenuse. Well, I need 7 over 25. So boom, I know that my correct answer choice is indeed going to be A. Okay, so please make sure that you think about that so that you can, in fact, be ready and know exactly what is going on. Okay. So we're done with this page. So if you'd like to take a screenshot, you definitely can. So you know what? Let's take a look at something that's going to be super duper important in order to help us understand some of the relationships of the trigonometric functions. We're going to be taking a look at the unit circle. So let's take a look at how exactly it can be useful. So let's think about how we're measuring the angles. Typically, as we're going to be taking a look at a positive angle, one of the things that we're going to be doing is we're going to be going counterclockwise as we're measuring a positive angle. Counterclockwise from our original start position. So that's an important thing to note, that our start position is always going to be right here. So what we basically did was that we made a circle that has a radius of 1. So we had the center at the intersection of the two axes, and the circle has a radius of 1 all the way around. Okay, so we look at this and we start here and we can go counterclockwise in order to get a particular angle. So you'll note this particular angle from 0 to 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 to 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, up to 90. Okay, so from 0 to 90, we also want to think of this in terms of pi because that's really going to help us out really later on. Okay, so we know that right here, this is going to be our pi over 2, which is going to be the same as our 90 degrees. Okay, so that's going to be something that I really want you to think about. This is pi over 2, and that is going to be equal to 90 degrees. So you're like, oh, okay, I got that. And then over here, this is going to be our pi, which is going to be equal to 180 degrees. Okay, so please make sure that you think about that. So we're like, okay, so after we've gotten to our 90, we can go past that and we can go, okay, 90, 100, 120, 130, 135. Okay, so we got all the way to 135. So then if we're thinking about negative angles, we go in the exact opposite direction. We go in the clockwise direction. So since we're going in the clockwise direction, we're going from 0 backwards, okay? And then we can see that we have this in that quadrant number 4. This will be negative 45 degrees. Okay, so we look at this and then we start thinking about ways that we can relate this to the trigonometric functions. So that was going to be the setup. So let's relate it to the trigonometric functions so that we can see what we need to see for that. So if you look at this, and by the way, if you want to take a screenshot of this, you definitely can, so that you can get a feel for what's going on here. Okay, so if we think about this, one of the things that you want to note that if we're trying to figure out the sine or the cosine of 135 degrees, well, we can draw that radius at 135 degrees. We draw that radius at 135 degrees, and then we draw a line straight down from that radius. We drop that line perpendicular to the x-axis, okay? So as we're dropping that line perpendicular to the x-axis, we can figure out what the angles are. Since this line is going to be perpendicular to the x-axis, we know that this is going to be 90 degrees. Perfect, okay? So then we can figure out what degree this is, Because if we remember, we said that here's going to be 0 degrees that we started looking at over here. Here we say this is going to be 180 degrees, aka pi. So we're like, oh, okay. So from here to here is 135. From inside the blue to this x-axis, how many degrees must that be? Because we know it has to be a total of 180 degrees, aka pi, minus the 135. So if you look at that, you're like, okay. Well, one of the things that we can think about is that this must be our 45 degrees. So as soon as we see that's a 45-degree angle, we're like, ooh, I know what this is. This looks familiar. So we know that we've created, when we wanted to, a 45-degree 90 right triangle. So then we can use that specialized 45-degree 90 right triangle in order to figure out what the side lengths are in fact going to be. So let's say that we wanted to figure out the sine of our 135 degrees. Okay, well we know that sine is going to be opposite over the hypotenuse. So we know what the hypotenuse is, but we don't know what the opposite is. Okay, so how can we figure it out? Well, one of the things that we can in fact do is that we can use our standard right triangle. So if we're thinking about utilizing our standard right triangle, one of the things that you'll note is you need to know the side lengths of your standard 45, 45, 90 right triangle. So we're saying, okay, the side lengths typically are going to be 1, 1, radical 2 for the standard 45, 45, 90 right triangle that we're thinking about. Okay, so 1, 1, radical 2. And then anytime that we need to figure out a new side length for a new but proportionate 45, 45, 90 degree right triangle, you want to say that you can set up a proportion. So you go, okay, well, the standard, I'm thinking about the hypotenuse is going to be radical 2. Okay, so I put that in the numerator. For the new one, the hypotenuse is going to be 1. So I put that in the denominator. And then we say, okay, then you put in the sides that you're looking for. So right now, I'm looking for this particular side over here. I don't know what it is. But you know what? In the standard one, I know what that side is. That's what I'm going to put in the numerator. It's 1. And the one I'm looking for, I don't know what it is, so I'm going to put in x. And from there, I can simply solve. Okay? So in order to simply solve, all I have to do is cross multiply. And when I cross multiply, I know that I'm going to end up with x radical 2 is equal to 1. X is going to be equal to 1 over radical 2. Then we have to rationalize that a little bit. And we end up with radical 2 over 2. And voila, we figured out what the length of this side is going to be. So remember that trick anytime that you're going to have to figure out the length of a given side. And you can use that same trick in order to figure out the length of the adjacent side. I do want you to note this is a negative radical 2 over 2 because this is going to be on the negative portion of that y-axis, okay? So you're like, oh, okay, well, you know what? I know what cosine represents, so I'm good to go. Cosine is opposite over hypotenuse, so I know it's going to be radical 2 over 2 over 1, which is radical 2 over 2. When it comes to the cosine of 135, adjacent over hypotenuse, so negative radical 2 over 2 divided by the 1, and I end up with that negative radical 2 over 2 as my answer. Okay, so I got it, I got it, I got it. So if you'd like to take a screenshot of this, you definitely can, because this is a nice way to help you remember what is going to be the usefulness and the benefits of this unit circle. Another thing that's going to be important to note is the idea behind knowing which particular identities are going to be positive in which quadrants. So a nice way for you to think about it is to think about the acronym CAST. So you'll note that all of them are going to be positive in the first quadrant, quadrant number 1. You'll also note that you are going to have just the sign that's going to be positive in your quadrant number 2. And so this is going to be just a nice way for you to know just the tangent or just the cosine in your quadrant number 4 that you're going to be looking at. Okay? So from there, that's useful because that can really help you eliminate answer choices. Okay, so you know what? Let's kind of take a look at a question so we can see how you can deal with this question on test day. So here we have our question. If sine x is equal to cosine of 13 pi over 6, then which of the following could be the value of x? Okay, so we kind of have to figure out what's going on with this 13 pi over 6 idea. Because if we're thinking about this 13 pi over 6, we're like, what does that really mean? And we're going to have to convert it so that we can see what that smaller angle will actually be. So one of the things that you'll note, something that we talked about previously, we said that we know that you can have your pi is going to be equal to how many degrees? Remind me? How many degrees did we said that pi was equal to? So you'll note that your pi is going to be equal to 180 degrees, okay? So that's going to be something that's important for you to note and to look at. You'll also note that your 2 pi, remind me, how many degrees is our 2 pi going to be equal to? So if pi is going to be 180, then we know that our 2 pi is indeed going to be 360 degrees. Good, okay, so that's a good thing for you to know. So if you take a look back at this question stem, we have 12 pi over 6. What pi over 6 would be equal to 2 pi? It's not 13 pi over 6 that will be equal to 2 pi. What number will we need to have up there in order for it to be equal to 2 pi? So if you look at this, you'll note that you are going to have 12 pi over 6 up there. That's going to be equal to your 2 pi. So you're like, okay. So that means that we went around the circle one time. We went around the entirety of this circle one time, and then we kept going. So we want to see, okay, we can write this as a smaller number. So since we can write this as a smaller number, let's see. 13 pi over 6 minus 2 pi, which is going to be the same as 12 pi over 6. Okay, so 13 pi over 6 minus 12 pi over 6. Oh, well, that's going to be equal to pi over 6. So now that we know that this angle is simply going to be pi over 6. So that's how we're going to think about this angle from here on in. Okay, so then let's take a look at the next portion of this. They're saying that the sine of x is equal to cosine of 13 pi over 6. So there's a rule in here that you want to make sure that you know for test day. And the rule is that if you have complementary angles, aka they're going to be equal to 90 degrees, then the sine of those degrees are going to be equal to the cosine of those degrees. So let's kind of see what we mean by that. So for example, sine of 45 is going to be equal to cosine of 45. You add them together, 45 and 45 is 90. Sine of 30 is going to be equal to the cosine of 60 degrees. You add them together, 30 and 60 is going to be equal to 90. Okay? You can probably think of some others just as long as they equal to 90 degrees. So please make sure that you note that. Now, can you tell me what is 90 degrees in terms of pi? So if pi is equal to 180, what is 90 degrees going to be? So that's half of 180, so it must be half pi. So we know that 90 degrees is going to be equal to pi over 2. Okay, so that's a good thing to look at it. So you're like, oh, okay. So pi over 6 plus something must be equal to my pi over 2. That's a great way for you to think about what's going on. So you're like, oh, okay, so something plus my pi over 6 must be equal to my pi over 2. So all we have to do from here on in is figure out what that something, that plus pi over 6 is going to be equal to pi over 2 actually is. Okay, so that's just a nice way for you to think about it, because that can really help you deal with a question such as this. So here you have your pi over your 2. So now you probably see exactly where this is going. So you'll look at this and you're like, oh, all I have to do is just subtract. Okay, so pi over 2 minus my pi over 6. Well, I have to change it to a denominator of 6. So then it's 3 pi over 6 minus pi over 6. Well, I know that that's going to be equal to my 2 pi over 6, but I don't see that in the answer choices, so I can reduce it down a bit. And if I reduce it down a bit, I'm going to end up with pi over 3. So this is why we know that H is going to be the correct answer. Okay, so that involves us knowing a lot of different discrete elements, but this is what trigonometry is all about. It's all about making sure that you do in fact know the rules, because once you know the rules, you are going to be golden. Okay, so one of the things that you can do is make sure that you can do easily what we did in this question, and that is going to be converting in between the degrees and the radians. Let's take a look at a way to do that. Okay, well, one of the things that you'll note is that you can use a conversion. So since you know you can use a conversion, you know that pi is equal to 180. So all you have to do is just write it down like that, multiply it, and you'll end up with the degrees that you do in fact need. And you have to be able to make sure that you can do it in the exact opposite way as well. Okay, so if you want to do that, let's take a look at this. So we have the measured radians of one acute angle in a right triangle is pi over 3. What's the measure of the other acute angle? Okay, so we want to kind of think about what we need to do in order to deal with this particular question. So we're like, oh, okay. So if we know that one angle is going to be pi over 3, well, we can figure out what the other angle is indeed going to be. So one of the things that we can do is we can draw a little diagram. So we're always fans of drawing triangles whenever it comes to trigonometry problems. So we're like, oh, okay, I know what's going on here. So I know that one of these is going to be equal to my pi over 3. This is a right triangle. So since I know this is a right triangle, you tell me, what must the other two angles in a right triangle be equal to? So we already know that one angle is 90 degrees because it's a right triangle. What must the other two angles be equal to? Because we know that in total, a right triangle and any triangle has a degree measurement of my 180. So you'll note that one of the rules is that, yeah, these other two angles must be equal to 90 degrees. So this is something that we can think of. And remind me, what exactly is 90 degrees in terms of pi? Because we said that 180 is pi. So we said that 90 degrees must be your pi over 2. Okay? So as you know that it must be pi over 2, now all you have to do is just subtract. Okay? Pi over 2 minus pi over 3. What must that be equal to? Give them the same denominator and move on with your life. So you end up with your 3 pi minus your 2 pi, and you're going to end up with simply pi over 6, and your answer is indeed going to be B. Okay? So this is definitely a great way for you to think about doing this question. So if you'd like to take a screenshot of this, you definitely can, in order to make sure that you end up with the correct answer. Okay? So as you're thinking about ending up with the correct answer, let's kind of take a look at another thing that you can do in order to make sure that you can get to the correct answer on test day. Okay? Let's take a look at another question. So if we're thinking about this one, here we have that we're given cosine of our x. Okay, so we've been given cosine of the x. So let's see if we can figure out what to do with that. So you know what we like to do. We always like to draw triangles whenever we've been given anything that has to do with trigonometry. So we look at this and we're like, okay, we know that cosine is going to be equal to my adjacent over my hypotenuse. So since I know it's going to be equal to my adjacent over my hypotenuse, I can kind of note that, okay? So this must be my adjacent, and we know that our hypotenuse is going to be our 8. Okay, So then we're being asked for the cotangent. So cotangent, we know, is going to be equal to the adjacent over the opposite. So you want to make sure that you remember that. The cotangent is equal to the adjacent over the opposite. Ooh, but we don't know what the opposite is. So since we don't know what the opposite is quite yet, we're going to have to figure out what exactly that opposite is going to be. So, but before we get there, I want you to look at something. Cotangent is adjacent over opposite. So you'll note that the hypotenuse is 8. The hypotenuse is nowhere in this cotangent formula. So what are some answer choices that we can eliminate? Because we do not want to have the hypotenuse anywhere in this answer because we're being asked for cotangent. Don't you like easy ways to figure out these questions? I love easy ways to figure out these questions. So we look at this and you're like, you know what? Don't want anything to do with F because there shouldn't be an 8 in it. Hypotenuse isn't in this. Don't want anything to do with H. Don't want anything to do with K. Ha, you like that, don't you? Okay. So let's go about figuring out what exactly is going on for figuring out the third side that we actually do need. We can just use the Pythagorean theorem. So we know that our 5 radical 2 squared plus b squared is going to be equal to 8 squared. And we end up with b squared is equal to 14. Okay, so since we end up with b squared is equal to 14, b is equal to radical 4, and voila, we have our answer. Because we know that since our b is going to be equal to our radical 14, we want the adjacent over the opposite. And since we want the adjacent over the opposite, we know that we are going to end up with 5 radical 2 over our radical 14. Okay, we factor out a radical 2 and we end up with J as our correct answer, which is going to be equal to 5 over radical 7. Okay, so bottom line with these, please, please, please make sure that you practice and then practice and then practice some more, because that's going to be one of the best ways to make sure that whenever you see these questions, you'll know exactly what you need to do for test day. Okay, so with that, make sure you know your trigonometric ratios. Make sure you know your right triangles. Make sure you know your unit circle. Make sure you know how to convert between your radians and your degrees and vice versa. And then practice and practice and then practice some more. On your CAP test syllabus, when you're a Kaplan student, we have tons of practice for you to do so that you can make sure that you will ace this section on test day. Okay, well, that's all for me. So please stay tuned for the next segment of Prepathon with Greg, where he's going to be talking about development.
All right, hello and welcome to our third hour of our ACT Prepathon. If you've been here since noon, give yourself a little bit of a pat on the back. So far we've seen Boris, we've seen Stephanie, we've seen Nzinga in action, and we still have, I believe, Heather coming up a little bit later, and we also have another round of Stephanie. So if you loved Stephanie earlier on, you'll see her back again for some additional advanced math topics. We'll see Heather next for some advanced reading. For this hour, and I saw this come in a little bit in the chat, what are we going to cover some English today? Well, absolutely we are. We're going to cover English in the next hour. And if this happens to be your first hour, well, my name's Greg. I'm going to be your on-camera teacher over the next hour. You're going to see a lot of our Kaplan folks answering your questions in the chat as well. So make sure you get your questions in the chat and vote in the poll as we tackle some questions. What we're going to cover is we're going to cover an hour lesson that we would cover on our ACT channel, which is what some students can come to in addition to their Kaplan course. You have the opportunity to come to these channel sessions, find the sessions that work for you, the ones that you need the most help on, come and improve on those. I always like to say, doing it live with a teacher is probably going to account for, I don't know, 3 to 5 hours on your own if you're just trying to figure it out. It's always really, really useful to have the opportunity to ask some questions, get your questions answered, and hear about some expert ways how to go through things. Now, on the English section of the ACT, there are essentially two parts of it. There is a grammar portion. Things we have to know, we have to walk into the test, knowing subject-verb agreement, punctuation, sentence structure. And then there's another portion. It ranges from about a third to a fifth of the English section. That is almost more like reading comprehension. And these are the kind of questions that are going to be much, much more challenging. And that is what we're going to cover during this hour. So in this lesson, let's see what develops. We're going to talk about development in the English section. Now, these are the kind of questions that I'm sure for any of us who've taken the English section before, you've looked at these and you probably grumble at them a little bit. Can anyone help tell me why? Like, how do I know I have a development question? What's a signal that I have a development question? Well, on the majority of the English questions, there'll be like a word, maybe a couple words underlined, and I can just jump around. Maybe skip a couple sentences here, skip a couple sentences here, and I'll probably have enough context to answer them. On the development ones, wait a sec, what's different? There's a full question. There's a full question saying, if the author was to do this, which of the following would happen? And then you see these long stretches underlined even, or you might see things you have to organize. These are a lot more challenging. So if you are a person in here and you are like, man, my English, my grammar is pretty good. Why am I not getting a higher score when I take practice tests? Or what's holding me back? I can virtually guarantee you it's this. This is what's holding you back, is improving at these development questions. So for those of us that want to take our English score all the way to the top, this next hour is going to be really vital then. So what we're going to cover in this section is we're going to talk about transitions, how we can grab those transition words and phrases. Because the one thing we have to focus on is creating a consistent style and tone for our author. And again, right, if I'm jumping around from sentence to sentence, I'm totally missing that. I'm completely missing it. So we're going to want to actually read the whole thing in the English section. Otherwise, you're going to spend about, I don't know, 5 to 10 times having to search around. You're looking everywhere because you don't know where things go. You don't know the style. You don't know the tone of the author. In addition to that, we're going to talk about the logical order of ideas. So, for example, if I am talking about having to put a cast on a broken leg, help me out, everyone. What probably needed to be told to us first? So if I'm talking about putting a cast on a broken leg, it happened to my wife this winter. She took a bad fall. She's had a cast on for like 2 months now. What needs to have happened first if you're putting the cast on? Well, you need the leg to break, right? You need the leg to break. You need that thing to have happened. So when we're thinking about logical order, we want to make sure, again, we're reading around, we're doing that research. And if I'm jumping around from thing to thing, I'm going to completely miss that context. And then the third thing that we might be asked to do in these longer full questions is trying to figure out if we should add something in, revise something, or delete something. Now, let me get some help from everyone in here. Does anyone know a good, hard and fast rule that we can use if it's simply a grammar question? Let's just say I have 4 different options, and like one's really short, then they progressively get longer. Does anyone know stylistically, what does the ACT like for grammar? Stylistically. So would I say, like, I raised my hand, I raised and lifted my hand, I raised and lifted my hand high in the sky? Which of those would the ACT like? Well, more concise, right? Just you raised your hand, okay, good, keep moving on. On these kinds of questions, that is not enough. That is not nearly enough, because often the context is going to give us a reason if we should actually add or delete it. But very frequently, our first instinct, because we've done it in the grammar questions, is to think that we have to delete it. And we have to get that out of our brain, shake it out. Shake it up. Pretend you're, or shake it off, pretend you're Taylor Swift. Just shake it off. No. We don't use that strategy on these. No. All right. Let's keep talking. Let's dive into our first subcategory here of these development questions, and that is transitions. So transitions are used for a couple reasons. They can be used to introduce, connect, or conclude ideas. So what we want to think about is what kind of things is the author connecting? Now, I might be saying, well, this word kind of sounds good. Like I'm looking at the part that's on, it kind of sounds good. Pretend that word's not even there. I don't know, put your hand over it, block it off, hide it from your memory, and simply look on one side and another and say, how do these relate? So if I was to say, I was happy today, I broke my leg. Let's go back to that example. I was happy today, I broke my leg. So what kind of transition would I have there? Well, those two things seem to be an opposite. I hope they're an opposite, unless you were trying to do that, I don't know, to get out of something you didn't want to do maybe, but it probably would not have been worth it. So our contrast transition would be the appropriate one for that scenario. So we have to think, again, forget about the word that's there, put the pieces together, come up with a prediction how they relate to each other. So we're going to use context clues from the passage. So what kind of contrast, what kind of transitions will we see? We might get a new assertion introduced. We might get a cause and effect. So because something happened first, something else is going to happen later. So because I studied for the ACT, unlike my friends who are maybe out having a little more fun on a Saturday, therefore, I was able to be done studying for my ACT, get into an awesome college, and maybe they don't. Now, we can also advance a related idea, so that's going to continue in the same direction. We might differentiate between contrasting ones. So that's one of our broadest way to set aside things that are transitioning is to think if it's going in the same direction or opposite, and then often there's little nuances beyond that. Now, in addition, we might give an illustration or example. We could sort ideas based on time. We could have chronology, or lastly, we might conclude. So again, we want to think about the kind of words that'll help us connect ideas in that manner. So let's take a look at our first question. And as always, everyone, there is a poll. So let's make sure we're all voting in our poll. Let's take a look here at question number 1. Now, if I simply went right to the underlined part, I might not have a clue. I might not know what should go next or what should go before. Or do I need to change this at all? So again, it is important for us to read around. Now you might be asking, well, Greg, is there a signal here that tells me that? Well, yes, if you see a transition keyword like thus, since, because, if you see a whole bunch of transition words in the answer choices, that's a really good signal. Take a step back, make sure you read before, read afterwards. So let's take a look at our options here. Let's take a look starting at choice A. I didn't know any Greek. I was a little nervous at first, but soon I came home to enjoy, okay, I think that makes sense. And I'm seeing a whole lot of us voting in the poll saying, yeah, that looks kind of good, right? That absolutely looks kind of good. And it's our right answer. Now, what makes it our right answer? Well, it's simple, it's straightforward, and we don't need one of those transition ones. It reads in perfectly fine without it. So let me ask everyone a question. Choice A, no change. Is that relatively rare? Like you might get like 2 A's out of the 75 questions. Or is it just as likely as all the others? Let me know, everyone. Is it rare or is it just as likely as all the others? So I know sometimes in math questions, if there's like a choice E, there's not enough information. That's relatively more rare. But in the English section, no change is just as likely. So do not think that you have to overcorrect. If it sounds fine and the rest of them add more, right? Just make it more confusing. Do not overcorrect. So if you got that right, very nice job. Our correct answer for number 1 was choice A. All right, next up, let's take a look at organization. Now, organization questions can be even more challenging than our transition ones. For our transition ones, we tend to have to read just the sentence before, the sentence after, or maybe the clause before and the clause after. On organization ones, we have to read maybe the entire paragraph, multiple paragraphs, maybe from the entire passage. We might have to shift some paragraphs around. And once again, if I have not read the passage, this is going to be a lot more challenging. So let's take a look here at a few other items to remember for organization. How do I figure out where things are going to be placed? Well, like I talked about with the broken leg incident. If you're going to put a cast on, well, there's probably a reason that you need to do so. So we want to look for events that might logically come before something else. Someone might talk about being encouraged. Well, why are they encouraged? Maybe because they came to Prepathon and they started practicing and they started getting it a little bit more. That would be a reason to be encouraged. You wouldn't be encouraged unless something happened to make you feel encouraged. Now, in addition to these keywords, we also want to think about how we're going to organize larger pieces. So within a single paragraph, we might look at connections within a single, or if it's within the entire passage, if it's throwing a paragraph around, you might look at topic sentences to see how they transition, or you might look at the author's overall purpose. In general, a great way to think about these is to think about what's going to be the best starting thing and what's going to be the best conclusion. That can be one of the fastest ways to tackle these. Like what's going to start something off? Well, maybe a topic sentence. What's going to conclude something? Well, it ties it all together and it seems like there's not much to talk about afterwards. So again, to answer these, what are we going to do? We're going to focus on topic sentences to allow us to connect our idea. So with that, let's try out a question here. Now this question is asking us, so let me show you where sentence 4 is. So I'm just going to put a little circle here. So here's sentence 4. For the logic and coherence of this paragraph, sentence 4 should be placed where? Well, let's look at sentence 4 first. Wildfires had recently threatened the outskirts of the city, and her brother's home had been severely damaged. Okay, so we got this damaged home. All right, let's look back at the start of the paragraph and start reading and start thinking about where that's going to go. In the spring of that year, though, my host, Mother Cortina, told me that a problem had arisen. Huh. Does this sound like a problem, everyone? Wildfires? Home severely damaged? I don't know. That sounded pretty good to me. Sounded pretty good to me. Well, let's read that sentence afterwards to see if this sentence right here would be a good follow-up to this one. So again, home had been severely damaged. Let's take a look. Along with her brother and his family, Katina's mother, who had recently moved into her son's house, we coming to stay until repairs could be made. Oh, yes, this is in fact it. We need to put it right here, because otherwise, if the problem arose, and then they're talking about repairs could be made, well, why'd they need to make repairs? What happened? What happened? Something had to have happened. You can't tell me you need to make repairs unless you tell me there is a problem. So our correct answer for this one, always my personal favorite answer choice, right, is choice H. This is the one I always get excited for because I've always had it in the back of my mind that choice C or H is the most common one. I've always had that in the back of my mind. So whenever it's actually it, it always makes me feel a little better. I always nod a little bit. Now, is that the case? No way. Every single answer choice is just as likely as the others. So for those of us, I see a lot of us voting in for choice H. Absolutely great job on that one. These again, how are we going to solve these? We're going to get that context. We're going to have to take a little more time. All right. Very, very nice work on this one, everyone. I'm glad that y'all found that clue to allow us to answer this correctly. All right, let's keep diving in. And next, let's talk about supporting material. Now, when we have authors writing these passages, very often they're going to be building an argument, building an essay, and we want to think about what will support what they're saying. So, support questions will help us, will test us on if we can figure out what would provide support for what the author is arguing or stating or saying. So if, again, let's think about an example. Let's just say I went on vacation. Let's just say I went on vacation, I had a great time. Well, there would need to be some support, some details, something that helps tell us that they're having a great time. So again, we'd need that overall purpose or context and make sure that it supports our author. So again, we'll look for nearby clues. We'll look for clues that are present in the entire passage. Now, a couple other things to notice. When we're thinking about if something is relevant, let me ask a few questions. If I was teaching you guys ACT, and I tell you, I love Cool Ranch Doritos. I got some right here. Is that relevant? Is that relevant? That I love Cool Ranch Doritos while I'm trying to teach you some ACT. And there's probably a bunch of you like shaking your head. You're like, no, sorry, Greg, that's not even close. Okay, all right, so that's pretty clear. Now, what we're going to see on the ACT, though, is little things that are closer. So let's think about if I was writing about becoming a screenwriter. What if I started talking about becoming a director? Would that be relevant? So if I was writing a whole thing about becoming a screenwriter, and then I threw in a sentence about becoming a director, is that relevant? And I hope you're pondering hard on this one, because the right answer to that question is maybe. If I'm writing about a screenwriter the whole time, and then I get like one sentence in about a director, and I like that, Neil, they are always relevant. If I get one sentence in about a director and I go back, right, to screenwriting only, well, then directing wasn't useful at all. But if I start talking about directing and I continue talking about it, then maybe I talk about how directors and screenwriters work together, well, then absolutely it was relevant. Now, let's just say I was trying to teach you guys how to make a thing of nachos. If I was trying to tell you how to make a thing of nachos, And then I'm like, use these, don't use regular unflavored tortilla chips. Well, then all of a sudden, well, yeah, that would be relevant. Then our Cool Ranch Fritos would actually be relevant. So these are the kind of things we need to do. We need to look at the entire context to figure out if it actually fits in with what the author said. It has to be consistent with the surrounding sentence. It has to sound like the author. It has to use the appropriate purpose. The tone has to be on point. And I like that I saw coming in from the chat. Eric was like, well, most likely no. Iron Note Block was telling me maybe. Those were perfect ways to think about this. That we had to say, well, I'm not sure. It could be. And the very fact that we can say that, it's a great reminder to ourselves that we have to keep reading. We cannot answer these just from jumping from underlined part to underlined part. All right, so let's take a look at an example here. Question number 3 on our screen. In the preceding sentence, the clause who had studied in the United States primarily serves to. All right, so why don't I circle that for us? Let's take a look here. Take like 15 seconds and read this little segment and start to think, what does that do? What does that indicate? All right, so our narrator is going to be living with this family. They have a daughter, Maria. She studied in the US. Oh. So I would have someone to live with who spoke English. So let's come up with a prediction. And when I was reading this, I was like, ooh, okay, this is a benefit. This is a good thing. This is going to make life in Greece maybe a little bit easier for our narrator. They'll have someone to talk to. All right, so let's take a look at our choices. Choice A, how many languages Maria can speak? Well, what's wrong with that one? Well, now when our focus is on Maria, right? We're talking about the benefit to our narrator. The fact that the family is well-traveled, again, that focuses on the family. How Maria would make the author more comfortable. Oh my gosh. Focusing on the author. And just take a look at the screen real quick. I just want to show you something I'm trying to do with my colors. Always treat my little red marks as like red stop sign. We don't like those. While the green, we'll make that like our go. Our green means go. We like that. That's a good thing. Perfect. All right, and then just in case we want to check, I saw this coming earlier. I think during the science section. Should I stop if I see one I like? It really depends on your level of certainty. But let's take a look at our last one. That the host family would be available for the author. Well, what's wrong with this one? Well, this one's wrong because it focuses on like the family as a whole, when what's better, what's more appropriate about choice C? Oh yeah, it's because it's all Maria. Maria is going to make it much better. All right, so we got our right answer then, choice C. So choice C is our right answer on this one. If you got that, give yourself a giant pat in the back. You're tackling some of these hard English questions. Way to go. All right, next up, let's talk about writer's purpose questions. We've talked about organization ones can be tough because you have to read all around. Purpose ones tend to talk about the entire passage. I mean, we literally get these questions in the reading section too. What was the purpose of the author? But for this one, we're tasked with finding out the purpose when our focus has been on something else. Our focus has been on the grammar the whole time. So if you were correcting your paper, I don't know if anyone ever does this, when you're going through like a paper you wrote, and if you're focusing on like the grammar the whole time, you're probably going to lose sight if your argument was convincing. So I don't know if you need to do a second round, but I know I used to do that. When I had big papers to do, I'd do like 2 completely separate rounds. One purely grammar and one purely on the purpose to make sure my arguments were on point. So when we're going through these questions, again, we want to be able to focus on that big picture with the author's argument. A lot of times for these questions, the 4 answer choices will come up as yes or no's. So did this accomplish this purpose? We'll say yes or no, and we'll have to give a reason. Now, a couple things we want to do on these. First off, think about the central idea. Why did the author write it? What does the author overall think about it? What's their tone? And if it's irrelevant, eliminate it. Now, I think what's tricky about these sometimes is we can think, ooh, I'm definitely team yes, or I'm definitely team no. When you look through the explanation for the yes or no, you're like, that doesn't describe this passage. So I'd implore everyone here to be flexible. Do not be stuck on your yes or no if the explanation makes no sense. Be flexible enough that we need two components. We need to match what we're thinking with the yes or no, and also match the passage with the explanation. So again, if it conflicts with the passage, we have to get rid of it no matter what. All right, excellent, excellent, excellent. Let's dive in, and we're going to take a look at what's here. We have a longer portion here. We have a little bit more about the passage. So let's take a moment. I'll give you, why don't we take 30 seconds to read up to here. This will catch us up. All right, so hopefully we all had a few moments to read this through. We get a little bit more about our narrator's time in Greece. Seems like had a good time, learned a little bit about the culture, plans on going back at a certain point. Fantastic. All right, let's take a look at a question now. Suppose the writer's primary purpose had been to write an essay describing the long-term impacts of an important time period in her past. Would this essay accomplish that purpose? And I'm hoping a lot of us have a pretty good idea of a prediction, whether it's yes or no. And I'll tell you right now, at first, I don't think my prediction was perfect. I think my prediction actually would have led me in the wrong direction if I just was stuck on my yes or no. If I was just stuck on my yes or no, I was like, all right, I think so. It seemed important. It seemed like past, sure. But wait a sec, let's think about this. If it was an important time period in her past and it was the long-term impacts, do we have a long term yet, everyone? Do we have a long term? Well, let's go back and look. No, I'm just planning after I graduate. I haven't even graduated. It hasn't even been that long yet. Oh. So if I had just read like the second part of this, I might have said, yeah. I might have even said choice F, because definitely going to go back to Greece. But wait a second. The long-term impacts, ooh, no, because it has not been a long term. So, important point to take away from a question like this. When you have like a long, full question that precedes the answer choices in the English section, we have to read it closely. We can't just simply say, all right, what's the purpose? All right, I'm going to go to the answer choices. We have to read every word of it, and it has to match every single piece. So, as I take a look through the other explanations, notice it focuses on the memory itself and its immediate impact. Oh my gosh, immediate impact, because that's our time frame. That is it. Perfect, because that matches up with and answers this long-term thing that was mentioned. Feel free to throw in the chat. Let me know, everyone. Was anyone tempted by F? Or was anyone just thinking yes, at least at the start? Is anyone thinking yes, at least at the start? I know I was thinking of it at the start. I read it too fast. I was just thinking important time period, and I was like, yeah, sure. But we have to make sure we're grabbing every single word. All right, I see a lot of us have made it to choice J. A very nice job on that, everyone. We're going to keep rocking and rolling. And next up, we're going to do a few more questions back to back to back to back. So let's get a little bit more practice. And next, we're going to take a look at our question number 5. Now, I want y'all to take a moment and read to typewriter. So I'm going to give y'all about 25 seconds to do that. Then we'll start to type. All right, so let's take a look here. We're going to start off with question number 5. And even though our focus is on development, we're going to see over these next few problems that we're going to have a little bit of other types of problems mixed in as well. So first off, help me out, everyone. Omit means what? Omit means what? What does omit mean? And if you're saying omit means remove, kick it out, absolutely. And as we said, we're talking about grammar. We're thinking about, should I omit generally on the ACT? Well, sometimes, yeah, right? Sometimes if I want to make it more concise, if something that's not on topic is brought up, then absolutely we should be omitting, definitely. So if you remember my Doritos example earlier, if I'm straying off topic with a sentence, well, that might be a reason to delete it or omit it. So again, I had to read around, right? I had to read around if I'm even going to figure out if I should omit this. Typewriters were also used in offices everywhere. Does that add any value? Well, what are we talking about here? So far in that first sentence, we're talking about high school study center, college dorms. And then it says walking through these places today. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These, for those of you that were saying delete, get rid of, you nailed it. And this right here is a great word. If you're not 100% sure if it's relevant, the these has to refer to what you were just talking about. So if you were on the fence at all, these places, when I'm talking about students still, we'd have to be talking about the study center or a dorm. Offices would make it wrong. And if you just nailed it anyway, you knew to get rid of it, excellent, excellent work. So our right answer on question number 5 was in fact choice D. Very good work, everyone. Next up, let's try out another question here. Number 6. I want you to take a look through here and tell me what should be my transition. What should be my transition here? Should it be same direction, opposite direction? Well, let's see. If I compared it to what came before, again, pretending that part's not there, there were typewriter keys being heard everywhere. And then now down to here, not one of them is using it. So we definitely need a contrast transition. So with that, I can take out a single answer choice so far. I can say, see you later, choice J. Well, then as I'm choosing between the other ones, all 3 of them are contrast. So having that down alone is going to take me part of the way there. But I'd love to hear from everyone. And this has been one of our hardest ones so far. I'm seeing the least amount of correct answers so far. How do I choose between these different contrasts? How do I choose between these different contrasts? And part of it, the starting point I'd like you to use is your ear test. Now, the more advanced way is going to be thinking about sentence structure and how certain words connect. But your ear test should be your starting point. So if I threw in the word however, walking through these places today, however, it is likely, and I have trouble even saying that out loud. Let's try in though. Walking through these places today, though, it is likely that one of these students you will see, ooh, though. Huh. Does that sound a little bit better? What about doing in contrast? Walking through these places today in contrast, it is like, again, a lot of these, it can sound a little bit awkward to pick. Our correct answer, if you were thinking like the though, I saw one of us say though sounds a little bit weird. Some of us might have thought, however, some of us might have thought our in contrast sounded better. Our correct one to connect our elements is though. It helps connect the clauses in the best way as a quick little set aside before you get back to your sentence. So our correct answer on this one is though. So if you're thinking about if you want to, maybe start off a new sentence with a completely independent clause, however will work good in that scenario, but though is better when you're putting apart dependent clauses. All right, let's try out another one. Let's take a look at number 7. So again, we have a longer full question. Which of the following true statements would provide the best transition from the preceding to this one? Oh, well, let's go back, right? Let's go back. In the previous one, what does it say here? Okay, so walking through these places, you're not going to see anyone using a typewriter. And then as I go forward, I'm talking about a computer's word processing program. Oh, okay, so then you're going to use like Microsoft Word or something or Google Docs. So which one's going to help us best transition? Well, let's see. Should I leave it how it is? Or should I use one of these others? Computers operate very similar to typewriters. Yeah, it doesn't talk about them being similar. In fact, it's different. Computers have word processing programs designed to make essay writing easier. And then I transition into this next piece right here. I'm not quite sure. Let's take a look at D. Why would anyone want to use a typewriter when a computer is a superior machine? Okay, so if I'm transitioning past this, let's grab the last part of choice D, it being a superior machine. Is this describing it being superior? Does that help transition? Oh, it does, doesn't it, right? Because you don't get a penalty for making a mistake. There's all these other things that you can do positive. So that's why our correct answer for number 7 here is choice D, because it starts giving us a whole bunch of good things that we can do. Again, I need to put the legwork in. I need to read before and read after in order to figure out how those ideas connect to each other. So my correct answer for number 7 here is choice D. Choice D. All right. Next up, let's take a look at 8. So we've had 8 staring at us for a little bit. For the sake of logic and coherence of this paragraph, where should this sentence be placed? Well, let's take a look at it again. With a computer's word processing program, there's no penalty for making a mistake or for changing your mind. Okay, so if it was going to stay there, I'd want to keep talking about making this mistake, or not. Text can be written, revised, copied, or deleted. Oh, okay, right. So that's no penalty then, right? You can use Control C. Maybe we've done that before. Control A, Control V. You can throw it all around. We can throw it all around. So yes. Wait a second. I'm not even going to change this, right, everyone? This is perfectly okay. This is perfectly okay, right? I can leave it right where it is right now. Don't have to move it around. Don't have to place it in any other place. It fits. It fits. Now, again, at times we might be thinking like, I swear the test makers want us to move it around, but it's just as likely. It's just as likely that it's a perfect fit. Now, I saw a bunch of us. A bunch of us were tempted by choice J after that second sentence. So if I put it in there, take a look at what's a little bit different. Now all of a sudden, I'm not talking about this word processing program to a little bit later. If you're thinking about a topic or an intro sentence, you want to make sure you're saying it really, really general first, and then you could start diving into some of the details. So if you're thinking about any essay you've ever written, you want to start off with a topic sentence, and then you want to start diving into some of the detail. So on this one, the topic sentence, what are we generally talking about? The word processing program. All right, so great work on this one. Next up, let's try out another question here with a longer paragraph in front of it. So I want to give everyone 45 seconds to read this, and then we'll dive in a little deeper to the purpose. So take about 45 seconds. All right, so let's take a look at this paragraph. What was generally told to us here? Well, talking a little bit about the typewriter, how the typewriter was a little bit different. So the typewriter, I think I had to write something on a typewriter, like one of my very, very first papers ever. We didn't have a computer yet. I guess that tells my age here. And it was not fun. I had to restart it a couple times, and it was like you just had to have it perfect. And now, I think what we're saying here is if you're doing like a rough draft or something, it's probably going right on the computer immediately. Immediately. And before they're saying like you did not write something on the typewriter, you were like done. You had it like perfectly. You might have had the whole thing written out. Then you finally put it on the typewriter. Okay, fantastic. So we get that little bit of history of the typewriter. Let's take a look at this last part, paragraph 4. I'd like you all to read the question and then try it out. So I'll give you all about a minute to try this out. As you get the answer, pull on in. Good luck. All right, so question number 9 here is another purpose one where our first instinct should be yes or no. Yes or no. So what were we all thinking? I know you're all voting in the poll, and that's fantastic. But feel free to give us a yes or a no in our chat here. Would the essay accomplish that goal? It was discussing the different ways that typewriters and computers work. And again, I think at times you might be like, maybe, or you might have a certain reason. But then if you look at the actual explanation, you might say, no, well, that's way off. So let's work from bottom to top on this one. No, because it only, that's a bad word on these. Because it only explains how the computer works, not the typewriter. No way. We got a lot of explanation about the typewriter as well. No, because it does not explain how he only discusses what certain things can be done. Well, that's not really that good of a reason, right? That's not really that good of a reason as well. So we can knock out that one too. What about choice B? Yes, because it discusses, another only. What about A? Because it gives examples of the inner workings of both of them. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Take a look back, right? Look at paragraph 3. Oh, that's definitely right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Absolutely perfect. So if you were tempted to say no at first, remember that the explanation has to match up too. Because I know myself, sometimes I'll find myself with the wrong yes or no at the beginning, but as long as I'm not just like stubborn, and I say I'm going to stick to my yes or no no matter what the explanation says, well, then you're going to have success on these questions. So again, make yourself a little note. Be flexible with your yes or no. The explanation has to match. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We got a few more that we're going to try out with a new passage. So let's take a look here at our next passage. Once again, why don't I give y'all a little bit of time, maybe like 30, 45 seconds, read this and try out question number 11. Good luck. So, is it relevant that Henry VIII was married 6 times, or is that a Dorito fact? Or is that a Doritos fact? I think that's another one of our Doritos facts, right? This is about what? It's about the library system in England at that time. So Henry, they've been married 6 times. Isn't gonna matter unless, I mean, I guess somehow if some of his wives believed in the library system or didn't believe in it, maybe, but we definitely do not have that. So should we make the addition here? No. And then again, we got to make sure we get the right answer. Because it's in conflict. Is it in conflict with the main claim? Well, it doesn't like go against it. It just doesn't matter. Just does not relate at all. So our correct answer here is choice D. All right. Excellent work on that one. If you nailed it, way to go. We're in the home stretch here. We got about 5 more minutes with a few more questions to go. Let's finish out strong. Let's take a look at number 12 now. In the days of King Henry, many English citizens were pondering the fate of the nascent library system. Do I use a dash here? When do I use a dash, everyone? Well, dash might be for further explanation, but no way. What should I use here? I should use a comma, right? I should use a comma. And if, I love that. I'm getting some Max Mankey, Jamie tell me, it's a Dorito fact because there's no relevance. Absolutely, y'all nailed that one. Way to go. Now, a quick little sentence structure aside here. A very common sentence structure you'll see on the ACT is something where you see a dependent clause start off the sentence and then an independent clause that follows it. So dependent clause, comma, independent clause. I just used a little shorthand. So if I said, in the year 2000, comma, I learned I love Doritos. That would be a dependent clause, comma, independent clause. And that was absolutely a Dorito one. All right. So our correct answer then is choice G. Choice G then, because we have this independent clause coming in the second part, separated by the dependent clause that came first. All right, let's try another one. Oh my gosh. You guys, this should be a 2-second one. On test day, when we see answer choices that are of different increasing length, strict grammar one, we're going to start right with the shortest one. Do I need to consider and think about it? Like, do I need to consider and think about, should I have Doritos or an orange? No, it would be a simple one thing, the Doritos, right? I probably should have the orange, but no, I'm going to have the Doritos, and it's a simple consider. I don't consider and think about it. Keep it concise. There's our answer. Circle it and move on to the next one. Save that extra time for those longer full ones so you have the time to read around. All right, 2 more questions, everyone, then we're going to wrap this up. On this question, we see an although, a despite, and also a consequently. I'm instantly thinking transition. Transition. My next thought, continue same direction or opposite. Continue same direction or opposite. Well, let's look around. Let's look around. What should I do? They're likewise must consider the same thing. Never could have imagined. Oh, okay, right. That's going to be a contrast, right? That's going to be a contrast. So since it's a contrast, I can take out the 2 choices that don't contrast it. And then here, let's put it in. Would it make even sense to say despite in ways? Despite in ways? No way. Word choice here, that does not flow. You can throw that one out. Throw that one out. No way that's going to work. Our correct answer here then is choice F. So a transition one, we chose the contrast that flowed properly, that proper word choice as we continue deeper into our sentence. And our very last one, our very last question. Thank you for those of you that have stuck around and have dealt with my Dorito mentionings. Let's take a look at our last question. Suppose the writer's primary purpose had been to develop a prediction about the future of libraries. Would the essay accomplish this? Well, at this point, I would probably be like, I don't know. I was thinking Doritos. I was jamming back and forth on those grammar ones. So let's go back. Let's make sure maybe we're reinvesting the time we saved by being awesome at the rest to go back and do some research. As you think about this, give me a yes or no in the chat. Would they accomplish this purpose if it was a prediction? So, would the primary purpose had been develop a prediction? Well, not really, right? They were talking about King Henry a lot, and it told us about the history, it told us about the past, right? I'm not sure, right? Look at all this past, look at all this history stuff. So no way, right? No way, no way, no way. So our answer is going to be no. No, 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 no. So why? Let's look between C and D. Focus on the history of libraries or emphasizes the struggles of library throughout history. If you get it down to 2, pick the more broad, the more general one. Because it's just more on libraries in general, the history of them, rather than emphasizing the struggles of them. So, with that, everyone, excellent job. For those of you that have been crushing this all day, I want to say thank you. If I could, I'd take out my Doritos. I'd hand them over to you. Keep practicing this. Keep practicing this. Give yourself timed practice. So you can think about how you're going to reinvest your time, reallocate it from the shorter grammar ones, reinvest it to these longer full ones. I guarantee everyone in here, that's where you're going to find your extra points. That's where you're going to find your gains in the English section. And with that, thank you all for listening. You have 2 of my favorite people in the world coming up next. You have Heather doing some advanced concepts and reading, Stephanie doing advanced concepts in math. If you're looking for some of the harder stuff, you're going to find it over these next 2 hours. It is worth it. Stick around. Everyone, my name has been Greg. We've had an awesome off-camera team helping out as well. Thank you so much for coming. Keep checking it out over the next 2 hours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our advanced reading concepts lesson. My name is Heather, and I'm here to help you read like an expert. So I've been with you all day, and now I'm finally on camera to walk you through this lesson. But as you know, it's not just me. We have an awesome team of experts here, ACT experts. We've got Greg, we've got Stephanie, we've got Rob, we've got Laura, we've got Crystal, we've got Katie. Huge team here to help you make the most of ACT reading. So Stephanie went over the basics with you earlier today. So we're going to kick it up a notch and learn some more advanced techniques. Now, this is a lesson that you will see on our ACT channel. So if you choose to sign up for our classes, what you've seen today is literally just a taste of all the awesome, sort of really customized study plans that we help you with. Because when you take our classes, everyone has the same, class sessions, but then with the ACT channel, you can pick and choose the sessions that you can add on that, are going to be the most helpful for you. So it's very exciting to have all of you here. I just want to remind you all that the chat is moderated because we have so many awesome students participating. We can't let all the chats through, but keep chatting with us. We're seeing everything. So we're going to be going over some passages. We'll be going over some practice questions. Lots of great stuff. So ask your questions, participate. Let's keep that energy high. Who has been here all day so far? Who has been here with us all day? And music magic. How are you guys bursting with so much energy? Part of it's excitement. And part of it's the coffee, I must be honest, at least for me anyway. But no, in all seriousness, helping all of you get higher scores on the test really jazzes all of us up. Your whole prep squad here today, we love what we do. We love helping you, get the score that you're looking for on the ACT. Okay, so let's go ahead. This lesson is going to review reading questions related to more advanced reading topics. So we're going to talk about the author's purpose and point of view in a reading passage. We're going to talk about how to determine the function of a sentence or even of a paragraph. We'll make inferences based on specific textual references. So even when the answer to a question is not directly stated, it will always still have a reference point. It will always have support in the passage. And then we'll pinpoint the similarities and differences in a pair of passages on the same topic, on a set of paired passages. So we are going to start looking at rhetoric, which involves looking at how language affects an audience. And so many of you have been here all day. Cyber high five to all of you. I'm so excited. So ACT reading has its own unique challenges, right? The passages, they're long, they're boring. Some of them are very advanced, and they can be read and appreciated on multiple levels. One of the levels that they can be appreciated on is known as rhetoric, which is all about language. How does language affect an audience? It's sometimes known as the art of persuasion. So basically, authors or even speakers will change their words depending on who they're talking to. So for example, if we think of like the political realm, candidates speak differently to their supporters than they do to their opponents. And both of those are even different to like their peers than to the other politicians. So people change their words based on who they are talking to. Now in the ACT, you're going to see rhetoric on all three reading categories. You'll see rhetoric questions with key ideas and details, which are comprised of global and inference questions. You'll see rhetoric questions with craft and structure, which are function and writer's view questions. And you'll see rhetoric with integration of knowledge and ideas, which are synthesis questions. Now, if you're wondering what in the world are these categories, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this today, but when you take our classes, we go over all of these things. We teach you all of the question types, all of the passage types, give you strategies for each. We even look at wrong answer types. It's so involved. So when you go into test day, you will have a method and strategy for literally every single question that's coming at you. So now we're going to look at three big components of rhetoric. So we're going to look at purpose, point of view, an author's choice. So to understand the purpose, you want to ask yourself some questions. The purpose is all about, why did the author write this passage, right? Why did they write this? Are they trying to entertain, to inform, to argue something? So why did they write this passage? What impression does the author want to impart on the reader? And how does each paragraph or sentence advance the purpose? So everything an author chooses to write is going to contribute to their purpose. So as you read, keep in mind how the language that the author uses advances the purpose while you're reading. Now, the answers to these questions should be in your passage map. So when you know what is the purpose, jot it down in your map. How does a paragraph advance the purpose? So is this paragraph evidence for a previous paragraph? And Stephanie talked to you specifically about passage mapping and about, things to look for, like claims and evidence and things like that. So just be aware of all these things. I know it may sound overwhelming right now, but the more you practice, the better you will get, the more efficient you will get, and the more effective you will be with creating a passage map. So now we're going to go ahead and identify the purpose. So here we have a paragraph. So I'm going to read this paragraph with you, and I want you to identify for us, let us know in the chat, what is the purpose? Why did the author write this passage? And this is only the first paragraph, but the first paragraph of a passage will often tell you what the purpose is. So every year, hundreds of thousands of students graduate from U.S. public universities. Many of the largest and most elite schools in the nation fall into the category of public or state institutions. Unlike private universities, which generally operate independently from any government influence, public higher education was established through government legislation and is sustained through state or federal involvement in various ways. A look into the history of U.S. public higher education can shed light on the changing ideals of the American story over the past century and a half. So why did the author write this passage? What is the purpose of this passage? And we don't need the whole passage to determine the purpose. And Jamie's saying to inform, right? And we can get that, we can glean that from the last sentence. So the author's trying to inform us or to explain how American values have changed. And the author's going to do that by examining the history of public universities in the United States. Nice job, Callie. Well done. So this is exactly what you're going to do on test day. So purpose is why an author writes. Point of view is sort of the perspective that the author's coming from, or the attitude that the author has about a topic. So let's go ahead and look at how we can identify point of view. So to understand point of view, you want to ask yourself some questions. Does the author have a positive or negative attitude toward the topic? And in your map, you might just note that with a plus sign or a minus sign. Do they feel positively or negatively about this topic? And how will you know? How will you know if an author feels positively or negatively about a topic? How would you even know? Most of the time, authors won't come out and say, I feel positively about this topic that I'm writing on. So how can you pick that up? What sort of things will you look for when you're trying to figure out how they feel? And you also want to ask yourself, is the author trying to support or refute a particular theory or interpretation? So are they arguing for something or against something? How does the author describe specific examples or events? And who was the author's intended audience? So again, authors change their words depending on who they're speaking to. Is it a casual passage? Is it scholarly? Are they speaking to a large group or a smaller intimate group of friends? Words are changed based on the audience. And Jordan is saying, back to the first question, yes, word choice. So does the author have a positive or negative attitude? You can figure that out by the types of words the author uses. Are they using positive, glowing words? That would be a positive, point of view, right? Or are they using negative words? That would be a negative point of view. Excellent. Nada, Eric, well done. So the answers to these questions should also appear in your passage map. Now, you may not have an answer to these questions, so we don't want you to spend a ton of time trying to find one. If there's not a positive or negative attitude, that's okay. Sometimes the topic's neutral. If it's just explicitly objective and just explaining, it can be neutral. So don't try to say, oh my gosh, are they supporting or refuting? Maybe they're not doing either one. But when these questions have answers, you want to put them in your passage map. So now let's practice identifying an author's viewpoint. Astronomers noted more than 150 years ago that sunspots wax and wane in number in an 11-year cycle. Ever since, people have speculated that the solar cycle might exert some influence on the Earth's weather. In this country, for example, scientists have linked the solar cycle to droughts in the American Midwest. Until recently, however, none of these correlations has held up under close scrutiny. So what's the author's point of view? Is the author supportive? Is the author critical? Is the author certain or uncertain? What do you think? Look at the words that are in this paragraph. And I'm going to circle a few just to kind of help you here. So we've got this, until recently, however, none of these correlations has held up under close scrutiny. And then we've got, well, people have speculated it might exert some influence. So what are these words indicating? What do these words mean? People have speculated. Might. They haven't held up under scrutiny. So the author's not coming right out and saying, well, I think I support this, right? So the author's kind of distancing himself. So go ahead, give us a smiley face in the chat if you see how the author is distancing himself from this, right? Just kind of like, yeah, well, other people think this. I'm not quite so sure, right? Critical, uncertain, excellent, excellent, excellent. Good job, Marcus. Good job, Jamie. Well done. So he's kind of cautious. He's looking to resolve uncertainties with data. So the point of view and the opinions of the author should always be noted. And sometimes you'll have an opinion of an author. You'll have opinions of characters or opinions of the public or an opinion of maybe an expert that was quoted. Always note opinions in your passage map. They're very important. Okay, so one more thing for us to look at. So we've looked at purpose, we've looked at point of view. Now we're going to look at author choice. This involves looking at the function or the job of part of a passage. So you want to determine the function of punctuation marks, words, phrases, sentences, and even paragraphs as the author used them. So when they say like, what's the function of something, they're like, what's the job of the dashes? What is the job of the quotation? What is the job of paragraph 4? In other words, why did the author write this? You can almost always rephrase one of these types of questions as, why did the author? Why did the author do whatever? Why did the author write whatever? Why did the author include this quote? When you come across a question that asks about part of a passage or about why the author uses a specific piece of the essay, consider these following things. We've seen these questions before. Does the author have a positive or a negative attitude toward the topic? Is the author trying to support or refute a particular theory or interpretation? How does the author describe examples or events? Who is the author's audience? So these are the same types of questions we looked at when looking at point of view. Thinking about these types of questions will guide your map. It'll keep you focused and keep you organized, because the very worst thing that can happen to you on test day is that you read a whole passage and have no idea what you just read. Has that ever happened to you? I'm going to raise my hand. It's happened to me before. If I'm not focused on my passage mapping, I will read a whole passage with my eyes, but something happens with the connection and it's not there. And then I'm like, what? What did I just read? I have to do that again now. But the problem is on the ACT, you have 35 minutes. There's no way you have time to, read a passage a second time. So we need these guiding questions to keep us anchored and focused while we are mapping. Okay, so now we're going to check out author choice in the context of a passage. So while I'm reading this one, sort of look at the author's choice of words here and why the author uses these types of words. So John A. Eddy of the National Center for Atmospheric Research, nonetheless, thinks these QBO findings, as well as the solar maximum mission data, look like breakthroughs in the search for a link between the solar cycle and weather. With further research, for example, into how the oceans damp the effects of solar flux, these findings may lead to models that have some predictive value. The next few years may be particularly rich in solar flux. Okay. So, and I'm sure some of you have, experienced that where you've had to reread and reread and reread things before, right? What word did you see repeated? There was a word that was said at least twice. So let's see if you notice. May. Well, these findings might do this. The next few years may do this. They might have some predictive value. These findings look like breakthroughs. And not only that, this is not even the opinion of the author. This is someone else's opinion, right? This is not the author saying, well, here's what I think. This is John A. Eddy. So he's citing someone else's opinion. And then he's using these qualifying words like they may, they might, they kind of look like. So while these words might not make it into your map, circling words like this while you're reading can definitely help you see exactly, like Eric's saying, he's uncertain. The author's giving us someone else's opinion because the author himself is not certain of what's happening. So this demonstrates that these conclusions are not certain, right? So we've got some, thinks, looks like, nothing definitive. All these words are big clues when we are reading for points on test day. Okay, so let's go ahead and recap before we dive into a full-length passage. So you want to always consider the author's point of view as you determine the purpose, right? So when you're thinking, okay, well, the author is arguing for this. So then you want to think, what are they feeling positive about? What are they feeling negative about? So consider point of view within the overall scope of the purpose. Now, sometimes the blurb before the passage will help with this. Tell us in the chat, do you read the blurb? Do you read the blurb? Or do you skip the blurb? Do you read the blurb or skip the blurb? What do you think? I hope you read the blurb. The blurb is super important. It's sort of like, I know before I read a book, I always have to dive into like the inside jacket. If it's a hardback or if it's paperback, read the back of the book, because the blurb is just like that. It sort of sets you up. At least it's going to tell you the passage type. Is it prose fiction? Is it natural science? Is it humanities? And it's going to give you a little bit of background knowledge to sort of set you up for success. Sometimes the blurb can even answer questions, especially if they're about the main idea or the overall purpose. So always, always read the blurb. From here on out, you're going to always read that blurb, okay? All right, now when you discover how a paragraph contributes to the author's larger purpose, jot down the function of that paragraph in your passage map. So you might jot down something like evidence. You might jot something down like example. You might jot down support, right? You're just going to write down these little things. This paragraph gives support, and maybe even draw an arrow back to a previous paragraph. Support for the paragraph above, right? You're going to develop your own way of making notes that makes sense for you. But when you know how a paragraph fits into the overall passage, you definitely want to make note of it. As always, circle or underline words and phrases that reveal important clues about the author, like author's opinions. If they're using words distinctively, make note of that. And always consider the tone. Look at the word charge. Positive words, negative words, opinion words that the author uses. So expert readers come to naturally look for the purpose, the point of view,
an author choice when they are reading. So we are going to now dive into a passage so we can practice these skills. So this is a prose fiction passage. Let us know in the chat how you feel about prose fiction passages, because they're a little bit different from the other types of passages. Prose fiction passages have a distinct difference from the other three. What do you think? How do you feel about prose fiction? So if you think about the social sciences, humanities, natural sciences, those are written like essays, topic sentence, supporting details. Prose fiction is a bit different. With prose fiction, you want to focus on characters, relationships, and feelings. Okay, it's like the chick flick of the passages. So you have to focus on different things because there's not always a discrete structure. There's dialogue, there's events happening, and these effects are changing the characters. And you want to think about, what do the characters think? What do the characters feel? So the prose fiction are the passages that are written like literature, like they're written like a story. So the following is adapted from a memoir. This particular excerpt recounts a confrontation the author had with his mom. Okay, so I'm going to stop talking. We've got a paragraph right here on the screen. And I want you to focus on the big ideas. I just want you to read this paragraph and then tell us in the chat, like, what note would you make about this paragraph? Like, who are the characters and what's happening with them? So let us know in the chat how you would mark this one up. Okay, so this paragraph, we're keeping a secret. That's kind of a big deal, right? Well, who's keeping the secret? Father and son. So you may note something like that. The author and his dad are keeping a secret from mom. This just sounds like it's setting us up for some drama, right? And then it tells us a little bit about mom. Mom didn't understand me. And I always like to circle transition words. But, however, therefore, for example, I want you to all get in the habit of doing the same thing. All right. Jamie says the author's conflicted. I love it. Yes. So we've got this, father, son versus mom situation. That can't be good. Moms always find out, don't they? I have 3 kids. Mom always finds out. Trust me. Okay. So let's go ahead now. Now we're sort of intrigued, right? What's going to happen next? Let's go ahead and read the next few paragraphs. So now we're getting a dialogue. So let us know what's happening. He's actually going to be chatting with mom in the next segment. So let us know in the chat, what should we make note of for this portion of the passage? Oh, we got a great comment here. Author cheated in English class, got a pink slip and warning letter. Dad would keep a secret as long as the author could redeem himself by studying. Very nice. Yes. So we've got this author, and he's got sort of a tone. Did you guys pick up on his tone at the end, his language here? Well, it appears to be a letter stating the number of times I've missed English class in this last month. he's kind of getting a little chewed with his mom, right? Little snark going on there. He's been ditching class, Paloma. Yes. So he's missing school and he's hiding it from mom. He still hasn't said, well, yeah, I've been ditching, right? He's just saying, hey, well, it appears to be a letter stating this. He hasn't said, yeah, mom, I'm so sorry. I've missed class. Nothing like that. He's being very smug about this whole thing. All right, let's keep going. So go ahead and continue reading. And then let us know in the chat, how is the author feeling? How is the narrator feeling at this point in time? We always want to note like shifts of feelings, keep track of character interactions. So go ahead and keep reading and let us know, how's Jake feeling at this point? So Haley said the son was very nervous. Jamie says he's a little sassy. He needs to put that sass away before he gets in trouble, right? Trevor says, yeah, he tries to be pretty nonchalant about it. Exactly. So how is he feeling in this part of the passage right now? You know, his mom's like sort of, and we've got these words here. Mom's accusingly asking, right? And then he's like, well, maybe I should tell her. What had he been doing? He was out fishing. Is mom gonna dig this? Based on mom's tone, I'm not expecting mom's gonna be terribly thrilled. And then we've got, you know, sort of we hear about the pact that he has with his dad, right? Like, if you keep your grades up, I won't say anything. Yeah, Jamie conflicted, Jordan conflicted and nervous. He's kind of tired of hiding the truth, maybe, right? Because he's like, maybe I should tell her the truth. Well, let's see. Let's see if he tells her or not. Okay, so go ahead and keep reading. And now I want you to pay attention to how mom's feeling. Let us know how mom's feeling in this next paragraph. Okay, so mom is, can you guys picture? I'll go ahead, I'm going to use my mom voice for a second, all right? I'm not upset with any of you, but can you picture this scenario? Come back here right now. Can you picture that, like, firm mom voice? Like, ooh, like you just walked away from this serious situation, right? How is mom feeling right now? Yeah, she's some tension, says Max. Yeah, mom's about to lose it, right? She's like, woo, you were sassing me and now you're walking away. Yeah, she angry. That's right, Nicole. She's not thrilled, right? He's out fishing. He's not going to school. He didn't tell her. Now he doesn't even think it's a big deal. All right, so he finally admits to what he's been doing, and mom is mad, right? So whenever there's like a plot twist, like we just had here, like mom's questioning, mom's just trying to figure out, and then boom. When we have a plot twist like that, we always want to note it. There's a new character, a new setting, a big development like this, make note of it in your map. Okay, so Jake's kind of, I don't know. Is he in for it? I don't know. Let's see what happens. So we've sort of got this dun 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 feeling. So go ahead and read the next two paragraphs and tell us what is happening now. Marcus, I love what you said. Jake, get out of there. Abort mission. Yes. Stop now. Save yourself, right? Please. Okay. Kobe says triggered, right? Okay. So what is going on here? So mom's still like dressed from work, right? She's still got her business suit on, her high heels. She's being very professional. And Jake, now he kind of knows, right? He's like, I'm not really going to get away with this. This isn't dad. Mom's going to sort of lay it down, right? Dad was sort of willing to go along with it, and mom is not. And then we've got this shift, right? So mom was sort of questioning before, but now it's like she demanded. Her voice is soft but steady, but it's like he knows, like she's on to him, right? Right. And Haley's like, her anger's letting up a little bit. Now she wants an explanation. Very good. So she's breathing, sitting down, and she's waiting, right? So the dialogue clues can help you keep track of what's happening in the story. Whenever there's a change in emotions, again, so last we had mom real mad. Now mom's still mad, right? But she's kind of like, okay, like we need to figure this out. She wants more information. Amika, yes. Okay, so let's see if she gets it. We have our confrontation. Go ahead and read this little bit of dialogue. And then what does Jake tell mom? What does he tell her? And also tell me, does his explanation seem reasonable at this point in time? So he's just like, hey, I've been out fishing. I don't make it to class sometimes on time. Like he doesn't tell her why at this point. He's just kind of like, yeah, I was out fishing. And she's like, Jake, this is serious. Like you can't just not go to school because you want to fish. Like you have to graduate. There are things like that have to be done, right? So Jake, he tells her what he's been doing. And she's still mad. She's still like, he has told her the truth. Nicole, yeah, he spills the beans, exactly. But he still doesn't really tell her why, right? He's just like, I've been out fishing. Like, so are your friends out fishing? Do you want to be a fisherman? Like, why are you fishing? We still don't know. So let's see if we figure out why he is going fishing. Okay, and now we're going to get sort of mom's response. Like, you're graduating. Now, mom and him are going to go back and forth one more time. So tell us, what does mom say in this paragraph? Is mom like, well, that's okay, sweetie. Why don't I go get you a new fishing pole? I really support your love of fishing. And who needs English class anyway, right? So mom is definitely not doing that, right? She's sort of getting ready to like lay down the hammer, right? She's going to threaten some consequences. She's like, I'm calling your school every Friday. You're not going to miss a single class. Do you hear me? Right? I think we've all heard that from a mom before. Do you hear me? Right? So Eric says, yeah, she's going to be more mad when she hears that dad knew about this and approved of it. So that might be part 2 of this story, right? Another conflict for another day. So let's go ahead now and see. So he's going to have to explain himself at some point, and that explanation is coming. So we're going to start to try to come to sort of a resolution for this conflict. Whenever you see that, you want to note that. So let us know, what is Jake's explanation for all of this? Why is he out fishing? You guys are really loving your comments, by the way. These are excellent. So you can have fun while you study for the ACT, right? So he's given mom an explanation. And we get sort of like a second reason, right? So he was out fishing, but why? Why is he out fishing? She's gonna force him to start attending class again. Yes. But why did he decide to start ditching the class anyway? Right? We've got this whole thing. He tells us why. Well, the teacher talks about her own political views, tells us we should study English lit in college because it would make us sound smart when we talk to people. And he's like, the teacher is shallow. The teacher doesn't actually teach. Yes, good, Callie. So he's just saying, like, I'm not getting anything out of this class, so I want to go fishing. That seems legit, right? Okay. Well, let's see. Now he's going to continue his explanation. So why fishing, though? Go ahead and read this next paragraph and tell us why fishing. Why fishing over English? And he literally comes right out and says it, doesn't he? The teacher's a fake. I learn more when I'm outside. Just say it like it is, right? He's out fishing because the teacher's busy giving her own opinions rather than teaching the class. Yes, Haley, good job. Excellent. So Jake's saying, well, hey, I learn more outside. Okay, so now let's see what mom's response is. Just look at this first two words. She quieted. Tone shift, attitude shift. She quieted. So now she's not mad anymore. How's mom feeling now? How's mom feeling now? Go ahead and read this paragraph and tell us how mom is feeling. How's mom feeling? She's kind of calm. She's maybe like empathizing a little. She understood, but she's still going to be mom, right? She's still not going to waver in her demands. She's still going to follow through with what she said. Music magic. Sathithorn, yes, sympathetic and calm, right? So mom's kind of conflicted now. She's like, oh, he actually has a good reason. He's not just skipping school for no reason at all. Okay. All right. So now someone mentioned earlier how dad, here comes dad. All right. And this actually is not going to end as comically or as seriously as one might expect. So go ahead and tell us at the end, how does dad feel? And this wraps up the passage, and then we're going to get into some questions. Kobe, dad realizes he messed up. And Callie, I like how you said that. The mother and son bond is strengthening, right? So they're kind of at an understanding. She's like, okay, I get it, but you're still being punished, right? Neil, that betrayal though, right? Dad pretends he wasn't a part of this and sides with mom, right? Thanks, Dad. No. So dad really doesn't say anything, right? He's just like, mom's the word. I'm not going to say anything. And then he just says, sorry, bud. Right? But how does he feel for his son, though? How does he feel for his son? He's sympathetic and he's sad, right? So mom gets the final word. Dad is a little bit sad, right? Doesn't open, and like I said, if mom finds out dad was part of this, that's another conflict for another day. So now this conflict is resolved because there's a solution. We know what the consequence is. Let's rock out some questions. We are going to open this poll. Question number 1. Which of the following statements best summarizes the main idea of lines 35 through 46? I just covered these choices with a big old purple box because what are we supposed to do before we read the answer choices? What are we supposed to do before we read the answer choices? We have to predict, right? We don't want to let the answer choices trap us. So we want to predict and get this point. So what is a good summary? What's happening? You can go back to your map notes. Tell us in the chat, what's a good prediction? What's happening in this paragraph, in these lines? And if we look back to our map notes, we'll see it said Jake was tired of hiding the truth. So he's sort of like, maybe I should tell her. Maybe I should tell her the truth. I don't know, right? I was tired of trying to hide the truth. All right. There's our choices. Time to vote. Yes. Gabriel, Eric, Nada, Gita, Samitha, Corinne. Yes, yes, yes. Callie, we got to figure out what the answer should be. We have to predict. Love it. So maybe he should tell the truth. Well, let's see. We're actually going to start at D and work our way up. Jake decides it's better to keep lying. Does he do that? He doesn't keep lying. He admits it, right? So that's not true. Jake knows that he's not living up to the pact because his grades have started to fall. But remember, it said he actually did live up to the pact, right? He did live, his grades were fine. B, Jake realizes that his dad has broken the pact by telling his mom the truth. Well, mom didn't find out from dad, did she? Mom found out from the letter. So what's happening? What matches our prediction? Jake deliberates about whether or not he should tell his mom that he had been fishing instead of going to class. In this specific line reference, that's what he's doing. Maybe I should tell her. I'm kind of sick of, I'm sick of lying about this. Okay, so let us know if you have questions about any of the other answer choices. Let's check out number 2. The main point of lines 95 through 103 is that Jake believes, okay, what does he believe? Look at this line reference. What does he say? The teacher's a fake, and I learn more when I'm outside. Those are his words in quotes. That's a great prediction. Jake believes that. Okay, which answer choice matches? Which answer choice matches? So if we look at F, schools should focus more on outdoor learning experiences. Maybe Jake thinks that, but he never says that. He never says that. There's no support in the passage. We have to be careful not to go beyond the passage itself. He would not have to explain his love of nature to his dad. That's not what this part of the passage is about. He learns more when he's fishing than when he attends his English class. Oh. He learns more when he's fishing than when he attends his English class. The teacher's a fake and I learn more when I'm outside. Yeah, that's exactly it. And like Jay, his mom should try to understand his perspective. He may very well think that. Does he say anything about that in lines 95 through 103? In fact, he never says that she should understand him at all. Maybe internally he's hoping, but we don't have any proof for that. So answer choice H is our winner. Okay? All right, well done. Moving along. Question number 3, as stated in the passage. Check this out. When you see this phrase, as stated in the passage, you know It's literally stated in the passage. So go back. It's an open book test. Get this answer. Jake's mom is. Just go ahead and vote this one up. Find that support. Jake's mom's unsatisfied with her work. Well, she doesn't talk about her work at all. Unwavering in her demands. Oh. So she had to do her job, which in that moment was to be the mother who didn't waver in her demands. That sounds pretty good, right? Unhappy in her marriage? No. We didn't talk about the marriage at all. And unable to communicate effectively. I mean, she's pretty clear. She's pretty firm. She states her case. She gets the last word. She's unwavering in her demands, exactly what the passage stated. All right, well done. I see you guys are digging the stars. Okay, so always find support for the answer in the passage. Now, which of the following best describes how Jake's dad felt when he found out that Jake's mom knew that Jake had been missing school? So tell us in the chat. We just talked about this. How does dad feel? Remember, he doesn't say much, but how does he feel towards his son after his son's caught? How's he feel towards his son? Remember, he says, sorry, bud. And then his eyes are sympathetic and sad, right? He feels kind of bad for his son. He understands his son. Okay, so is he angry and betrayed? When you've got the answer, vote it up. He's not angry. Shocked? That's not, the passage doesn't say he's shocked. He probably knew at some point Jake was going to get caught, right? Convinced that Jake deserves any punishment he receives? We don't have any support for that. He was in a pact with Jake after all, right? And then Jake says sad and apologetic for his son's misfortune. So it says sad. He said, sorry, bud. Answer choice J matches exactly with what the passage states. So don't ever go beyond the passage. It's right there. It is right there. Okay. All right. Now, G may have been tempting, shocked by the news. He wasn't shocked, though, because remember, like, he had already intercepted that warning letter earlier on. So he as a father, he probably knew eventually Jake's going to get caught. So shocked is a bit too extreme. But the passage has direct support and explicitly states that he was sympathetic, sad. He said sorry. Okay, number 5, it can be inferred from the passage that Jake prefers fishing over his English class because we said this so many times. Vote this one up. I'm going to underline the sentence we've underlined before. The teacher's a fake. I learn more when I'm outside, right? Which answer choice matches? Which answer choice matches? When he's fishing, he doesn't have to worry about making a good grade. Jake admires his dad, who's a fisherman. He might admire his dad. We don't know if his dad's a fisherman or not. He knew that his mom would disapprove. Is that why he wants to fish? Because his mom would disapprove? Probably not. D has solid support. The outdoors offered him the simple and natural beauty that he found lacking in the classroom. Slam dunk it. Awesome job. Okay. All right. Question number 6. According to the passage, here's another way that we know the answer's literally right there. Open book test. Jake concluded that his mom knew about his absences when he noticed that so think about when did mom find out? Oh, that was all the way at the beginning. So we're going to go all the way back to the beginning and kind of scan through. How did Jake know that mom knew? I knew it on the day that I came home from school and she was waiting for me in the kitchen. She was sitting at the table with an opened envelope in front of her, a typed letter, and a pink slip in her hands. So that's how Mom found out, right? Which answer choice matches? Did she privately talk with Jake's dad? Well, the passage doesn't say that. Jake's dad was kind of unaware that this was all going down, right? She followed him to the base of the stairs. That was after he already walked away. Remember, she was like, get back here. H, she was waiting for him, holding a letter from school in her hands. H sounds pretty good, right? And then J says she saw him out fishing one morning when he should have been in class. Did she actually see him fishing? No. Remember, she questioned. She didn't even know why he was missing class. She did not see him fishing. He saw that she had the pink slip. So she was waiting for him, holding a letter from his school in her hand. Excellent job on that one. We are going platinum. You guys are getting more and more correct. So I can tell that your confidence is going up. All right, we got a few more questions based on the passage. Which of the following details did Jake's dad know that Jake's mom did not? We know the answer to this. Jake and him had a pact, right? So which answer choice matches that? Jake's planning on applying to a college? No. Jake's favorite fishing spot was located nearby. Did the passage say anything about his fishing spot? No. Jake's school had previously sent a letter warning him of his absences. Oh, line 41. My dad had opened the previous warning letter. So Dad knew about that. And if you're not sure, look at D. Jake preferred to use a specific kind of fishing equipment. Didn't talk about his fishing equipment at all. C4, correct. Good stuff. Okay, we are now, let's take a look at number 9. I want to look at number 9 because this is a different type of question. So what big word do you see in number 9? It's in all caps. It's shouting at you. What word is shouting at you in number 9? This is our last question. Which of the following statements does not describe how Jake's mother reacted to the letter she received from Jake's school? Haley says, this is amazing. So ready to tackle reading. I love it. I love it. Okay. She's not. When you see not, highlight it, look at it. You have to change your thinking because now we're not looking for the true answer. We're looking for the false one. So anything that's true is gone. So which one does not describe how Mom reacted? So let's look at A. Was she persistent and demanding in order to get Jake to offer details? She was. She was persistent and demanding. So since that's true, we're actually going to eliminate it because we're looking for a not. Let's look at B. Did she feel sorry for Jake and let him off easy? Was she like, oh, Jake, I'm so sorry. I know you don't want to go to school. Let's just drop English, buddy. I'll go fishing with you. No, that's not it, right? That's our winner right there. We are done. She did not feel sorry for Jake. She was frustrated with Jake. She knew that his actions demanded discipline. Boom. All right. So I hope you guys feel so much better about reading now. We did a lot of stuff. You should feel comfortable identifying purpose, point of view, author choice, looking at words and how they affect characters, and always find support for your answer in the passage. So remember, this is all part of the ACT channel. So I, honest to goodness, hope to see some of you in class really, really, really soon. Now, next up, we've got my friend Stephanie. You saw her earlier. Now she's going to be going over some advanced math concepts. So if you've been waiting for that, you are in for a treat. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to go to captest.com for more prep options. We have other free events. We have classes, all kinds of things you can sign up for. But on behalf of me and the prep squad, thanks for being here for this hour, and we'll see you around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome still. I know we have a lot of you here that have been with us all day. Who are our ACT Prepathon marathoners? Let us know there in the chat. And meanwhile, if you're just joining us for the first time, or if you've been coming in and out, welcome. We're really excited to have you here as we discuss some advanced ACT math concepts. I'm Kaplan instructor Stephanie. I've been with you most of the day today, and joining me, my illustrious colleagues, we've got Greg, Katie, Crystal, Laura, lots of expertise here in the room today. I don't want to forget Rob. Rob's here with us as well. So we've got a big, deep bench is what I've been saying. Lots of expertise all the way down through. Also want to give a shout out to our behind the scenes tech, other Greg, who's also been making sure that everything runs smoothly today. So give a big shout out to Greg number 2 as well. We are going to be talking about some of the toughest math concepts that you are going to see on test day. Now, as a reminder, all of our Prepathon programming is coming from our ACT channel. So this is just a little bit of an intro to some of the many topics that we do cover with our Kaplan classes and products. So what I want you to preface that with, we've seen some tough math earlier today. If any of these topics, if you're like, whoa, hold up, stop the bus, I don't know what's going on here, I want you to just, first take a deep breath. We're going to see some concepts that you may know and some that you may not. On test day, you really want to be focusing on the questions that you do know. So this is covering some of the toughest concepts that you're going to encounter. So just keep that in mind. Remember that framework. If you see questions today and you're like, what? I don't even, that's all right. There's going to be other questions that you will understand how to do on test day. So context is key. Now, of course, we've got you covered, so you can always reach out into the chat for clarification. But I don't want you to get, demoralized or down on yourself if there's something that you don't know or if it's brand new to you. You're here to learn, you're here to grow, and you're here with a lot of us that are here to help you there. All right, let's get going on the home stretch. That's right, Gwendolyn. All right, so you can see some of the concepts that we're going to talk about today. I'm not going to read over this, but you can see that we are going to talk about things like imaginary numbers. We're going to look at some trig as well. We're also going to take a look at some quadratics as well as some real world situations and scenarios. So the first thing we're going to talk about are complex numbers, which you may know as imaginary numbers. Now, if you know how to write a complex number, go ahead and tell us that in the chat. And while you get that there, I want to talk a little bit about why deal with imaginary numbers at all. We have integers. You see those. We work with them all the time. We have rational numbers. We have irrational numbers. And we have real numbers. Imaginary numbers are those that aren't real. They don't exist. In fact, one particular imaginary number is what we're going to focus on here today, I. And the reason we have to think about it is not because, folks say, it would be really fun if we had one of the prerequisites for getting into college and for graduating high school on the ACT is to deal with things that don't exist, but rather because imaginary numbers become real numbers in certain contexts. So when we're talking about complex numbers, we're talking about A plus BI form. Now, a lot of you, I'm seeing here in the chat, recognize the I part of this. Of course, we can write any number as a complex number. I could write the number 4 as a complex number. It would be 4 plus 0I. We don't do that because that's not very efficient. But all numbers, real and imaginary, can be written as complex numbers, and that's why it's a useful format to understand. Now, if you're going to add or subtract complex numbers, you're going to deal with the number parts. You're going to add up all the i's, and you're going to add up all the non-i's or the numbers. So you can add or subtract the real parts, and you can add or subtract the imaginary parts. So let's take a look at this one right here. And here's the other thing I want you to take away from imaginary numbers. When we're talking about imaginary numbers, we're talking about the square root of -1. See, Hannah provided that. So we've got the square root of -1 equals I. Now, this is a great thing. This is really nothing new. Imaginary numbers are really just asking you about radicals. Radicals are just exponents. So when you see imaginary number questions on the ACT, or even when you see imaginary numbers like, out and about, probably out and about in math class, you don't encounter a lot of imaginary numbers just out and about elsewhere. But just treat them like radicals, or treat them like exponents. So here we have two binomials. Well, we're going to FOIL this out the exact, well, actually, no, we're adding, so we're not going to FOIL this one out. But we're just going to add these two together. So we're going to add together our real parts, 5 plus -19. And then we're going to add together our imaginary parts. I've got 2 i's, I've got 4 i's, add them together. I get 6 i's, so I have -14 plus 6i. So that's how we're going to deal with addition and subtraction. Just, think about combining like terms. Now, if we are going to multiply, then we're going to use FOIL. Go ahead and remind us all in the chat, what does FOIL stand for? This is, of course, useful for these problems here. It's also useful for quadratic equations as well. So if we're multiplying two of these, well, we're going to start with our f, our first. I'm going to multiply my first terms together. All right, well, 3 times 4, that's going to give me 12. I'm going to multiply my outer terms together. There we go, 3 times 4i. I'll multiply my inner, and I'll multiply my last. So we're just going to go ahead and FOIL this out. And you can see that once we do, we end up with 12 plus 12i plus 8i plus 8i squared. Combining like terms will combine these two middle ones here, but there's one additional component that we have to consider when we're dealing with imaginary number questions, and that is, like I said, you can take an imaginary number and you can make it real. Let's think, if I squared this, I would have something real. And that's really the additional step you have to do when you're dealing with imaginary number questions, particularly when you're FOILing them out. You have to remember to substitute in -1 for any I squared that you have. So we combine our like terms, and now to get our final answer, we're going to have to substitute in -1 for I squared. That's going to give us -8. Combining that gives us our final answer. So that's the big takeaway. Remember, if you have I squared, that equals -1. Always go ahead and substitute it in. Now, tell me in the chat, you're thinking like a test expert already. When you go to do this substitution, what do you need to be careful of? What tempting trap are you not going to fall into that others who aren't maybe being so cognizant could potentially make a mistake on? You're not going to be you. Hopefully it won't be your friends, but it's likely to be somebody. Watch the negatives. So that is the other thing to remember when you're substituting in that -1. Now here we had plus 8i, so that just became a negative. But if we had minus 8i, we'd have to remember that a minus times a minus equals a positive. So really be careful of those sign errors. Yes, we've got to have those confusing signs. Nice. Yeah, pay attention. Okay, so let us talk about dividing complex numbers. Now again, this is just like dealing with radicals. Tell us in the chat, if you had a square root in the denominator, what would you have to do? You can't have a square root in the denominator on an answer choice on test day. So you also are less likely to see imaginary numbers, at least if they're not simplified, in the denominator. Well, we have to rationalize it somehow. And depending on what we have, we are going to have to either multiply by the conjugate or just multiply by the term itself. So here we have 3 plus 5i. Well, let's think of this. If I had 3 plus square root of something in the denominator, I would multiply by the conjugate. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to rationalize by treating this as if we had a radical. So here we're just going to multiply by 3 minus 5i over 3 minus 5i. Now here again, a great opportunity for you to recognize some of these common quadratic forms. So here we have difference of squares. So we can save ourselves some time by foiling because we know that that's what we're going to get. That's going to get rid of our I terms in the denominator. In the numerator, we'll have to go ahead and distribute. And once we simplify this out, there we go. We've got one final step we have to do. Remember, we've got to plug in -1 every time we see an I squared. What's that negative sign? And there we go. Now, this is a correct answer. However, it's unlikely to be the format in which you see the answer appear on test day. And that's because when we're dealing with complex numbers, remember, complex numbers are always in this A plus BI form. So we want to take this and put it into A plus BI form as well. So because we're now dividing just by one term, we can break this up across that subtraction sign, and we can rewrite it as 63 over 34. That's our A term, minus 105 over 34i. That's our B term. And now we have this written in A plus BI form, and this is going to be the format that's going to appear there as one of your multiple choice options. All right. So what is the conjugate? Remember, to find the conjugate, flip that sign around. So if you have 3 plus 5i, make it 3 minus 5i. That's what you do. And because that, in essence, sets up difference of squares for us. All right, let's try a question that's dealing with this. Now, whoa, right? Real world context. So remember, when you see a question on test day, the very first thing to do is just to not panic. You know, see it, say, all right, I can do this. And, and look at what the question's asking you to do first. Right here at the very end, almost like you read the questions backwards. Like the note tells us what type of question we have. Note, j equals the square root of -1. This is going to be an imaginary number question. They're calling it j. Well, that's okay. We know it's really just like I. So we can treat this like I because it is. So now that I know that that's what we have, let's see what we want. If a certain circuit has this many volts and this much of impedance, what is the current? Now, all right, we want the current. You are not going to have to memorize physics formulas on test day. So if you're like, wait a second, I didn't, guess what? We've got the formula for you right here. So they say, oh, hey, the voltage is given by this formula right here. E is voltage, I is amps, Z is impedance. We want current, so we are solving for I. And now we can say, well, they tell us what this is. The voltage is 38 plus 18 J volts. So what does this represent? This is voltage. How do we know where it's going to be plugged into our formula here? For these types of story problems, think units. We got volts here. Oh, E is volts. All right. Well, that tells us what E is. And that means that Z has to be this other thing. All right. Z is the impedance. Well, it told us that the impedance was this. So that gives us Z. We know E, we know Z. We already determined that we're solving for I. So let's just plug this into the formula and see what we've got going on. Well, if I solve for I, I'm going to divide both sides by Z, and now I'm left with this. Hey, this isn't so bad because we know what to do when you have imaginary numbers or radicals in the denominator. You're going to multiply by the conjugate. So go ahead and tell us in the chat, what is the conjugate of 4 plus 6j? We just have to flip that sign around. So we're going to multiply this by 4 minus 6j. And at this point, we're just going to do some FOILing and combine some of our like terms. So in the denominator, we know we're going to get difference of squares. And in the numerator, we're going to have to go ahead and do a little bit of first, outer, inner, last. Don't sit there and be like 38 times 4. Like our pencil. Let me grab your calculator for these types of things if it's going to be more expedient to use your calculator. You get no bonus points for doing complicated arithmetic mentally, especially if there's the possibility that you could make a calculation error. You don't want to do a really, an in-depth problem like this and then end up like missing it because you forgot to carry the 2 or something in some sort of multiplication. So we're going to combine our like terms, and we're going to substitute -1 in for j squared. And that's going to give us this answer right here. Now, hold up. We've done some really great math, but it's not aligning with an answer choice yet, because you'll notice all of these answer choices over here are in complex number form. We have to figure out, put this in a plus bi form. So divide 260 by 52, divide -156 by 52, and we end up with 5 minus 3j. And there we go. That's going to walk ourselves right to B. For those of you who were here earlier, Boris was so upset he didn't have a single math question that had B for us. We're just going to have to do a big B for Boris right here in honor of Boris not getting any of those answer choices that were B when he was here. I will go ahead, though, and give you a nice start. So with these questions, just remember what you know. Think about what you're being asked and treat imaginary numbers just like you would a radical. There you go. Don't forget to substitute -1 in for j squared. Again, just treat it like an exponent, treat it like a radical, and you'll be good to go. Let us take a look at one of our other topics of the evening. We're going to talk about some of these other trigonometric functions. Now, earlier, for those of you who were here with Nzinga, when we were talking about trig, you recall a particular acronym that helps you remember sine, cosine, and tangent. Well, those are not the only 3 trig ratios that you're going to see on test day. You're also going to see the opposites of them. And those opposites being cosecant, secant, and cotangent. Or honestly, cosecant, secant, and cotangent. The pronunciation depends a little bit on where you're from. But on test day, pronunciation is not tested. So cosecant is 1 over sine. Well, sine is opposite over hypotenuse, so cosecant is flip it. Secant is 1 over cosine, so cosine's adjacent over hypotenuse, then flip it. And tangent, opposite over adjacent, so cotangent, flip it. Now, here's the thing, I always was like, wouldn't it be so nice if cosecant and cosine were together, like co, that makes so much sense. Co is a no. I think I need to give credit to that one, to either Laura or Katie, maybe both. But co is a no. Don't put them together. It's the opposite of what you want. Cosecant, why put that with cosine? What sort of weird logic is that? It goes with sine. And secant, it goes with cosine because, why not? But here, cotangent, that's nice. Cotangent and tangent, they go together. So just flip it. Flip it around, and you'll be able to get these 3 additional trig functions. Now, there are a few trig identities, these equations that you'll see on test day. For those of you who are in trig, you may be doing like double angle, half angle, all sorts of like crazy fancy trig. You don't need to know the vast majority of those for the ACT. You do, however, need to know something like this. Sine squared theta plus cosine squared theta equals 1. And this, by the way, how do we derive this? If you're like super excited and you're like, I wonder what, you can always derive it from the Pythagorean theorem. We also have another one here, which is the law of sines. And the law of sines just says that there's a relationship, there's a proportion between the side and the sine of the angle across from it. So if we had angle A, the sine of angle A is to the side A, as the sine of angle B is to side B, is to sine of angle C, is to side C, etc., etc., etc. Well, there's only no real et ceteras there. There's only 3 angles in a triangle. So I guess that's just it. Period. Full stop. Now, let's see how this would work on a test-like question. So here we have a right triangle. By the way, right triangles are the only triangles that you can use your SOHCAHTOA or your cosecant, secant, tangent with. You can use the law of sines for any triangle that you can draw, but you can only use your SOHCAHTOA identities for right triangles. So here we go. P, Q, and R represent side lengths, and we want to know the cosecant of angle Q. Well, cosecant, remember, co is a no. So they don't go together. Don't try to use logic here. Cosecant is 1 over sine. Sine is opposite over hypotenuse. That's our SOHCAHTOA. So now we can say, all right, well, then this means cosecant is the opposite of that. It is hypotenuse over opposite. So here we go. We want angle Q. There's angle Q. The hypotenuse is R. And our opposite of Q is going to be Q. So we can just write this out and say, well, that's going to be R over Q. And there we go. We're going with answer choice K. I'm looking down there in the poll. Nicely done on this one. So these are the types of trig questions that you can expect to see. You're going to see about 4 trig questions on test day. Many of them will be of the SOHCAHTOA variety. If this is something that's brand new to you, I don't want you to be feeling overwhelmed or stressed out. You see it, if you don't know how to do it, don't waste your time on it. There's no penalty for wrong answers on the ACT. Bubble in a guess and go on. Do a question that you understand how to do. But if this is a topic that you're like, you know what, I could definitely see myself mastering this by the time the ACT rolls around. For many of you, that's going to be like April 8th. Then, just remember to flip it. Cosecant is sine flipped. Identify what's opposite, adjacent, hypotenuse, plug, jug, and you are walking your way to another point. I'm loving what I'm seeing down there in the poll. We're going to have to, you know what, it's been like such a beautiful sunny day where I am. So I'm having a nice sunshiny star up here for this question. Now, there are some other trig identities or kind of inverse trig functions that you can see and deal with on test day as well. For these, use your calculator. Now, maybe you have the ability to recreate the unit circle on a whim. Someone says draw it, and you're like, yes, let me do it. I'm all about this. In which case, you could figure out what angles are based on, but you don't have to do that on test day. So if you don't have to do it, don't make more work for yourself than is required. So the sine, cosine, tangent, SOHCAHTOA. We see an angle and we figure out what the sides are. This goes the other way. I give you the sides. What's the angle? So this is just going the opposite direction. So with these, we use arcsine, arccosine, and arctangent. And on your calculator, it is typically that button that has the little -1. So somewhere on your calculator, you probably have something that looks like this, right? That's going to be the button that you use to help you, in this case, for instance, figure out arcsine. Of course, you'd have to use the proper buttons to find arccosine or arctangent. So in this case, if I say, okay, what angle has sine of this? What angle has cosine of this? I'm solving for an angle measurement rather than being given the angle. So this matters when we have something like we see here in question number 3. Here, we have the sides. We've got a nice 3, 4, 5 triangle. And I want the value of 90 minus theta. Well, tell us in the chat, what is your favorite trig identity? Because we've got all 3 sides here, so we could do any of them. Do you like sine? Do you like cosine? Do you like tangent? Maybe cosecant, secant, cotangent? Pick your favorite one and find what that would equal based on these sides. So I like cosine just cause. I like cosine just cause. And couldn't help myself. So here is the angle, and if I'm going to use cosine, well, I know that cosine, again, I'm putting up SOHCAHTOA here, cosine is opposite over hypotenuse. So that means cosine is going to be my, I'm sorry, adjacent. Oops. Adjacent over hypotenuse. So here's my adjacent side, 3. Here's my hypotenuse, 5. Remember the hypotenuse is always across from the right angle. And now I could say, calculator, please tell me what theta is by saying cosine or arc cosine 3/5 is what? Calculator says, Stephanie, I'm so glad you asked. It's 53.13. Now I know this angle. By the way, if you decided to use a different entity, maybe you decided to use sine. So if you did sine, you would have said arc sine 4/5. It would have given you the exact same number. If you like tangent, you could have said arc tangent 4/3. You would have got the exact same thing. So now that we know what theta is, we can answer the question, which is, what is this subtracted from 90? And there we go. We will end up with approximately 37 degrees. Now, notice on this question that we were in degree mode here because we have degrees. If you had seen a bunch of pies as some of your answer choices, then that would have given you the push to make sure that your calculator was in radian mode. So just double check. You can use those answer choices to help you figure out what your calculator should be in. So these don't have to be, crazy difficult. I know we're torn a little bit between these two answer choices. Notice how E is theta, right? So this, if you answer E, it means you did some good work. You did some good math. You did this good math right up here. The problem, however, was that you didn't answer the right question. So before you bubble a question and before you go to your bubble sheet, on every question on test day, you just want to ask, am I done? Have I answered the right thing? And here I have theta, woohoo! And I want, hold up a sec, 90 minus theta. Subtract it from 90 so that you don't do some great math and still miss the point for something silly. If you find yourself, if you're like, I'm a math elite, why am I missing questions on the ACT? It very well could be because you're making assumptions as to what the question is, or you're getting yourself into logical stopping points and not finishing the question. So just make sure you finish the question all the way through. So we've taken a look at several of our topics so far. We've looked at imaginary numbers. We've looked at some trig. Let's talk about some of the things that we'll do with functions on test day. Particularly, we're talking about various transformations. Even more specifically, we're talking about reflections. Now, these reflection questions can come to you in a couple of ways. One we see here, one might be you have to pick what a shape will look like when it's reflected across usually one of the axes. So here we've reflected it across the x-axis. So here's the x-axis, and it's like a mirror. It's like it was up here, and then now it's down there. When you're reflecting across the x-axis, notice how the x coordinates stay the same. This was 3, this is still 3. This was 3, this is still 3. This was 12, this is still 12. It's the y values that change, and you see that they changed sign. So when you are reflecting across one of the axes, you change the opposite sign of the axis you are looking at. Saying it like that can be a little bit cumbersome. So let's break it down. If you're reflecting across the x-axis, change the sign of y. All right, so x-axis means change y. Just put a negative sign or make it positive if it was already negative. If you are reflecting across the y-axis, then change x. So here we see that y-axis means change the sign of x. And there you go. So if I were to say reflect this point right here, and I want to reflect it over the x-axis, it's going to come down over here. We see I have changed the sign of y. Now let's say I want to reflect this point over the y-axis, comes over here. and now we change the sign of x. So that is how we could do two reflections. When you're doing reflections, pick a point. Don't try to reflect the entire thing all at once. It's like trying to eat a whole pie in one bite. No, take it bite by bite. Take it point by point. Now, the other type of transformation that you will see on Test It are going to be the either horizontal or vertical translations. So these are asking you to either move points right or left or move points up and down. Horizontal translations only affect the x-axis. So that makes sense because the x coordinate is what determines where it is horizontally. Vertical translations only affect the y-axis. Again, makes sense because y-axis is up and down. Left and down are going to cause a negative unit change. So this means, and of course this makes sense, we could pick a point in the coordinate plane. Let's pick 1, 1, right? If I want to move it left, I'm going to have to make that x coordinate more negative. If I want to move it down, I'm going to have to make the y coordinate more negative. And rightward and upwards will make them positive. Again, this is thinking point by point. So here, if I wanted to move it right, notice how all of those x coordinates would increase. If I want to move it left, all of those x coordinates would decrease. And if I wanted to do vertical, I can move it up by increasing the values of y. I can move it down by decreasing the values of y. When you're looking at this in terms of function, vertical translations are outside the parentheses. This is like you get something like plus or minus some new value. These are outside the parentheses. Horizontal translations appear inside the parentheses when we're talking about function notation. If we're not talking function notation, then you are just thinking about shifting that point negative or making it more positive. So let's take a look at one of those right here. Now, lots going on here. Remember, don't panic, just break it down. We want to know which of the following lists the coordinates of the vertices of this new shape, okay? And I want to translate every point 2 units to the left and 1 unit down. So go ahead and tell me in the chat, to go 2 units left, what am I going to have to do to each point? Am I going to look at the x or the y coordinate, and am I going to add or subtract 2? And then, of course, we think about the other one as well. Okay, so then I want to go 1 down. Well, am I doing x or y? And am I adding or subtracting 1? So that's what we're going, that's the strategy behind this. Now, we can go ahead and take a look at a sample point. Let's just use this one right here. Right? And there's no reason to take a look at every single point because why do more work than you have to do? So for each of these points, I'm going to want to go x down 2, and I'm going to change my y down 1. So my new point here is going to be -4, -2. We're done. Even though there's so many other points we could look at, only one of these answer choices has -4, -2 as an answer. So there we are. Answer choice F. We didn't even have to look at all the other points, and we didn't have to do all of them. So just break it down one piece of the puzzle at a time. Nice. I see a lot of you saying we want to subtract 2 from the x. Absolutely. And of course, we wanted to subtract 1 on the y. Yeah, you got it. Hey, because we are just moving right along. Remember, as you're going through, if you do have questions about this, do reach out there. But you guys are just nailing it. All right. Speaking of other things you can do with functions, let's talk quadratics. If you're asked to solve a quadratic equation, go ahead and tell us in the chat, what are some of the avenues? What are some of the ways that you know that you could solve a quadratic? I'm going to talk about one of those ways here. They may say, well, I know how to factor. And there's various ways of factoring. Maybe your teachers have told you something called the Xbox method. You know, when I was in high school, my teachers taught us this method called the stare at it and figure out what's going to work approach. Gotta admit, was not the most efficient, but, you know, over time I got really good at staring at stuff and figuring it out. But those that can't be solved by graphing, although you could always graph, those that can't be solved by factoring, using kind of that X method, you have two other avenues. One is completing the square, and the other is the quadratic formula. Now, I'm going to talk about completing the square right here because completing the square is very, very useful, not to solve, because, well, it is useful to solve too, but you have lots of other ways to solve. A graphing is a fantastic way. You got something weird that you can't factor, you got a graphing calculator, graph it, look at it, you're done. But maybe the question wants you to actually give the formula in various ways. And completing the square can help you rearrange formulas into the format that you want. This can be very useful if you have to, say, convert standard notation to vertex form, or if you have to convert standard form of a circle into the normal form of a circle equation. That's how completing the square is going to be used. So to complete the square, so here we have our quadratic here. Now, notice how it's slightly different. You know, when we're factoring, we always want to make sure that we set it equal to 0. Here, we want to have all of the coefficients on the other side of the equal sign. So all of our x terms on one side, all of our coefficients on the other side. Now, you're going to look at the coefficient in front of x, and that is your b term. So in this case, we're going to say b is 6. Like ax squared plus bx plus c, right? Your b term. You're going to take b, divide it by 2, and square it. And that's what you're going to add to both sides. And that's what we see here. Notice how we added 9 to both sides. Now, here is where the name completing the square comes from. It has nothing to do with like a shape, like it's not like a square, not like Xbox is like an X and a box. This is not that. But what it means is what we have now on the right side, the left side of our equation, we now have a square polynomial. We can write this. It's always going to be x plus b over 2 quantity squared. That's what we're going to end up with on the left side. So take a look at that. X plus b over 2 quantity squared, or x plus 3 squared. And now we can solve for x. We know that this equals 19. Now that I have this, if I want to solve for x all by itself, what should I do? Getting some of that earlier algebraic information here. But to get x by itself, we're going to want to take the square root of both sides. And then we're going to subtract 3. Just isolate x. And now we have our two solutions, -3 plus or minus the square root of 19. Good thing we didn't factor this, because I don't know about you, when I'm thinking about factors of 10, I don't think of the square root of 19 as one of them in particular. Now, I see others are saying, well, what about the quadratic equation or the quadratic formula? And you can absolutely use that as well. This is very useful for solving the solutions of polynomials that can't be factored easily. But I'm going to highlight and emphasize this. The reason you want to know how to complete the square is so that you can convert formulas into different formats. Now, the quadratic equation, I've seen this come in. Recently, I learned that this lines along perfectly to the tune of Pop Goes the Weasel. So if you would like to have the quadratic formula stuck in your head until test day, listen up, because the quadratic formula is -b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. And now you can sing that for the rest of the day. All right. As I'm an ACT, I am not a singer by trade. But I hope you enjoyed that little bit of math rendition. Now, of course, here you're just going to plug everything in. Plug and chug. Make sure you are minding your negatives. There you go. Now, I want to take a look at a question that completing the square helps you out a lot. Now, This is one of those questions where if you understand what it's asking you to do, it's not so bad. If you don't understand what the question wants, it's going to be really hard to do the math. And that's what we want to look at right here, this phrase. We want to put this in the form where the coordinates of the vertex are constants. Now you might be like, what does that even mean? Well, there's a couple different forms of quadratics. One is just the standard form that you probably learned first, ax squared plus bx plus c. Another is factored form, which you probably learned second. And factored form tells you, like by looking at it, you can figure out the x-intercepts, the solutions or the roots. Vertex form allows you to see the vertex. So we can start eliminating even before we do any math. Like even if you were just like, I don't know, I got time for this. Let me just strategically eliminate. We can eliminate most of these answer choices because they're not in vertex form. Look at answer choice A. What format is answer choice A? Well, I can't see the vertex from this. The only thing I can see here is my intercepts. All right, what about answer choice B? Well, again, this is factored form again, so get rid of it. And look at E. Well, I mean, I don't know what this is, but it's no form. It will likely simplify down into the same formula as many of these others, but it is not vertex form either. So we only have two of these that are even in vertex form. And, recall, I'll put this down here. Recall that vertex form is x minus h quantity squared minus k, where h comma k is your vertex. So, look, we only have two of those, or even in that format. So it's between C and D. Here's where completing the square is going to be really useful. Remember how I said that it can take standard form and it can convert it to vertex form? Well, huzzah, that is exactly what we wanted to do. So let's get to it. All right, I'm going to move all of my coefficients over onto one side of the equation. And now I'm going to take my b term, and what was it again? What did we have to add to both sides? That's right. It was b over 2 quantity squared. Well, if b is -2, what I want to add to both sides is -2 over 2's quantity squared. Well, that's 1. So I'm adding 1 to both sides. This always, 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 every time you do completing the square, never changes. This always simplifies down into a minus b over 2 squared. Always. So we now know what that is. That is going to be, and of course, well, we knew it was going to be x minus 1 quantity squared because both of our answer choices had that. But let's pretend they didn't. Let's pretend we didn't know that, just so we can be super excited that we know it now. Boom. There we go. And now we just have to get f of x all by itself, subtract that 1. Hey, look where we landed. We now definitively know that it's answer choice C rather than answer choice D. Audacity, I'm so excited that this has been crazy helpful. I love it. That's why we're here. We are here to help because we want you to rock it out on ACT test day like the superstars that we know you can be. Okay, we have one other advanced math concept that we're going to talk about in this session, and that is systems of equations. Now, if you were here earlier in the day, you may have heard my colleague Boris already talk about systems of equations, so you may be feeling pretty good about these. Well, we're going to bump it up a notch. What makes these advanced is that these are now word problems. So the way of solving systems of equations has not changed. What has changed is now you have to figure out what the equations are that you need to use to solve the question. A couple things we're going to keep in mind to make life easier for ourselves. Pick the variable names carefully. You know what? This is so important. It's such a little thing, but it is super important. I'm like this question, this like little phrase right here gets some stars because it can be so tempting just to use X and Y. We're just so comfortable with X and Y, but tell us in the chat, why is that not going to be the most strategic way to go about it? What risk do you run by picking X and Y? And I can tell you, I mean, you know, I've done a lot of systems of equation questions in high school and even now into my adult life. And even, again, if I pick X and Y, there's still that slight chance that I will forget what I let X or what I let Y. And then I have to go back and be like, oh my gosh, I did all this math, and now, like, did I answer the right question? I don't know. What did I let X be? And you kind of gotta almost like do the problem over just because you opened yourself up for some confusion. So stay organized. Do not let yourself be confused. Don't pick X and Y, pick things that make sense. So for instance, if we had hamburgers and, like, if we had hot dogs and drinks, then I would say H for hot dogs and D for drink, right? Or S for soda or whatever. Here we have hot dogs and hamburgers. What would you pick for hot dogs and hamburgers? And again, we don't want to have H because then I'm like, oh my goodness, H is almost as bad as X. Is X hot dogs? Is X hamburgers? Is H hot dogs? Is H hamburgers? What could you pick that you wouldn't even have to tell me which variable represented which? You know you have good variables when all you have to do is put 2 letters in the chat and you're like, well, obviously Stephanie and Heather and Laura and Robert and Greg and Katie, they're all going to know what this represents because why would it ever be anything else, right? So something like D for dogs and B for burgers. Yeah, you don't have to say, oh, Stephanie, I'm gonna pick B for burgers. It's not hot dogs. Because, like, why would I ever think B is hot dogs? It wouldn't make any sense. So, you know, treat yourself like that. Be like, hey, self, what am I, like, guaranteed not to confuse? That in and of itself, I know it's really minor, that it's almost like no math involved, can save you a lot of time, can help you out a lot, because, as you may know, the right answer to the wrong variable frequently appears as an answer choice. Keep in mind, a lot of these are more easily solved with combination or elimination. Again, I'm going to plug that Math Foundations. You can rewatch that video if you need a primer on that combination elimination. And here's something else. If you're not asked for A or B or D or B, if you're asked for some combination of them, like, what's 2 hot dogs and 3 burgers or something like that, combination is the way to go because you can frequently solve for it directly. Don't try to solve for A and then try to solve for B and then add them together or whatever you have to do. Just see, if I added these together, if I just subtracted the equations as is, would there be a way that I just got A plus B automatically? Pro tip, most of the time, that is in fact exactly what you'll get. So let's take a look at our real world systems of equation question. And the first thing I want you to tell me in the chat, I'll give you a second to read it. I'll be quiet so you can think about it. What variables are you going to use? All right, so we want to know how many back scratchers are sold. Now here we have a couple of options. Maybe you wanted to have like C for cell phone or cover, B for back scratchers, or maybe you chose like P for phone and S for scratchers, or some sort of combination of them. That's exactly the way to go about it, right? We don't want to have X and Y. We want to have something that is going to make sense. So we've got one equation now that we know our 2 variables. So I'm saying, like, so we got C for covers and S for scratchers. Like, yeah, let's just use these just so that we can. It's kind of nice. Okay. Now, when we're thinking about these equations, the first thing you want to think about is a total value. Well, one total value we have is how many, like, items there are. we've got 209 items. And what type of items are there? Well, there's these scratchers and their covers, or these cell phone things and these back things. So here we could also use P and B. So I've kind of got both of these options up here. So phone plus back, or covers plus scratchers. There's no way we're going to confuse these. And it's going to equal 209. I know this is the right equation because my units match up. The number of phone items plus back items equal my total items. Items, items, items. Okay, what is another total value that we have? Think total values first, because if you know where you're going, it's easier to get there. So we've got another total value here, which is 836.50. I'm going to call this our money total, and that can be our second equation. Now we see that this each is a hint to multiply. So for each phone cover, each cover or phone thing is 650. So 6.5 times P, and 2 times each back scratcher. It's going to be my total. Now I've got the two equations set up. Most of the time, these real world equations, this is the most complicated part of it. Once you're here, you just do a systems of equation. The math is the same as if they just gave you two equations. So think total values first. ID the total values first. There we go. Now here we want to solve for back scratchers. So typically we would eliminate the P and we just solve for B directly. Why might it in this case be easier to solve for P and eliminate the B? You can go about it either way. Sometimes you can save yourself a little bit of headache. In this case, because why deal with decimals if you don't have to? We can multiply the top equation by -2 rather than having to deal with a decimal. And that's going to allow us now to solve this with combination or elimination. Honestly, they both mean the same thing. I, in fact, call it combo elimination now because so many different states have different names. We're going to add them together. Notice how our B values cancel out, and we can solve for P. Now, again, you could have solved for B directly by setting the P coefficients equal to each other, and then there you go. You've got back scratchers. But in this case, we didn't have to deal with that decimal. That was kind of nice. Now that we know P, all we have to do is plug that back in, solve for B, and let's double check. We wanted back scratchers. Well, B stands for back scratchers, so we are there. We are heading into answer choice J. All right. As we have covered quite a bit of math here. We take a look at what we see. We looked at imaginary complex numbers. We looked at some advanced trig. We looked at some advanced functions, and we also looked at real world situations to break down some of those equations so that you can then apply the math you know. I hope if you take one thing out of this session that wasn't content-based was that you know the math to do. It's all a matter of just identifying the math you already know so that you can apply it. And you know what? If you see a question that you're like, I really don't know what to do, don't stress about it. Just bubble something, move on. Don't waste your time. There's plenty of others that you can do. I am so excited to be the one, I'm the last one here. So I get to thank you all for being here all day. For many of you, those of you joining us for parts, for ACT Prep-a-thon. So, tell us, you guys have seen, we've been putting that out there in the chat, hashtag ACT Prep-a-thon. Let us know how it went. Again, this was a sampling of our ACT channel content. So you can always continue to check out the website for more events and, of course, lots more prep. This was just a little bit of a taste of everything that we have to offer. On behalf of all of my colleagues throughout the day, there's a lot of them to name, but on behalf of Boris and Nzinga and Greg and Katie and Heather and Laura and Rob and other Greg, I'm sure I missed somebody there. We are just really excited that you could join us here today. Go forth, rock it on, conquer the ACT like the superstars that you are. All right. On behalf of everyone, I'm saying good luck and happy prepping.